What's popping, you brave landlocked navigator who hasn't sailed farther than the kitchen tonight? I'm glad you're by the fire. It's glowing low and steady, warm enough to make distant oceans feel far less restless. We're easing into what sailors endured crossing the Atlantic in the 1500s, not as a grand adventure, but as long stretches of uncertainty, cramped quarters, and patience measured by horizon lines. If this calm storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to subscribe or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, grab your blanket, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. You stand on a wooden deck that moves beneath your feet like a living thing, watching the coast of Spain fade into mist and memory. The year is 1527, and you have signed articles to sail westward across an ocean that most of Europe still considers more rumour than reality. What follows is not an adventure tale of discovery and glory, but the quieter, stranger truth of what it meant to live for months on a floating wooden box, suspended between two worlds that might as well have been on different planets. The smell hits you before anything else when you first climb aboard. A combination of tar, wet rope, bilge water, and something else you cannot quite name but will come to know intimately. It is the smell of wood that has been damp for years, of salt that has worked its way into every fibre and grain, of men living in close quarters with no privacy and limited washing water. In a few weeks you will stop noticing it. In a few months you will smell it in your dreams. Your sea chest sits in the space you have been allotted below deck, which is not really a space at all, but rather the absence of someone else's belongings. You have roughly 2 feet of width to call your own, wedged between a carpenter's mate from Seville who snores like a wounded bull, and a young rope maker from Cadiz who has already been sick 3 times, and you have not yet cleared the harbour. The ceiling, deck, you must learn to call it a deck, hangs so low that you cannot stand upright. You will spend the next several months either crouching or lying down, except when you are topside performing the endless tasks that keep a ship moving. The first night, you lie in the darkness listening to the ship. She creaks and groans like an old house in a windstorm, but these sounds are alive and conversational. The timbers speak to each other in squeaks and moans. The ropes hum different notes depending on their tension. Water slaps against the hull in rhythms that change with every shift in the wind. Around you, 30 other men breathe and snore and occasionally cry out in their sleep. Someone is quietly weeping. Someone else is praying. Most are simply trying to find a position where they can sleep without rolling into their neighbour when the ship tilts. You have been issued your rations for the week. Ship's biscuit that is already harder than roof tiles, salt pork that has a faintly greenish tinge in certain light, dried peas that rattle like pebbles in their sack, and a ration of wine that tastes like vinegar someone forgot in a barrel for several years. The biscuit, you discover, must be soaked in wine or water before you can eat it without risking your teeth. Even then, it has the texture of salted cardboard and about as much flavour. The pork is better if you don't think about how long it's been preserved or what's growing in the salt crust. Your first morning watch begins at 4 o'clock, which means being shaken awake in darkness so complete you cannot see your hand in front of your face. You stumble topside with the others, still half asleep, and report to the boatswain, who assigns you to help adjust the sails. This sounds simple enough until you are actually climbing the rigging in the dark, with the ship rolling beneath you and the ropes rough enough to sand the skin from your palms. The experienced sailors move like spiders, confident and quick. You move like a drunk man climbing a ladder during an earthquake. The horizon stretches in every direction, empty and grey in the pre-dawn light. There is something deeply unsettling about this emptiness that you are not prepared for. On land, even in the most desolate places, there are features. A distant hill, a tree, a rock formation. Here there is nothing. The sea and sky meet in a line so perfect it looks drawn with a ruler, and between that line and the ship there is absolutely nothing worth looking at. This nothingness will be your view for the next 2 to 3 months, weather permitting. By the end of the first week, your hands are covered in blisters that have burst and reformed and burst again. Your shoulders ache from hauling ropes. Your back hurts from the constant crouching below deck. You've discovered that your stomach, which you had always considered quite reliable on land, has opinions about constant motion that it never bothered to share before. You're not properly seasick, not like poor Rodriguez, the rope maker, who cannot keep down even water, but you're not entirely well either. Food sits uneasily. Sleep comes in strange, shallow waves. You feel perpetually slightly dizzy, as if you have been drinking since noon. The ship's hierarchy reveals itself quickly. At the top is the captain, whom you see perhaps twice a day, and who seems to exist in a different world from the rest of you. He has a cabin, he has privacy. He eats food that does not come from a common barrel. Below him is the master, who actually runs the ship and knows more about navigation and sailing than anyone else aboard. Then come the boatswain and the carpenter, and the various mates and specialists. At the bottom are common sailors like yourself, interchangeable and numerous, expected to do whatever needs doing whenever it needs doing, which turns out to be approximately all the time. There is no single moment when you realise you're truly at sea, no dramatic severance from land. Instead, it happens gradually, like falling asleep. On a clear day, you can still make out the mountains of the Spanish coast as a smudge on the horizon. The next day they are gone, and in their place is more water, and then more water beyond that. You have stepped off the edge of the world you knew, and there is no going back until the wind and current decide to carry you to the other side. Time at sea operates differently than time on land. On land, days are marked by changing scenery, by different tasks, and by the movement of people and animals and seasons. At sea, every day is nearly identical to the one before it, distinguished only by minor variations in wind direction and the slow degradation of the food supply. You wake, you work, you eat, you sleep, and the ship continues its endless rocking motion, regardless of whether you are conscious to experience it. The ship's bell marks the passing of watches, each 4-hour period rung out in a pattern of chimes that becomes the heartbeat of your existence. 1 bell means the first half-hour of the watch has passed. 2 bells mark the first hour. By 8 bells, 4 hours have elapsed and a new watch begins. You learn to wake automatically at certain bells, and to judge the time by the pattern of sound even before you fully open your eyes. The bells become more reliable than any other measure of time, more trustworthy than the sun, which hides behind clouds for days at a stretch. Your duties rotate through a predictable cycle. There is always a sail to be adjusted, always rope to be spliced, and always something that needs holy stoning or scraping or retarring. The deck must be swabbed each morning, which sounds simple until you're doing it in a cold rain with water sloshing over the sides, and your hands so numb you can barely grip the mop. The rigging must be inspected constantly for wear. The barrels in the hold must be checked and rotated. The bilge must be pumped. The bilge pumping is everyone's least favourite task, though no one complains because complaining is pointless, and also because there is a shared understanding that some experiences are too universally miserable to require comment. The bilge is where all the water that seeps into the ship collects. Rainwater, seawater that splashes over the sides, condensation, and various other liquids you prefer not to identify. This water must be pumped out regularly, or the ship will slowly sink under its own accumulated dampness. The pump is operated by hand, requiring 2 men to work handles in a rhythm, while a third ensures the leather gaskets are properly seated. The smell that rises from the bilge when you open it is something you wish you could unknow. It is decay and rot and sourness all combined into a visible miasma that seems to cling to your clothes for days afterward. Food preparation happens twice daily, weather permitting. The ship's cook, a one-eyed man from Galicia whose name no one can pronounce correctly, presides over a firebox that is more dangerous than it has any right to be. Building a fire on a wooden ship in the middle of an ocean requires a special kind of optimism or insanity, possibly both. The firebox sits on a bed of sand and is surrounded by buckets of water, but everyone understands that if a fire ever got loose below deck, You would all die screaming long before you could lower a boat. The cook boils everything. Peas are boiled until they disintegrate into a greyish paste. Salt pork is boiled until it achieves a texture somewhere between leather and rubber. On good days, when the seas are calm enough and the supplies hold out, you might get a stew made from the ship's biscuit pounded into crumbs, boiled with pork fat and whatever dried vegetables have survived the damp. This concoction is grandly called lobscouse and is supposed to be nourishing. It tastes like wallpaper paste mixed with regret. Your daily wine ration is distributed at noon and in the evening. The wine, if you can call it that, has turned to vinegar and then evolved beyond vinegar into something that might strip paint. You drink it anyway because water stored in wooden barrels for weeks develops interesting properties, including a greenish tinge and small swimming things you try not to examine too closely. The wine, however vile, is at least reliably vile in ways you understand. Thursdays are supposed to be different because Thursday is meat day. On Thursdays you receive your full ration of salt pork, whereas on other days you make do with peas and biscuit. The anticipation of Thursday pork becomes absurdly important. You find yourself thinking about it days in advance, remembering the taste of meat, however preserved and however boiled, as if it were some delicacy instead of a chunk of pig that has been sitting in a barrel for the better part of a year. Between watches, during the brief periods when you're neither working nor sleeping, you exist in a strange limbo. There is nothing to do. There is nowhere to go. You cannot take a walk. You cannot visit a friend in another part of town. You cannot even really have a proper conversation because the wind and waves create a constant background noise that makes talking exhausting. So you sit. You stare at the water. You watch the clouds. You count the barrels lashed to the deck. You examine your hands and notice how the calluses have calluses now. You think about food you have eaten on land. You remember what it felt like to walk on ground that didn't move. Some men carve. They make small figures from scraps of wood, or they practice fancy knotwork with bits of rope. Some men gamble, using dried peas as currency since actual money is useless aboard ship. Some men sleep whenever possible, banking rest against the next storm or emergency. A few men have brought books, which they read until the pages begin to separate from the damp, and then they read them again because there is nothing else. You discover that boredom has depths you never suspected. There is surface boredom, the kind you feel waiting for something specific to happen. Below that is a deeper boredom, a kind of grey mental fog where you stop even wishing for stimulation and simply exist in a state of numb acceptance. Below that is something else, a strange place where your mind starts generating its own entertainment from nothing, where you can spend 20 minutes watching a particular wave and finding it genuinely interesting, and where the waylight hits the sail becomes a source of actual fascination. You understand that the ship is being navigated, but the actual process remains mysterious and somewhat magical to you, and most of the common sailors. The officers possess instruments that they consult with great seriousness. A cross-staff, an astrolabe, and a compass that sits in a special box near the helm. They take measurements of the sun's height at noon, making marks on charts and performing calculations that involve numbers larger than you ever learned in the village school where you spent 3 winters learning to read and write. The compass at least makes basic sense. The needle points north, always north, drawn by some invisible force toward the top of the world. At night, when the clouds clear, you can see the North Star holding its position while the other stars wheel around it like dancers. The officers use this star to verify the compass, taking sightings and making adjustments to their charts. But how they determine where you are on the vast blank ocean, how they know whether you are 200 miles from your destination or 2,000, this remains as opaque to you as church Latin. The captain guards his charts like holy relics, keeping them in his cabin wrapped in oiled cloth. You've glimpsed them once when delivering a message, and they looked less like maps than like artistic interpretations of maps, with sea monsters drawn in the empty spaces and compass roses blooming like flowers. The coastlines are approximate, the distances are approximate, Everything about ocean travel you are coming to understand is approximate. Dead reckoning is the primary method of navigation, which sounds ominous until you learn it simply means calculating your position based on your speed, direction, and time travelled. The ship's speed is measured by throwing a log tied to a knotted rope over the stern and counting how many knots pass through your hands in a specific time period. This gives you your speed in what will eventually be called knots, though right now it is just called making good way, or barely moving depending on the number of rope sections that slip by. Direction comes from the compass, assuming the compass is working correctly and has not been confused by lightning or the mysterious magnetic variations that occur in certain parts of the ocean. Time comes from the hourglass, which must be turned every half hour by whoever has been assigned glass-watching duty. If the glass-watcher falls asleep or forgets, or simply does not care, your entire navigation system slides into inaccuracy. This happens more often than the officers would like to admit. Given these methods and their obvious potential for error, it is remarkable that ships ever arrive anywhere near their intended destination. And indeed, many do not. The ocean bottom is littered with ships that miscalculated, that thought they were farther from land than they were, or farther from rocks, or that simply got lost in the featureless blue and ran out of food before finding anything solid. Your captain claims to have sailed this route before, which is reassuring until you realise that before was 7 years ago, and ocean currents change, and coastlines in the New World are still being discovered, and what he remembers as a reliable landmark might have been a different island entirely, or possibly a cloud formation that looked like an island. Navigation at this point in history is part science, part experience, part luck, and part wishful thinking. The lead line provides the only reliable information about your location, but only when you are close enough to shore for the bottom to be reachable. The line is marked at various depths with different materials, leather, cloth, bits of rope, so the man throwing it can call out the depth even in darkness. When the leadsman begins to find bottom at 100 fathoms, then 80, then 60, everyone knows land is approaching even if you cannot see it yet. The spacing of these soundings tells the officers about the shape of the seafloor, which can indicate proximity to certain known harbours or shoals. But in the deep ocean, the lead finds nothing. The line runs out its full 200 fathoms and still touches no bottom. You are suspended over depths that would swallow cathedrals and still have room for more. This knowledge sits uneasily in your mind during night watches when you are alone with your thoughts and the dark water hissing past the hull. Beneath you, miles beneath you, is a world you will never see, populated by creatures no one has ever imagined, in darkness so complete that no light has touched it since the world was made. Weather at sea is not the same as weather on land, where you can go inside when it rains or build a fire when it gets cold. At sea, weather is the environment, the entirety of your existence, something you cannot escape or ignore or wait out in comfort. When it rains, you get wet and stay wet because there is nowhere dry. When the sun beats down, you burn because there is no shade except below deck, and below deck is dark and airless and somehow hotter than topside despite being out of direct sunlight. The wind is your master and your servant simultaneously. Too little wind and you sit motionless, wallowing in swells that make everyone sick, going nowhere, consuming supplies while making no progress. Too much wind and you are overpowered, forced to reduce sail, sometimes forced to run before the storm with bare poles, hoping the hull can take the battering, hoping the mast can handle the strain, and hoping everyone remembers how to tie proper knots, because now is when it matters. Storms announce themselves in subtle ways that the experienced sailors recognise long before you do. The light changes, taking on a peculiar yellow-grey quality. The clouds build in specific formations that mean nothing to you, but cause the boatswain to start checking the lashings on everything movable. The wind shifts direction and picks up speed, and there is a smell to it, a charged electric smell that makes the hair on your arm stand up. When a storm hits properly, it is nothing like thunder showers on land. This is not rain you can watch from a window. This is water coming from every direction at once, from above, from the sides, over the rails, and up through the deck seams. The ship tilts at angles that seem geometrically impossible. You cling to whatever you can grip and try to follow, shouted orders you can barely hear over the wind's roar. The sails that you do not take down in time tear themselves to pieces with sounds like cannon fire. Waves break over the bow with enough force to knock a man off his feet and wash him overboard if he's not secured. The worst part of storms is not the fear, though there is plenty of that. The worst part is the helplessness. There is nothing you can really do except hold on and wait. You cannot fight a storm. You cannot negotiate with it. You cannot even hide from it effectively. You can only endure and hope the ship is strong enough, the officers skilled enough, and luck favourable enough to see it through. After a storm passes, the work begins. There are always repairs, torn sails to be replaced, rope to be respliced, and deck cargo to be resecured. There are always injuries to be tended, though the ship's surgeon is more enthusiastic than qualified, and his preferred treatment for almost everything is bleeding, which seems counterproductive for men who are already exhausted and battered. And there is always the inventory of what was lost, barrels washed overboard, provisions ruined by seawater, sometimes men who were there yesterday and are not there anymore, simply gone, taken by a wave or a falling spar or the sea's casual violence. But there are also days of perfect weather, days when the wind is steady from the right quarter, and the sun is warm but not scorching, and the sea is that impossible deep blue that does not exist on land. On these days the ship seems to sail herself, requiring only minor adjustments to the helm. The crew's mood lifts, someone sings, someone else tells a story, the cook makes something almost edible. You remember why people have been going to sea for thousands of years, despite all the evidence suggesting this is a terrible idea. The doldrums are worse than storms in their own way. When the wind dies completely, and the ship sits motionless on glassy water, everything becomes urgent and nothing can be done. You're consuming supplies, you're drinking water and eating food, but you're going nowhere, making no progress toward the destination that holds the promise of fresh provisions and solid ground. The heat becomes oppressive. The ship stinks worse than usual because the air does not move. Tempers fray. Small disagreements become arguments. Arguments become grudges that will last the entire voyage. During one stretch of calm that lasts 6 days, you watch a barrel floating in the distance, noting with growing unease that its position relative to the ship does not change. For 6 entire days, you make no progress whatsoever. The barrel mocks you, floating there in the same spot on the horizon, a wooden reminder that forward movement is not a given, but a gift from wind and current that can be withdrawn without notice. Life on a ship creates its own peculiar society. A small floating village where everyone knows everyone else far too well, and there is no possibility of privacy or escape from people you have come to dislike. Friendships form quickly and intensely. Enmities form just as quickly, and can last entire voyages over incidents that would be forgotten in a day on land. There is the carpenter from Seville in the space next to yours, the one who snores. His name is Miguel, and he is 40-something years old with hands scarred from decades of working with tools. He has sailed this route 5 times before, and treats the ocean with the casual familiarity of someone who knows exactly how dangerous it is, but has stopped being impressed by the danger. He shares his tobacco with you sometimes, and you share the dried figs your mother pressed into your hand before you left. Neither of you says much, but there is a companionship in the silence. Rodriguez, the young rope maker who started the voyage sick, recovers by the 2nd week and reveals himself to be relentlessly cheerful, in a way that should be annoying but somehow is not. He is 18 years old and has never been farther from Cadiz than Barcelona. Everything about this voyage amazes him. The size of the waves, the depth of the water, and the speed at which dolphins swim alongside the ship. His enthusiasm is infectious enough that even the surliest sailors find themselves explaining things to him, showing him knots and telling him stories. The boatswain is a different sort entirely. He is perhaps 35, broad-shouldered and perpetually sunburned, with a voice that could cut through a hurricane. His job is to enforce order and maintain discipline, which he does with a combination of shouted commands and creative profanity that could blister paint. But he is also fair in his way, expecting everyone to work hard, but expecting no more than he himself does. When a spar breaks during a storm and needs to be replaced immediately in conditions that are frankly terrifying, he is up in the rigging alongside everyone else, working as hard as the youngest sailor. The cook, the one-eyed Galician, speaks Spanish so heavily accented that half the crew cannot understand him, which might be just as well given that most of what he says appears to be complaints about the quality of the provisions he is expected to transform into meals. He's been sailing since before you were born and has opinions about everything: the correct way to store salt pork, the uselessness of Portuguese navigation methods, and the superiority of Galician wine over the vinegar you are currently drinking. He is also, you discover, an excellent singer, and sometimes in the evening he sings old ballads in a language that might be Galician, or might be something older. Songs about sailors who never came home and women who waited for ships that never returned. There is a boy aboard, perhaps 14 years old, who serves as cabin boy to the captain and runs messages between officers. He's quick and clever, and learning navigation from the master, and everyone knows he'll be an officer himself in a few years if he survives. He treats this voyage as an education, asking questions about everything, examining the charts when allowed, and practicing his knots during spare moments. His optimism about the voyage and about the sea in general makes you feel ancient and cynical at 26. There are tensions, of course. A ship this size cannot hold this many men this long without friction. Someone is always snoring too loud or taking up too much space or shirking duties or stealing food from the common stores. The sailor everyone calls Portuguese João, even though there are 3 other Portuguese sailors aboard, has a habit of forgetting his turn at the bilge pump. This has been noticed. There are muttered conversations about this forgetting. It will eventually be addressed, probably not pleasantly. 2 men, sailors who signed on together from the same village, have not spoken to each other in 3 weeks, over some dispute about a woman back home. They work alongside each other in complete silence, communicating only through eloquent glares. This could continue for the entire voyage. It has happened before. The officers occupy a different world, eating separately, sleeping separately, and making decisions that affect everyone without consultation or explanation. This creates a natural resentment, but it is also understood that someone needs to be in charge. Someone needs to maintain authority, or the whole system falls apart. The ship operates on a hierarchy as rigid as anything in church or aristocracy, and while you might not like it, you understand its necessity. Around the 4th week, something shifts in your mind. The initial strangeness of being at sea has worn off. You no longer wake up surprised to find yourself on a moving wooden platform surrounded by endless water. The routine has become automatic. You can tie half the knots in your sleep now, literally, having woken yourself up several times going through the motions. But with the acceptance of routine comes a peculiar kind of isolation. You start to forget what solid ground feels like. When you close your eyes and try to remember walking on land, the memory feels distant, almost dreamlike. Did the ground really stay still? Was there really a horizon with trees and buildings? Your mother's face is getting harder to recall clearly. The smell of your village, wood smoke and animal manure and whatever the baker was making, seems like something you invented rather than something you actually experienced. Time distorts. Days blend together into a continuous present that has no clear beginning or end. You know intellectually that weeks have passed, but experientially it feels like one very long day that never quite finishes. The sameness of the routine, the unchanging view, the repetitive tasks, all of it creates a mental fog where past and future become less real than the immediate moment of hauling rope or swabbing deck or choking down ship's biscuit. You find yourself thinking about land in ways that surprise you. Not grand thoughts about exploration or discovery, or the glory of reaching the new world. Instead, you think about small things with an intensity that seems disproportionate. You think about apples. You spend an entire watch imagining biting into a fresh apple, the way the skin breaks under your teeth, the sweet juice and the crisp white flesh. You can almost taste it, and the almost taste is somehow worse than not thinking about it at all. You think about walking, just walking, on ground that does not move, in a straight line for more than 50 feet without having to turn around or climb over something. The ship is perhaps 70 feet long, and every day you walk its length hundreds of times, and every time you reach the end you have to turn around and walk back. The concept of walking in one direction for miles, of choosing to walk to a different village just to see what it looks like, becomes fantastically appealing. The night sky at least provides some comfort. On clear nights, when you're not on watch and can lie on deck looking up, the stars are more numerous and brighter than they ever were on land. Without the smoke of cooking fires and candles, without the lights of villages, the sky reveals itself in its full glory. You can see the Milky Way as a luminous river across the darkness. You can watch shooting stars arc across the heavens. You can find the constellations the Master has taught you, the ones sailors use for navigation, but also the ones that are just there, ancient patterns traced by Greeks and Romans and Phoenicians before them. There is something deeply unsettling about the ocean at night. During the day, at least you can see. You can watch the waves, spot potential problems, and take comfort in the visible presence of your shipmates and the ship herself. But at night, especially on moonless nights, the darkness is absolute. The ocean becomes a presence you can only hear. The endless slap and hiss of water against the hull, the groan of timbers, and the singing of wind through rigging. You are suspended in darkness over depths you cannot see, cannot comprehend, trusting that the ship will continue to float, that the navigator knows where you're going, and that dawn will eventually come. Some men handle this isolation better than others. Rodriguez continues his cheerful chatter, apparently unfazed by the monotony. Miguel simply accepts it, having done this enough times that he knows it will end eventually, and there is no point complaining about what cannot be changed. But others withdraw into themselves. You watch men become quieter week by week, speaking only when necessary, spending their free time staring at the water with expressions of profound absence. There is one sailor, an older man from Portugal whose name you never learned, who stopped speaking entirely around week 5. Not because anything dramatic happened, no argument, no injury, no incident. He simply stops talking. He still does his work. He still eats his rations. But he has retreated somewhere inside himself where words are not needed or have stopped making sense. The officers notice but do nothing as long as he continues working. Silence is not against any rule, though it unsettles the other sailors in ways they do not discuss. You develop small rituals to mark the passage of time and maintain your sense of self. Every morning you count your remaining small store of figs, even though the number decreases by predictable increments, and counting them serves no purpose except to confirm that time is passing. You keep a small pebble from home in your pocket and touch it periodically, as if maintaining contact with this small piece of solid earth will keep you anchored to the reality of land. You whisper your own name to yourself sometimes just to hear it, to remind yourself that you are still you, and not just another pair of hands hauling rope. The psychological weight of the voyage accumulates slowly like water seeping into the bilge. Each day adds only a little to the burden, but week after week the accumulated weight becomes significant. You are tired in ways that sleep does not fix. You are lonely despite being surrounded by men. You are homesick for places and people you were not even particularly fond of before leaving. The village baker, who always shortchanged everyone on bread weight, now seems like a charming character you would give anything to argue with again. By week 6, the food situation has become genuinely concerning. The ship's biscuit has developed an ecosystem. Small grey weevils live in the barrels, and the biscuit pieces are often more whole than substance. The accepted practice is to tap your biscuit against the table before eating it, which dislodges some of the weevils. Not all of them, that would be impossible, but enough that you can eat it without the texture being overwhelmingly squirmy. You have stopped thinking of the remaining weevils as contamination and started thinking of them as protein, which is either pragmatic or deeply worrying depending on your perspective. The salt pork has transformed from merely unappetizing to actively questionable. The meat that is supposed to be pink under its salt crust has taken on a greenish sheen, and it smells like something that died and was not discovered for several days. The cook insists this is normal, that salt pork always smells like death and disappointment. He boils it for hours, which does reduce the smell to merely nauseating rather than actively offensive. The resulting meat has the texture of shoe leather and about the same amount of flavour, but it is protein, and your body craves it enough that you chew through it without complaint. The peas have held up better than most provisions, possibly because they were already essentially immortal when loaded aboard. Boiled into submission, they form a greyish paste that sticks to your ribs and requires no chewing. This is good because your teeth are starting to hurt, your gums are getting soft, and chewing has become an activity you avoid when possible. The cook says this is normal, that it is just scurvy starting, that everyone gets it on long voyages, and that it will get better once you reach land and can eat fresh food again. This is not particularly reassuring. The wine has passed through several stages of vinegar and has now achieved a state that might best be described as aggressive acidity. It could probably be used to clean rust off metal. You drink it anyway, holding your breath and swallowing quickly, because the alternative is water that has turned green in the barrels and hosts small swimming creatures that were definitely not present when the water was first stored. Some men have started catching rainwater during storms, holding up cups and trying to collect clean water before it runs across the deck and picks up the taste of tar and wood and whatever else makes deck water undrinkable. Protein becomes an obsession. You dream about meat, not the salt pork that you're eating, but real meat, fresh meat, the kind you remember from festivals and market days, roasted chicken, grilled fish, beef stew with actual vegetables that are not dried and reconstituted. Your waking thoughts increasingly revolve around food. During watches when there is little to do, you mentally catalogue every meal you remember eating in the last year, examining each one in detail, remembering flavours and textures with an intensity that seems almost religious. The ship's stores also include rice, which sounds promising until you taste the rice that has been sitting in a damp hold for 6 weeks. It has absorbed various flavours from its environment, creating a taste profile that could generously be described as complex and more accurately described as musty. The cook attempts to improve it by boiling it with some of the salt pork fat, which does make it more edible in the sense that everything tastes like salt pork fat, which at least is a familiar flavour. There are also dried fish, which seemed like a good idea when they were loaded aboard, and have since become an argument against fish in general. The drying process has concentrated the fishiness to levels that are almost weaponizable. When the cook opens a barrel of dried fish, everyone within 20 feet knows it immediately. The resulting meal tastes exactly like you would imagine fish would taste if fish were a form of punishment. You eat it because not eating means being hungry, and being hungry means being weak, and being weak on a ship means not being able to do your work. And not doing your work means the boatswain becomes interested in your welfare in ways that are not pleasant. There is a moment, about 7 weeks in, when you're eating your evening ration of boiled peas and weevil-enhanced biscuit, and questionable salt pork, when you realise you've forgotten what being fully satisfied after a meal feels like. You're always hungry, not starving. The rations are calculated to keep men working if not comfortable, but never satisfied. Your stomach is always a little empty. Your body is always wanting more. This perpetual low-level hunger becomes as much a part of your existence as the motion of the ship or the sound of the waves. The few luxuries that were brought aboard have long since been consumed. The dried figs your mother gave you are gone. Someone's wheels of cheese have been distributed and eaten. The small stores of honey and preserved fruits that were supposed to make the voyage more bearable lasted perhaps 3 weeks before being depleted. Now you are down to the basics: biscuit, pork, peas, and aggressive wine, and you will be eating these same things in the same combinations for however many more weeks it takes to reach land. Ironically, you are surrounded by food. Fish jump alongside the ship regularly. Birds land in the rigging. The ocean contains more fish than you could eat in a lifetime, but catching them is difficult. Fishing lines are deployed when weather permits, and occasionally someone hauls up something edible. These fish are distributed among the crew and devoured with a desperate enthusiasm that surprises everyone who experiences it. Fresh fish, even small ones, even ones that are mostly bones, taste like the finest delicacy after weeks of salt pork and weevils. One morning, someone catches a seabird that made the mistake of landing on a yardarm within grabbing range. There is a serious discussion about cooking it. The cook points out that seabirds taste terrible, that they eat fish and other things you do not want to think about, and that even boiling one for hours will not improve the fundamental fishiness of the meat. This argument is ignored. The bird is plucked, cleaned, and boiled. The cook is proven correct. It tastes like fish-flavoured chicken in the worst possible way. But everyone eats their share anyway because it is meat, and it is different from salt pork, and variety matters when you have been eating the same thing for weeks. You're becoming a different person, though the change is so gradual you barely notice it. Your hands, which were soft when you started this voyage, are now covered in calluses thick enough that you can grip rough rope without much pain. You can tie knots without thinking about them. Bowlines, clove hitches, and sheet bends, each one flowing from your fingers in the correct sequence, even when you're half asleep or fully exhausted. These knots will stay with you for life, muscle memory written so deeply that you could probably tie them as an old man even if you forgot your own name. You've learned to walk on a moving deck without thinking about it. The first few weeks you stumbled constantly, reaching out to grab rails and ropes for balance. Now your body automatically adjusts to the ship's motion, shifting your weight without conscious thought, moving across the deck with a rolling gait that would look absurd on land but is perfectly suited to a tilting, swaying platform suspended on water. When you do return to land, you will find yourself still swaying, still adjusting for motion that is not there, your inner ear confused by the stillness of solid ground. You have learned to sleep anywhere, in any position, in almost any weather. The first weeks, you needed darkness and quiet and relative comfort to sleep. Now you can fall asleep sitting up, leaning against a mast with rain falling on your head. Because when you are tired enough, sleep happens regardless of conditions. You have learned to wake instantly when your name is called or a bell rings or someone shakes your shoulder, going from unconscious to working in seconds, because there is no room aboard ship for grogginess or gradual waking. You have learned to judge the weather from subtle signs, the smell of the air, the shape of clouds, the behaviour of birds, and the feel of the wind on your skin. You cannot predict storms as well as the experienced sailors, but you are learning. You notice when the barometer drops, when the light takes on that particular yellow quality, and when the swells begin to organise themselves into patterns that mean bad weather is coming. This knowledge is bought with experience, with time spent watching and learning and occasionally being caught by surprise when you miss the signs. You have learned the ship's language, the particular creaks and groans that mean she is working normally versus the sounds that indicate something is wrong. The rhythmic squeaking of the rudder post is normal. The sharp crack of wood under strain might mean a timber is splitting. The singing of over-tight rigging means you need to ease off before something breaks. The ship talks constantly, and you have learned to listen, to interpret, and to respond to what she is telling you. You have learned to work aloft, climbing the rigging to adjust sails while the ship rolls beneath you, and the deck looks impossibly small and far away. The first time you had to go up in rough weather, you were terrified. Now you are merely carefully respectful of the height and the danger. You understand that one hand is for the ship and one hand is for yourself, that you check every grip before trusting your weight to it, and that you move deliberately and never quickly, because quick movements aloft lead to falls, and falls lead to death or injury that amounts to the same thing when you are weeks from any doctor worth a name. You have learned to splice rope, a skill that seemed impossibly complex when first demonstrated. Now your fingers can tease apart the strands, weave them together in the correct pattern, and create a splice stronger than the rope itself. You take pride in this, in the neat uniform appearance of your splices, and in the fact that experienced sailors now sometimes ask you to help with particularly difficult splicing work. You have learned patience of a kind you never knew existed on land. On land, if you were hungry, you ate. If you were tired, you slept. If you were uncomfortable, you adjusted your position. At sea, you cannot control these things. You are hungry, but the next meal comes when it comes, not before. You are tired, but your watch has 3 more hours before you can sleep. You are uncomfortable, but there is no comfortable position to be found, so you exist in discomfort until it becomes normal, and you stop noticing it as much. You have learned the value of small things. A dry pair of socks is treasure. A cup of water that does not taste actively foul is a luxury. A night of sleep uninterrupted by emergency or rough weather is a gift. These small comforts, which you would not have noticed on land, become the highlights of your existence. You hoard them in memory, recalling the time 2 weeks ago when you slept 6 hours straight, or that morning when the cook made a biscuit that was actually crispy instead of soggy. You have learned that you are stronger than you thought, both physically and mentally. Before this voyage, you would not have believed you could work a full watch on minimal sleep and bad food, then work another half watch because the weather demanded it. You would not have believed you could climb swaying rigging in a storm. You would not have believed you could endure weeks of monotony without going mad. But here you are, doing all of these things, surviving in an environment that would have broken the person you were before boarding this ship. By the 8th week, you have stopped asking how much farther. Everyone has stopped asking how much farther. The officers do not know with any precision, and asking only reminds everyone that you are still nowhere near land. The voyage takes as long as it takes. The wind determines the speed. The currents determine the route. You are passengers on a journey whose duration cannot be known in advance, only endured until completion. The ship herself is showing the strain of the voyage. Sails that were new when you departed are now patched in multiple places, the neat squares of canvas visible as slightly different shades of white. Ropes are fraying and being replaced section by section. The deck planking is worn smooth in the high traffic areas. Everything wooden is swelling and shrinking and warping with the constant damp. The carpenter spends his days making repairs, fixing problems before they become emergencies, and occasionally discovering problems that have already become emergencies without anyone noticing. You're all showing strain as well. Everyone has lost weight. The combination of hard work and inadequate nutrition means your clothes hang loose, your belt needs new holes, and your face has become gaunt. Your gums are definitely bleeding now when you eat the hard biscuit, leaving pink stains that you try not to examine too closely. Several men have developed sores that do not heal properly, the early signs of serious scurvy. The ship's surgeon bleeds them, which helps nothing but at least gives the appearance of medical intervention. Tempers are shorter. The small irritations that were amusing in week 2 are infuriating in week 8. Portuguese João's continued forgetting of his bilge duty finally comes to a head when 2 sailors confront him directly. There is shouting, there is shoving. The boatswain intervenes before it becomes actual fighting, and João is assigned double bilge duty for the next week. This is considered fair by everyone except João, who sulks but complies because the alternative is worse. The silence between the 2 sailors from the same village has evolved from angry silence to something more like weary acceptance of silence. They will probably never speak again. Their friendship, whatever it was, has been killed by proximity and grudge, and the particular kind of ossification that happens when you see the same person every day for months, with no escape from their presence. New friendships have formed, though. You and Miguel and Rodriguez have become a sort of unit, eating together when possible, sharing tobacco and stories, and working alongside each other when the duty rotation allows. These friendships are circumstantial, formed by proximity and shared misery, but they feel real nonetheless. You suspect you will remember these men for the rest of your life, even if you never see them again after making port. The younger sailors talk about what they will do when they reach land. They will eat fresh bread. They will drink clean water from a well. They will sleep on ground that does not move. They will walk in straight lines for miles. Their plans are elaborate and specific and touchingly naive, as if the new world is simply Spain relocated across an ocean, rather than a genuinely different place with different challenges. The older sailors, the ones who have done this before, say less. They know that reaching land means the beginning of different hardships. The work of unloading cargo, the negotiations over pay, the temptation to spend all your wages in the first port tavern, and the eventual necessity of signing onto another ship, because what else are you qualified to do now? But they do not share these thoughts with the younger men. Let them have their dreams of fresh bread and stable ground. The master takes sun sightings every day at noon, weather permitting, using his cross-staff to measure the sun's angle above the horizon. He makes calculations, consults his charts, and announces that you are making good progress. This is encouraging until you realise he's been announcing good progress for weeks, and you are still nowhere near land. Good progress and you are learning are relative concepts. Birds begin appearing more frequently, which is taken as a positive sign. Land birds, the master explains, do not venture far from shore. Their presence suggests proximity to solid ground, though how much proximity remains unclear. Could be a day away, could be a week. The ocean is large, and bird flight range is variable, and everything about navigation is approximate. You start having dreams about land with increasing frequency. Not coherent dreams with plots, but sensory fragments, the smell of pine trees, the sound of a stream, the feeling of grass under bare feet, the taste of fresh milk. You wake from these dreams with a physical ache, a homesickness so intense it is almost painful. You have been at sea so long that land has become a mythical place, something you remember but are not entirely sure still exists. The first sign that land is genuinely close comes from the leadsman finding bottom at 100 fathoms. The announcement sends a ripple of excitement through the entire crew. For weeks, the lead has found nothing but depth. Now there is something down there, something solid, which means the seabed is rising, which means a coastline is approaching. The mood aboard ship shifts noticeably. Men work with more energy. Conversations become more animated. Even the food seems slightly less awful when eaten with the knowledge that better food is coming soon. The second sign is the watercolour. The deep blue of mid-ocean is giving way to a greenish tint that indicates shallower water. Floating debris appears, branches, leaves, and things that could only have come from land. Someone spots what might be a bird or might be a piece of bark, but either way it is something that is not just empty ocean, and that is progress. The third sign is the smell. On a morning watch you catch a scent on the wind that makes you stop mid-task. It is the smell of earth, of vegetation, of land. It's so faint you're not entirely sure you're not imagining it. But others smell it too, and the master confirms it. Land smells can carry far over water under the right conditions. You are close now, not there, but close. The next day, the lookout in the crow's nest calls out the word everyone has been waiting to hear. Land. The announcement is greeted with a cheer that probably frightens fish for miles. You rush to the rail along with everyone else, straining to see what the lookout's height advantage has revealed. At first, you see nothing. Then, as the ship rises on a swell, you glimpse it. A thin, dark line on the horizon, so faint it could be a cloud. But it is not moving like a cloud moves. It is land. It is real. You're not going to spend the rest of your life on this wooden box after all. The approach to land is slower than anyone wants. The coast is visible but distant. The wind, which was favourable for crossing the ocean, is now coming from the wrong direction for easy entry to the harbour. The ship must tack back and forth, making zigzag progress, gaining a mile and losing half a mile over and over. This is infuriating when land is in sight, but but seems to get no closer. You have travelled thousands of miles across open ocean, and now these last few miles are taking hours. But eventually, finally, the harbour mouth approaches. You can see buildings now, you can see trees, you can see people moving on the shore, tiny figures engaged in normal land activities that seem impossibly exotic after 2 months at sea. The ship glides into harbour with a ceremony that feels both significant and anticlimactic. The anchor drops with a splash and a rattle of chain. The voyage is over, except it is not quite over, because you cannot just leave. There are formalities, customs inspections, health checks, and official permissions. The harbour officials come aboard and spend hours examining papers and cargo, while you and the other sailors wait. So close to land you can smell it properly now. Earth and vegetation and cooking fires and human habitation, but still trapped on the ship. When you're finally allowed to disembark, stepping onto the dock is profoundly disorienting. The ground does not move. Your body, which has spent 2 months adjusting to constant motion, keeps adjusting for motion that is not happening. You stagger like a drunk, reaching out to steady yourself on stable ground that does not need steadying. Other sailors are having the same problem, walking with exaggerated caution, trying to convince their inner ears that the world has changed. The first fresh food you eat, a piece of bread purchased from a dock vendor, is so overwhelmingly delicious you actually close your eyes while chewing it. It is just bread. Ordinary bread. Probably not even particularly good bread, but after 2 months of weevil-infested ship's biscuit, it tastes like something angels would eat. You eat it slowly, savouring every bite, making it last, while your stomach, unused to fresh food, sends up confused signals about what is happening. Fresh water from a well tastes clean. Impossibly, incredibly clean. No slime, no floaters, no taste of wood or barrel, just water, cold and pure and perfect. You drink until you feel slightly sick, then drink more, unable to believe that water can taste this good, that you took this for granted all those years before sailing. That night, sleeping in an actual bed in a shorefront boarding house that caters to sailors, you lie awake despite your exhaustion. The bed is too still. The room is too quiet. The absence of the ship's constant motion and sound feels wrong somehow. You have spent 2 months adapting to life at sea, and now you must adapt back to life on land, and the transition is strange. You think about what the voyage has changed in you. You are physically different, lighter, harder, more scarred, but the mental changes are harder to quantify. You have experienced something most people never will, seen horizons most people never see, and survived conditions that would terrify your former self. You have learned that you are capable of more than you believed, both in terms of endurance and in terms of adaptation. You think about the crew, dispersed now to various boarding houses and taverns, pursuing their own versions of the fresh food and stable ground they have craved for weeks. You will probably never see most of them again. Ships scatter their crews with each voyage, picking up new sailors and losing old ones to other ships or other ports or other fates. But you will remember them. Miguel with his casual competence, Rodriguez with his unflagging enthusiasm, and the cook with his songs in languages you could not identify. You think about the ocean itself, which you have come to know in ways that are impossible to explain to people who have not experienced it. The ocean is not one thing but many things, beautiful and terrifying, monotonous and surprising, life-giving and deadly, often simultaneously. It is vast beyond human comprehension, yet intimate in the way it surrounds and contains and defines life aboard ship. You have spent 2 months suspended over depths you cannot imagine, trusting your life to wood and rope and wind and the skill of men who were strangers when you started. The voyage has given you stories you will tell for years, though you suspect they will sound more dramatic in the telling than they felt in the living. The truth about long ocean voyages is that they are mostly boring. The dramatic moments, storms, dangers, crises, are real, but brief. The vast majority of the time is spent doing routine work in routine ways, while slowly travelling across a featureless expanse of water. But that is the story no one wants to hear. People want drama and adventure, not the reality of weevil-filled biscuits and endless rope splicing. You wonder if you will do this again. Right now, lying in a real bed on the stable ground, you cannot imagine voluntarily getting back on a ship. The memory of constant dampness and bad food and endless watches is too fresh. But you know that memory fades. The discomforts will become less vivid over time, while the sense of accomplishment, of having done something difficult and survived it, will remain. In a few months, when your savings run low and you need work, the sea will call again. It always does for men who have sailed. The ocean gets into your blood in ways you cannot explain and do not fully understand until you have experienced it. You think about time and how it has operated differently during the voyage. 2 months at sea felt simultaneously endless and brief. Each day felt long in its monotony, yet weeks passed in a blur of similar days. You left Spain in one season and arrived in the New World in another. You departed as one version of yourself and arrived as a slightly different version, shaped by experience and hardship and the peculiar demands of life aboard ship. The sounds of the port drift through your window, men shouting in Spanish and Portuguese and languages you do not recognize, carts rumbling on cobblestones, music from a nearby tavern, and the ordinary sounds of human habitation. After 2 months of hearing only wind and waves and the creaking of your own ship, these sounds are almost overwhelming in their variety and complexity. The world on land is so full of things, so crowded with stimuli and activity and options. At sea, life was simple even when it was hard. There were only so many things you could do, only so many places you could go. The constraints were absolute but also freeing in their way. You drift towards sleep, your body finally beginning to accept that solid ground is real and will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow you will report back to the ship for unloading duty. Tomorrow you will learn where the next voyage is going and when it departs. Tomorrow you will begin the process of forgetting the discomforts of this voyage while the memories of accomplishment settle into place. But tonight you are simply here, on land, in a bed that doesn't move, listening to sounds that are not wind and water, tasting air that doesn't smell like salt and tar and bilge, and despite everything the voyage contained, the hardship, the danger, the boredom, the fear, you're satisfied with yourself in ways you have never quite felt before. You have crossed an ocean. You have endured what needed enduring. You have learned what needed learning. You have become, in some fundamental way, a different person than you were when you boarded that ship in Spain 2 months ago. And whether or not you ever sail again, this will remain true. The ocean has marked you, taught you, and changed you in ways that will last long after the calluses fade and the rope burns heel. Outside your window, the ship rocks gently at anchor, already preparing for her next voyage, already forgetting this crew in anticipation of the next. But you will remember her, and the journey, and the impossible endlessness of water and sky, and the slow transformation that happens when you spend enough time suspended between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. And with that thought, finally, you sleep. England, 1348. The Black Death has not yet reached your father's lands, and the castle hums with the ordinary rhythms of daily life. Prayers and meals, lessons and needlework, and the endless small ceremonies that mark time in a world measured by bells and seasons. You are 17, caught between childhood and whatever arrangement your father's council deems most advantageous, living in that peculiar space where you have all the restrictions of womanhood but few of its freedoms. The chapel bell cuts through your sleep like a blade through butter, though considerably less pleasant. Your eyes open to near total darkness, broken only by the faint glow of coals in the brazier across your chamber. Somewhere beyond the heavy tapestries covering the stone walls, a servant is already moving. You can hear the whisper of rushes under feet and the soft clink of a water ewer being set down. You lie still for a moment. wrapped in furs that smell faintly of the herbs your chambermaid stuffs between them. Lavender, you think, and something sharper. Rue, perhaps. The linen sheets beneath you are cool against your cheek, and you're acutely aware that the moment you move, the warmth you've cultivated through the night will escape, replaced by the bone-deep chill of a stone chamber in February. "My lady," Agnes's voice comes soft through the bed curtains. "She's been your chambermaid since you were 9, patient with your morning reluctance in a way your mother never was. The bells have rung. You make a sound that isn't quite agreement, isn't quite protest. Agnes, used to this performance, doesn't wait for more articulate consent. The bed curtains part and cold air rushes in like an unwelcome visitor. You sit up, and she's already there with your chamber robe, the wool one lined with rabbit fur that your aunt sent 2 winters ago. The floor is cold, even through the rush matting. Your feet find your slippers, soft leather, slightly too large, lined with wool that's beginning to pill. Agnes has already laid out your chemise on the clothing chest, and you slip it over your head while she turns to prod the brazier coals back to life. The linen settles against your skin like a whisper, fine enough that you can feel the cold through it. You move to the basin where she's poured water from the ewer. It's cold, of course. There's no heating water before prime, that small luxury reserved for evening ablutions. You splash it on your face anyway, the shock of it driving the last fog of sleep from your mind. The water smells faintly metallic, drawn from the well in the lower bailey. You dry your face on the linen towel Agnes offers, noting absently that it needs mending along one edge. "The blue today, my lady." Agnes holds up your day kirtle, the one dyed with woad that your mother says brings out your eyes. You nod and she helps you into it, her fingers quick with the lacing up the side. The wool is heavy, good quality, and tightly woven enough to keep out drafts. Over it goes your sleeveless surcoat, the neckline embroidered with a pattern of roses you stitched yourself last summer under your mother's watchful eye. Your hair is still in its night braid, and Agnes begins the familiar process of undoing it, running her fingers through to work out the tangles before rebraiding it smoothly. Her hands are gentle but efficient. She's done this thousands of times, and there's something soothing about the rhythm of it. You close your eyes while she works, feeling the pull and release as she sections and weaves. Your circlet, my lady. She settles it over your veil, the thin band of silver that marks your rank without the ostentation of a crown. It sits just so, a gentle pressure above your brow that you've long since stopped noticing except when it's first placed. The walk to the chapel takes you through corridors barely touched by torchlight at this hour. Your soft-soled shoes make almost no sound on the stone floors. You can hear the castle waking around you, the clang of pots from the distant kitchen, the murmur of servants beginning their day, and the scrape of benches being moved in the great hall below. The chapel is cold enough that you can see your breath. Your mother is already in her place, her back perfectly straight, her prayer book open before her. She doesn't turn when you enter, but you know she's noted your arrival, probably measured it against whatever internal clock she keeps to judge such things. You settle onto your own kneeling cushion, the embroidered one your grandmother made, and bow your head. Father Benedict's voice rises in the familiar Latin, and you let it wash over you without trying to parse every word. Your mind has always wandered during these early offices, and you've long since given up feeling guilty about it. Instead, you focus on the way the words sound, the rhythm of them, like water over stones. The chapel smells of incense and old stone and the particular mustiness of prayer books that have been handled by countless fingers. Your knees begin to ache against the thin cushion. This is normal. You shift your weight slightly, a movement so small your mother probably doesn't notice, though you wouldn't bet your best salter on it. The cold seeps up through the floor, through the cushion, and into your bones. You think about breakfast. There will be bread, cheese, likely some of the smoked fish from the stores, and weak ale to wash it down. Your stomach makes a small sound of anticipation, and you pray it wasn't loud enough to carry. The service ends eventually, as all things do. You rise stiffly, your knees protesting. Your mother sweeps past with barely a glance, her mind already on the day's household management. You follow at a more measured pace, Agnes falling into step behind you. The breakfast chamber is marginally warmer than the chapel, thanks to a brazier someone had the wisdom to light before dawn. The table is already laid with bread, cheese, and a dish of pickled vegetables that makes your nose wrinkle slightly. Your father sits at the head, breaking his bread with decisive movements, while your younger brother picks at his portion with the sort of studied indifference only a 12-year-old can muster. You take your seat, and a servant immediately fills your cup with ale. It's thin stuff, barely worth the brewing, but it's warm, and that's what matters on a February morning. The bread is yesterday's, which means it's tough enough to require actual chewing, but it's good bread. Dark and dense, made from mixed rye and wheat. You spread it with butter that's been stored in the cool cellar, slightly harder than ideal, and take a bite that requires determination. Your father is discussing grain stores with the steward, his voice carrying that particular edge it gets when he's worried about something but refusing to admit it. The harvest was good last year, but not generous, and everyone's making calculations about how long supplies will hold if spring comes late. You listen while pretending not to, a skill you've perfected over years of being present, but officially uninterested in matters of estate management. The lower fields need draining, your father says, pointing at nothing with his bread. I'll not have another season of poor yield because we're growing more water than wheat. The steward makes agreeable sounds. Your brother yawns, not bothering to cover his mouth until your mother's sharp glance reminds him. You bite back a smile and take another drink of ale. Breakfast doesn't last long. Your father has estate business. Your mother has household matters. And your brother has weapons practice with the master at arms, which he approaches with considerably more enthusiasm than he shows for the Latin premiere his tutor makes him suffer through afterward. You, meanwhile, have lessons of your own. Your tutor, Brother Clement, is waiting in the solar, his books and writing materials already arranged on the table that catches the best light from the tall window. He's a patient man, round-faced and mild, with ink stains on his fingers that never quite wash away. He rises when you enter, bowing slightly. "Good morning, my lady. I thought we might continue with our Boethius today." You settle into your chair, grateful for the cushions someone remembered to place on it. The consolation of philosophy lies open on the table, the Latin text marching across the page in neat columns. Brother Clement has been working with you on translation for months now, and you've developed a peculiar fondness for Boethius and his prison cell philosophizing. There's something oddly comforting about reading a man who wrote about fate and fortune while awaiting execution. It puts your own minor frustrations in perspective. "Shall we begin with chapter 7, Brother Clement suggests, and you nod, scanning the text to find your place. The work is slow and careful. You read a sentence aloud in Latin, then attempt to render it into French, the language you actually speak when you're not struggling through ancient texts. Brother Clement listens, occasionally correcting your pronunciation, more often helping you untangle particularly knotty grammar. The Latin has a rhythm to it that you've learned to appreciate, even when the meaning slips away from you like fish in a stream. Nothing is miserable unless you think it so, you translate, working through the sentence word by word. And likewise, every fortune is blessed if it is born with equanimity. Very good, my lady, though blessed might be a touch strong. Perhaps favourable would serve better. You consider this, tracing the Latin word with your finger. Beata, but doesn't that have religious connotations? Blessed seems right. Ah, but Boethius is speaking philosophically here, not theologically. The distinction matters. You've had this sort of discussion before. Brother Clement takes great pleasure in these fine points of meaning, and you've learned that arguing with him is both expected and educational. You spend a pleasant quarter hour debating the nuances of Latin terminology before moving on to the next passage. The morning light shifts as you work, moving across the floor in that slow, inevitable way that marks time more reliably than any water clock. Your hand cramps slightly from writing. Brother Clement insists you copy out sections to improve your script, and your letters are still more enthusiastic than elegant. You pause to flex your fingers, and he takes the opportunity to discourse on the value of clear handwriting. A well-formed letter is a kind of courtesy to the reader, my lady. It says that you value their time and effort. You nod, trying not to think about how your aunt writes in a hand so cramped and crooked that reading her letters feels like deciphering some ancient code. Apparently courtesy has its limits. By the time the bells ring for terce, you've translated 3 more chapters and copied out one particularly relevant passage about the nature of good fortune. Your hand aches, your back is stiff from sitting, and your mind feels pleasantly full in the way it does after concentrated work. Brother Clement gathers his materials with the care of a man who values his books more than most value gold. Tomorrow we might attempt some Ovid, he suggests, which makes you smile despite yourself. Brother Clement's idea of appropriate reading for a young woman stretches considerably beyond what your mother would approve, but she's never actually asked what you study, and you've never volunteered the information. Your mother is waiting in the ladies' solo when you arrive, her embroidery frame already set up near the window where the light is best. 2 of her ladies are with her, Lady Margaret, who's been your mother's companion since before you were born, and Eleanor, who's only a few years older than you and married to one of your father's minor knights. They look up when you enter, their needles pausing in their work. Sit, your mother says, nodding toward your own frame. We're working on the altar cloth. The altar cloth. You'd almost managed to forget about it. It's been in progress for what feels like your entire life. A massive piece of linen destined for the chapel, covered in an intricate pattern of vines and flowers and small birds that your mother designed with more ambition than mercy. Your section currently features a rose in various stages of completion, the petals worked in split stitch with silk thread so fine it makes your eyes ache. You settle onto your stool and examine your work from yesterday. The rose looks slightly lopsided, one petal bulging where your stitches pulled too tight. Your mother will notice, of course. She notices everything. But perhaps if you work on the leaves today, you can come back to fix it when she's distracted. The red silk first, your mother says, as if reading your attempt at strategic avoidance. That petal needs filling. So much for clever planning. You thread your needle, a process that takes longer than you'd like, given that the silk is approximately the width of a hair, and the needle's eye is apparently designed for someone with the vision of a hunting hawk. When you finally succeed, you take a breath and begin the small, careful stitches that embroidery demands. The work requires enough concentration that conversation happens in the pauses between stitches when someone's needle needs rethreading, or the light shifts and everyone adjusts position slightly. Lady Margaret is telling a story about the miller's wife, who apparently threw a bucket of wash water at the miller during an argument about something involving the grain measure. Right in the face, Lady Margaret says with evident satisfaction. And he was standing there dripping, too surprised to speak. Eleanor laughs, the sound bright in the quiet room. Your mother makes a sound that could be disapproval but might be suppressed amusement. It's hard to tell with her sometimes. The miller's wife always did have a temper, your mother observes, her needle moving in and out of the linen with mechanical precision. Though I suspect he deserved it. John has been measuring light since Michaelmas. You smile to yourself, keeping your eyes on your rose petal. The silk slides through the linen with a soft whisper. One stitch. Pull through. Another stitch. Pull through. The rhythm is soothing once you settle into it, almost meditative. Your mind wanders while your hands work. You think about Boethius and his prison cell, about whether he ever did needlework to pass the time, though probably not. That seems like the sort of thing they leave out of philosophical texts. Careful there, your mother says, and you realise you've let your stitches pull too tight again. You loosen your grip slightly, adjusting the tension. This is the eternal challenge of embroidery, keeping everything even, smooth and consistent. Rather like life, you suppose, though you keep that observation to yourself. Eleanor is talking about the new chaplain at her husband's manor, a young man apparently more enthusiastic about salvation than skilled in delivering sermons. He preached for 2 hours last Sunday, she says, her voice mixing awe and exhaustion. 2 hours, About locusts. The plague of locusts? Lady Margaret asks. No, just locusts in general, their habits, their diet. By the end I knew more about locusts than I ever wished to. Your mother's needle pauses. 2 hours is excessive. Someone should speak to the prior about suitable sermon length. You bite your lip to keep from laughing. The image of someone instructing a young priest on the appropriate duration for insect-related preaching strikes you as fundamentally absurd, and you focus very hard on your rose petal to avoid catching Eleanor's eye. The morning slides by in this fashion, small talk, gossip, the quiet sound of needles through linen, and the occasional frustrated sigh when someone's thread tangles. Your rose petal gradually fills in, the red silk building up layers of stitches until it begins to look almost dimensional. Not as perfect as your mother's work, but better than it was. Progress, you tell yourself, is still progress. By the time the bells ring for sext, your back aches from hunching over your frame, and you have a small knot between your shoulder blades that no amount of rolling your shoulders will shift. Your mother sets down her work with the air of someone satisfied with the morning's accomplishment. We'll continue after dinner, she says, which isn't a question. You nod, already thinking about the afternoon, and whether you can engineer some reason to take your needlework to the garden instead of staying in the solar. Fresh air seems suddenly very appealing. The great hall is filling by the time you arrive, the household gathering for the main meal of the day. The trestle tables are already laid, the bread trenchers set out, the air thick with the smell of roasted meat, and the particular human warmth of bodies packed into an enclosed space. You make your way to the high table, where your family sits slightly elevated above the general population, a physical manifestation of hierarchy that no one questions because it's simply how things are. Your father is already seated discussing something with the bailiff that involves much pointing at an absent field and frowning. Your mother arrives moments after you, her ladies trailing behind to take their places at the side tables. Your brother slouches into his seat with the particular gracelessness of 12-year-old boys who've just finished weapons practice and are mainly interested in food. The servants bring the first course, a thick pottage of beans and barley steaming in its bowl. You eat with your bread trencher, soaking up the broth, the warmth of it spreading through you. The pottage is good, hearty, and flavoured with onions and herbs and small bits of salt pork that add depth without overwhelming. You've had this same pottage countless times, but it never gets old. There's something comforting about familiar food. The next course arrives, roasted capon still on the bone, the skin crispy and gleaming with fat. Your father carves, the meat falling away in tender pieces. You take your portion along with some of the roasted turnips that have been cooking alongside the bird, their edges caramelised and sweet. The turnips are your favourite part, actually, though you'd never admit it. There's something undignified about preferring vegetables to meat. Around the hall, conversation rises and falls like waves. The lower tables are louder, voices mixing into a general hum punctuated by laughter and the occasional shout. Someone has brought in a dog, which is strictly forbidden, but happens anyway with reliable regularity. The dog wanders between tables hoping for scraps, and several people oblige despite the official rules against such things. Your father is telling a story now about a hunting trip last autumn when Sir Robert's horse threw him into a stream. Sir Robert, sitting 3 seats down, takes the ribbing with good grace, adding his own embellishments about the temperature of the water and the indignity of explaining wet clothes to his wife. The table laughs, and you find yourself smiling around your bread. And the deer, Sir Robert adds, stopped to watch. I swear it was laughing. Deer don't laugh, your brother objects, with the absolute certainty of someone who knows everything. This one did. I saw its face. Your brother looks ready to argue the point further, but your mother catches his eye and he subsides, returning to his capon with renewed focus. You hide your smile behind your cup. Your brother's faith in his own correctness is both endearing and occasionally exhausting. The meal continues through additional courses, fish and a cream sauce, more bread, and a dish of stewed apples that are probably the last of last year's store, wrinkled but still sweet. You eat slowly, savouring each bite, in no hurry to return to your embroidery. The hall is warm from the fire and the press of bodies, and you've achieved that pleasant state of being neither hungry nor uncomfortably full. Your father moves on to estate business, discussing the spring ploughing with the bailiff. When to start, which fields to plant with what crops, and how many oxen they'll need. It's the eternal agricultural calculus, balancing soil and seed and season, trying to wring enough from the land to feed everyone for another year. You've heard these same discussions your entire life, and you could probably make most of the decisions yourself by now, though no one's asking for your input. The North Field should rest this year, the bailiff is saying. We've worked it hard for 3 seasons, your father nods slowly, considering. Plant it with peas then, they'll fix the soil. This is where your mind tends to wander during these conversations, the endless practical details of running an estate. Important, certainly. Necessary, absolutely. But not precisely thrilling. You let their voices become background noise and focus on your apples, fishing out the best pieces from the syrup they're swimming in. By the time the meal winds down, the afternoon is well advanced. Your father rises, the signal that the meal is officially over. The household begins to disperse, servants clearing tables, men returning to work, and your mother gathering her ladies. You rise as well, your body slightly stiff from sitting, and prepare yourself for more needlework. But your mother surprises you. Take your sewing to the garden if you like, she says, already moving toward the stairs. The light is good this afternoon. You try not to look too eager as you thank her, but inside you're already planning your escape. The garden is your favourite place in the entire castle, a small square of cultivated earth tucked against the south wall, where the stone holds the sun's warmth. In summer, it's a riot of colour. Roses, lilies, herbs both medicinal and culinary, and even a small patch of strawberries that your mother guards jealously. Now, in February, it's mostly bare earth and dead stalks, but here and there you can see the green shoots of early bulbs pushing through, determined and optimistic. You settle on the stone bench near the rosemary, which somehow stays green year-round and fills the air with its sharp, clean scent when you brush against it. Agnes has brought your embroidery frame and a cushion, bless her, and she hovers uncertainly until you wave her off to whatever tasks she has waiting. You don't actually need supervision to sit in a garden and stab linen with a needle. The quiet is immediate and complete. The garden walls block most of the castle noise, leaving only the wind in the bare branches of the pear tree and the distant sound of someone chopping wood. You take a breath, feeling your shoulders drop, tension you didn't know you were carrying releasing into the afternoon air. You set up your frame, threading your needle more from muscle memory than conscious thought. The rose needs more work. It always needs more work, but now you can do it without your mother's watchful eye tracking every stitch. You settle into the rhythm of it, needle in and out, the silk catching the light. A robin lands on the wall nearby, regarding you with the suspicious interest robins always seem to have. It hops along the stones, head cocked, before deciding you're not interesting enough to investigate further and flying off. You watch it go, a small flash of russet against grey stone. The garden in winter has a particular quality of patience. Everything is waiting. The roses for spring pruning, the herbs for warmer days, and the fruit trees for whatever alchemy transforms bare branches into blossoms. You understand the feeling. You've been waiting yourself, in various ways, for years now. Waiting to be old enough for marriage negotiations. Waiting for your father to choose from among the various options his counsel presents. Waiting for your life to properly begin instead of existing in this strange preparatory state. You've mostly made peace with it. Mostly. There are days when the waiting feels less like patience and more like suspension, when you want to shake everyone and demand that something, anything, happen. But those days are rarer now. You've learned the same lesson the garden knows, that rushing the season doesn't make spring come faster. A bee appears from somewhere, drowsy and confused by the unseasonable warmth of the afternoon sun on the south wall. It bumbles past you, investigating the rosemary hopefully before moving on to check the dead lavender stalks. You wish it luck finding anything worth visiting. The spring flowers haven't opened yet, and the winter ones are long finished. Your stitches are better out here, you notice. More even, less anxious. Perhaps it's the lack of audience, or perhaps it's simply that the garden makes everything easier. You've always felt more yourself here, among the growing things, than you do in the formal rooms of the castle, where everything is about presentation and propriety. A shoot of something green catches your eye near the path, probably a crocus, judging by the shape of the leaves. You'll have to tell the gardener to be careful when he starts the spring digging. The crocuses were your grandmother's favourite, and your mother is sentimental about them in a way she isn't about much else. You make a mental note to mark the spot with a small stick so it doesn't get trampled. The afternoon light shifts, growing more golden as the sun moves west. Your rose petal is nearly finished now, the red silk dense and rich. You'll need to start on the leaves next, which means switching to green thread and a whole new set of decisions about shading and direction. But not today. Today you're content to finish what you started and call it progress. You hear the chapel bell ring for none, marking the afternoon office. You don't move. You're allowed this small rebellion, this choosing of garden over prayer, at least for now. Your mother will forgive it, or at least overlook it. The garden is one of the few places where the rules relax slightly, where you can be something other than perfectly dutiful. A cat appears from behind the lavender, one of the barn cats that hunt mice in the granary. It's a rangy tabby, more wild than tame, but it's learned that the garden sometimes means laps and warmth. It approaches cautiously, then jumps up onto the bench beside you, circling twice before settling into a compact loaf shape. You're supposed to be working, you tell it, but you're already reaching out to scratch behind its ears. It starts purring, a rusty engine sound that makes you smile. The two of you sit like that for a while. You stitching, the cat purring, the garden waiting patiently for spring. It's not exciting exactly. No one would write a song about it, but it's yours, this quiet afternoon moment, and that's enough. The afternoon brings you back inside, reluctantly leaving the garden's peace for the great hall, where your father holds what he calls his open court, the weekly session where tenants and townspeople can bring grievances, requests, and the general administrative chaos of managing an estate. You're not required to attend, but your father has recently decided you should learn the practical side of governance, which means sitting on a slightly uncomfortable chair at the side of his great carved seat and trying to look interested while people argue about boundary stones and water rights. The hall is already filling when you arrive. You recognise most of the faces. These are your father's people, farmers and craftsmen and merchants you've known your entire life. Old Thomas, who runs the mill, is near the front, looking aggrieved about something. The carpenter's wife stands with her arms crossed, her face set in determined lines that suggest she's not leaving without satisfaction. Your father enters with appropriate ceremony, settling into his chair with the weight of someone who knows he's about to spend several hours mediating disputes. The steward stands ready with his roll of parchment, ready to record decisions. You arrange your skirts and prepare to look attentive. The first petition is about pigs. Specifically about whether Walter's pigs have been rooting in Edmund's kitchen garden, and if so, what compensation is owed for destroyed cabbages. Both men present their cases with the passionate intensity usually reserved for matters of life and death. Your father listens, his face carefully neutral, asking occasional questions about fence maintenance and pig wandering patterns. In the end, he rules that Walter must pay for the cabbages and repair his fence to prevent future porcine invasions. Both men look moderately satisfied with this, which your father has explained is the hallmark of a good judgment. Everyone leaves slightly unhappy, which means it's probably fair. The next case involves a disputed property line, which requires bringing out a map and several elderly men who claim to remember where the boundary has always been. They don't agree, naturally. One swears the old oak marks the corner, while another insists it's the hawthorn hedge. A third claims both are wrong, and the true boundary is the drainage ditch, which hasn't existed in living memory, but his grandfather told him about it. Your father questions each man patiently, working to establish some sort of consensus. You watch the process with growing appreciation for his skill. He never dismisses anyone, never suggests their memories are faulty, and just gently guides them toward finding common ground. Eventually they agree to split the difference, with the boundary running between the oak and the hedge. The disputed strip will be common grazing. Everyone looks relieved to have it settled. The afternoon proceeds through a catalogue of minor dramas, a question about fishing rights in the stream, a complaint about the baker's weights, and a request to delay rent payment until after the spring planting. Each case requires listening, questioning, and sometimes consulting with the steward or bailiff before rendering judgment. You find yourself paying attention despite the mundane subject matter. There's something fascinating about the way people present their cases, the rhetoric they employ, and the appeals to tradition or fairness or common sense. The carpenter's wife arguing for compensation after a tree from your father's land fell on her husband's workshop speaks with controlled passion about justice and responsibility. Your father listens to her entire argument before pointing out gently that the tree fell in a storm that no one could have predicted, and while he sympathises with her loss, he cannot be held responsible for acts of God. However, he continues, he will provide timber from his own woods to repair the workshop as a gesture of goodwill. The carpenter's wife accepts this with grace, and you make a mental note of the strategy. Acknowledge the claim without accepting the premise, then offer something to soften the refusal. It's diplomacy in miniature. Old Thomas's complaint about the grain measures turns out to be less about the measures themselves, and more about a running dispute with the miller's wife, which everyone in the hall apparently knows about except your father. There's some suppressed laughter when the miller's wife is called forward, and immediately begins her own recitation of grievances, most of which involve Thomas's allegedly wandering hands during grain delivery. Your father cuts through the personal drama to the practical issue. Are the measures accurate or not? A test is conducted with standard weights, and the measures prove true. Case dismissed, though with a stern lecture to Thomas about appropriate behaviour that makes the old man shuffle his feet like a scolded child. By the time the last petition is heard, a straightforward request for permission to cut wood in the forest, easily granted. You're tired from sitting still for so long, but your mind feels pleasantly engaged. The petty details of estate management turn out to be more interesting than you expected, full of human nature and problem solving, and the eternal challenge of balancing competing interests. Your father rises, signalling the end of the session. The crowd disperses, some people lingering to speak with the steward or bailiff about details. You stand as well, stretching surreptitiously. What did you think? Your father asks, surprising you. He rarely asks your opinion on anything. I think the carpenter's wife made the best argument, you say honestly, even though she didn't win. He nods slowly. She presented her case well, but sometimes being right isn't the same as being entitled to compensation, he pauses, though the timber was a fair compromise, I think. Very fair, you agree, and something that might be approval flickers across his face before he turns to confer with the steward. You leave the hall feeling oddly satisfied, as if you've learned something important without quite being able to articulate what it is. Evening approaches, bringing with it the hour your mother calls cultivation of the gentle arts, which is her way of saying it's time for music practice. You collect your lute from your chamber, the instrument that's been your companion since you were 10, and deemed old enough to learn proper playing. The lute is beautiful in its way. Polished wood inlaid with subtle patterning around the sound hole, and strings that gleam in the candlelight. It's also temperamental, prone to going out of tune at the slightest provocation, and possessed of a personality that you've never quite managed to master. Your relationship with the instrument is one of mutual tolerance rather than harmony, which your music teacher finds endlessly disappointing. Brother Anselm is waiting in the small chamber off the solar, his own lute already tuned. He's a different sort of monk than Brother Clement, younger, more worldly, with an actual talent for music rather than the dutiful competence most brothers develop. He can make his lute sing in ways yours steadfastly refuses to, which is both inspiring and mildly irritating. My lady, he greets you with a small bow. Shall we continue with the French air we began last week? You settle onto your stool, adjusting the lute on your lap. We can try, though it wasn't going well last time. Music is patient with those who are patient with it, he says, which is the sort of thing music teachers say when you're not very good, but they're too polite to mention it directly. You begin tuning, adjusting the pegs with careful precision. The strings ping and stretch, gradually settling into something approaching correct pitch. Brother Anselm waits with the infinite patience of someone who's witnessed this process hundreds of times. Better, he says, when you finally play a tentative chord. Now remember, the fourth finger stays curved, like you're holding an egg. You've never understood why the posture for lute playing involves invisible eggs, but you adjust your hand accordingly. The air you're learning is called Belle Duet, a melancholy piece about waiting and longing that seems appropriate for a winter evening. You begin, fingers finding the familiar patterns. The first few measures go well, but then you hit the passage where the melody moves to the higher strings and everything falls apart. Your fourth finger refuses to curve properly, the notes come out muffled, and you lose the rhythm entirely. You stop, frustrated. Again, Brother Anselm says, not unkindly, listen to the spaces between the notes. They're as important as the notes themselves. You try again. This time you focus on the pauses, the silence that gives shape to the sound. It's marginally better, though still far from the fluid beauty Brother Anselm achieves when he plays it. But you can hear the melody now, and can feel where it wants to go, even if your fingers don't quite take it there. Good, he says when you finish. You're thinking too much about technique and not enough about the music itself. Let your hands remember the pattern, while your mind follows the melody. This is easier said than done, rather like telling someone to think about not thinking. But you try again, attempting to relax into the music instead of attacking it. Your hands move through the pattern, stumbling in places but recovering. The melody emerges, hesitant but recognisable. There, Brother Anselm says with satisfaction. That's the difference. You were playing notes before. Now you're making music. You're not entirely sure you agree with this assessment. The stumbles were still stumbles, the muffled notes still muffled. But something did feel different. Less forced. You play through it again, and this time it flows slightly better, the melody line becoming clearer. Brother Anselm picks up his own lute. Let me play with you this time. Listen to how the parts fit together. He begins, and you join in after the first phrase. His playing is so much smoother than yours that it's almost embarrassing, but it also pulls you forward and gives you something to follow. Your part weaves around his, sometimes harmonising, sometimes moving in contrary motion. When you stumble, his steady rhythm keeps you from losing your place entirely. By the time you finish, you're actually smiling. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but it was music, real music, two instruments speaking to each other in the language of melody and rhythm. Brother Anselm is smiling too, clearly pleased with the progress. Practice that this week, he says. Not for perfection, but for pleasure. Music should be enjoyed, not endured. You promise to try, though you suspect your practice sessions will continue to be more about grinding through difficult passages than joyful music making. Still, it's something to work toward. After Brother Anselm leaves, you sit for a moment with the lute still in your lap, plucking idle notes. The instrument feels slightly more friendly than usual, as if your brief success has softened its attitude. You play through a simpler melody, one you learned years ago, letting your fingers remember the pattern while your mind wanders. There's something meditative about music when you're alone with it, with no one listening or judging. The notes rise and fall, filling the chamber with sound that's just for you. Not performance, not practice, just music for the sake of making it. Eventually your fingers start to tire, and you carefully set the lute aside. The light is fading outside the window, the short February day already giving way to evening. You can hear the household settling into its evening rhythms, servants lighting candles, preparing for supper, and the general shift toward the day's end. You take a breath, feeling oddly peaceful. The day has been full of small things, embroidery and lessons, gardens and music, disputes about pigs and boundary stones. Nothing dramatic, Nothing that would make a song or story, just life, ordinary and unremarkable, rolling forward one small moment at a time. After a light supper, bread and cheese and some of the preserves from summer, eaten quickly in the small chamber where your family takes informal meals, you retreat to your chamber for the evening. Agnes has already prepared your writing desk, setting out fresh parchment, your inkwell, and the quill she sharpened earlier. Letter writing is your favourite part of the day, the hour when you get to think beyond the castle walls. Your correspondence is limited, of course. Your aunt at court, a cousin married to a minor lord in the north, and occasionally your mother's sister, who lives in a convent and writes the most wonderfully acerbic letters about religious life. But these few connections are precious, threads linking you to a wider world you can only glimpse through written words. Tonight you're writing to your aunt, who sent a letter last week full of court gossip and political manoeuvring that was more entertaining than any minstrel's tale. She has a gift for description, bringing the great lords and ladies to life with a few sharp observations. Reading her letters makes you feel like you're there, watching the elaborate dance of influence and favour. You dip your quill carefully, letting the excess ink drip back into the well. The first words are always the hardest, the formal greeting that convention requires before you can settle into actual communication. You write it out carefully, your script more controlled than the rushed hand you use for copying Latin. My dearest aunt, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health. The formalities completed, you relax into the letter proper. You tell her about the garden, about the early bulbs pushing through despite the cold. She loves gardens, you know, though the court rarely allows her time to enjoy them. You describe Brother Anselm's music lessons, making a joke about your fourth finger's continued refusal to curve like an egg-holding implement. You mention your father's court session, the dispute about the pigs, and the carpenter's wife's eloquent argument. The quill scratches across the parchment, the sound rhythmic and satisfying. You pause occasionally to gather your thoughts, or let a particularly flowing phrase dry before continuing. Letter writing requires a different kind of composition than speaking. You have time to choose your words, to craft sentences that say exactly what you mean. It's a luxury, really. You ask after your aunt's health, and about the court ladies she's mentioned in previous letters. Is the young countess still carrying favour with the Queen? Did the Duke's marriage negotiation succeed? Has there been news from France where the war continues its endless grinding forward and back? Halfway through, you pause to sharpen your quill, the knife cutting away the worn tip to expose a fresh point. Agnes has taught you the trick of it, the angle of the cut, the slight curve that makes the quill flow smoothly. It's a small skill but satisfying in its usefulness. You continue writing, moving into more personal territory. You confess to feeling restless lately, caught between childhood and whatever comes next. You don't mention marriage negotiations directly. Your aunt is too clever not to have heard about them through her court connections, but you hint at it. The waiting and uncertainty. I sometimes feel like the garden, you write, waiting for a season that may or may not come when expected, though at least the bulbs know spring will eventually arrive, even if the timing is unclear. You read that back, considering whether it's too revealing, too vulnerable, but your aunt has always been kind about such admissions, never mocking your moments of uncertainty. You let it stand. The letter fills 2 sheets of parchment before you're satisfied you've said everything worth saying. You close with appropriate wishes for her health and happiness, sign your name with a flourish that would make Brother Clement wince at its lack of careful formation, and set it aside to dry. While the ink settles, you pull out another piece of parchment. You have a half-composed letter to your cousin in the north, started weeks ago and never finished. She's recently had her second child, and you should send congratulations even though the news is no longer precisely fresh. You read what you wrote before, wincing slightly at the stilted phrasing. Too formal, too careful. Your cousin deserves better than careful. You cross out most of it and start fresh, this time writing the way you'd talk to her if you could. Warm, slightly irreverent, and full of the small jokes and observations that make letters from friends rather than obligations. You ask about the baby, about her health, and about whether her husband has stopped his habit of bringing his hunting dogs into the great hall at mealtimes. You share news from your own life, the embroidery project, the music lessons, the garden's patient waiting. Ordinary things, but they're what friendship is built from, these ordinary sharings. The candles have burned down noticeably by the time you finish. Your hand aches slightly from writing, the familiar cramping of fingers held too long in the same position. You flex them, watching the ink dry on your final letter. Agnes appears quietly, as she always does when she senses you're finishing up. She'll collect the letters tomorrow and give them to the steward to include with the next messenger heading in the appropriate directions. Your words will travel roads you've never walked, arriving in places you've only imagined through other people's descriptions. You seal the letters with wax, pressing your ring into each blob of red. Your own small mark on the world, travelling farther than you ever will. The wax hardens quickly in the cool air, preserving your seal like a promise. "Ready for bed, my lady?" Agnes asks, and you nod, suddenly aware of how tired you are. The day has been long, full of small tasks and quiet moments, and you're ready for sleep. Your chamber is dim except for the candles. Agnes has lit 3, one by the bed, another on the clothing chest, and a third near the brazier where coals glow red and warm. She helps you out of your kirtle and surcoat, unlacing with practiced efficiency. The wool slides off, heavy and slightly musty from a day's wearing. You're down to your chemise now, and Agnes brings a bowl of warm water for washing. This evening water is a luxury, heated in the kitchen and carried up specially. You wash your face and hands, the warm cloth soothing against your skin. The water smells faintly of the herbs. Agnes adds lavender again and something else you can't quite identify. She takes down your hair next, undoing the careful braiding she did this morning. Your hair falls in waves, freed from the constraint. She runs her fingers through it gently, working out tangles, and you close your eyes at the familiar comfort of it. This is perhaps your favourite part of the day, this quiet ritual of becoming yourself again, shedding the layers of propriety and presentation. "Shall I braid it for sleeping, my lady?" You nod, and she begins the loose plait that keeps your hair manageable through the night. Her fingers work quickly, the rhythm soothing. You can feel the day's tension releasing, your shoulders dropping, and your breathing slowing. When she's done, you climb into bed, and Agnes pulls the heavy curtains partway closed, leaving them open enough for air to circulate. The bed is cold at first, the linen sheets like ice, but you know it will warm soon. She's placed a warming stone wrapped in cloth near your feet, and you curl your toes around it gratefully. "Will you need anything else, my lady?" "No, thank you, Agnes. Sleep well. And you, my lady?" She slips out quietly, taking one of the candles with her. The remaining light flickers against the bed curtains, casting moving shadows. You lie still, listening to the castle settling around you. Somewhere below, servants are finishing the day's tasks. In the guardhouse, men are changing watch. In the chapel, the monks are preparing for compline, the final office before sleep. You think about your day, all the small moments that comprised it. The cold chapel, the stubborn rose petal, and the robin in the garden, the pigs and the boundary stones. Your lute fighting against beauty and occasionally surrendering. The letters are now waiting to travel, carrying your words into the world. Nothing extraordinary, nothing that would be remembered or remarked upon. Just a day, one of thousands, unremarkable and precious in its very ordinariness. You're alive in it, present in all the small details, the scratch of the quill, the smell of rosemary, the weight of the lute in your lap, the taste of apples stewed in honey, the feel of silk thread sliding through linen, and the sound of your father's measured judgments echoing in the great hall. This is your life, not waiting for it to begin, but actually living it, here in these moments that feel too small to matter, but somehow add up to everything. The garden knows this, you think drowsily. The bulbs pushing through frozen ground aren't waiting for spring to live. They're living now in the darkness and the cold, doing what they need to do to survive until warmth arrives. You shift slightly, pulling the furs up higher. The warming stone is doing its job, heat radiating through the cloth. Your feet are finally losing their chill. Outside, the night is full of sounds. Wind in the battlements, the distant cry of an owl, and the soft footsteps of guards on their rounds. Safe sounds, familiar sounds. The castle wrapped around you like another layer of blankets, keeping you warm and protected from the darkness beyond the walls. Your eyes are heavy now, the day's accumulation of small efforts pulling you towards sleep. You think about tomorrow, more embroidery, more lessons, more of the gentle rhythm that marks time in this place. The same, but not quite, because each day brings its small variations, a different passage in Boethius, a new section of the altar cloth, or perhaps different weather that will change what you can do in the garden. The candle flickers and dims. Agnes will come in later to blow it out once she's certain you're asleep, but for now, it burns steadily, a small point of light in the darkness. You think about your aunt at court, probably still awake, probably still navigating the complex social terrain that never seems to rest. About your cousin in the north, feeding her new baby, tired and content. About all the people in your father's lands, settling into sleep in their own beds, their own lives playing out in patterns both similar and entirely different from yours. The weight of the day presses down pleasantly, and you surrender to it. Your breathing slows and deepens, the flickering candlelight behind your closed eyelids, the warmth of the bed seeping into your bones, the soft darkness gathering around you like a familiar friend. Tomorrow will come, with its own small moments and quiet demands, but tonight, there's just this, the peace of a day well enough lived, the comfort of routine and ritual, and the simple satisfaction of being warm and safe and drifting towards sleep. Your last conscious thought is about the crocuses in the garden, waiting patiently under the cold earth. They know something you're learning, that life isn't always about the dramatic moments, the big changes, or the events that shake the world. Sometimes it's about the quiet persistence of pushing through frozen ground, about growing in darkness until the light finds you, about the patient accumulation of small days that somehow add up to a life worth living. The candle gutter's in a draught, and you're already too far gone to notice. Sleep takes you gently, the way it does when you've earned it through a day of small efforts and quiet accomplishments. Outside, the night continues its watch. Inside, the castle breathes with the rhythm of sleeping souls. Tomorrow you'll wake to bells again, to cold water and morning prayers and the endless round of duties and small pleasures that make up your days. But that's tomorrow, and tomorrow can wait. Tonight you sleep peacefully, my friends. You're along the Arctic coastline, where the rhythm of life moves with the tides and seasons. Here, fishing is not adventure but daily work, shaped by patience, knowledge, and the quiet repetition of tasks passed down through generations. You wake when your body tells you the day has begun. There is no alarm, no sudden jolt into consciousness. Light filters differently depending on the season, sometimes pale and persistent, sometimes absent entirely. Your internal clock adjusts to these rhythms without complaint, guided by years of living in sync with your environment. The air inside your dwelling is cool but still. You can see your breath, though not dramatically. It simply hangs there for a moment before dissipating. You dress in layers you laid out the night before, each piece serving a specific purpose. The innermost layer sits against your skin, made from materials that wick moisture away. The middle layers trap warmth. The outer layer blocks wind. This process takes time, but you do not rush. Rushing leads to mistakes, and mistakes in dressing can mean discomfort throughout the day. You pull on your boots, checking the seams and laces. These boots were made carefully, and you maintain them just as carefully. A small tear repaired now prevents a larger problem later. Outside, the landscape stretches in familiar directions. You know this coastline the way you know the lines of your own hands. That rock formation marks where the current runs strongest. That stretch of ice typically holds firm until late in the season. That distant point is where you set nets during certain months. The wind touches your face with cold fingers, but you expected this. You always expect this. Cold is not an enemy here. It is simply a constant presence like the sky or the water. You have learned to work alongside it rather than against it. You walk toward the shore with steady steps. The ground beneath your feet might be frozen earth, packed snow, or solid ice depending on the season and location. Your boots grip well. You have walked this path hundreds of times and your feet know where to step without conscious thought. Other people are already moving about, tending to their own morning tasks. Someone checks the dogs. Someone else examines yesterday's repairs on a kayak frame. A group gathers near the water's edge, discussing the day's plans in low, practical voices. These conversations are not dramatic strategy sessions. They are simple exchanges of information, where the ice looks safe, which direction the wind is moving, and whether anyone noticed changes in the water yesterday. You join them, listening more than speaking. Much of what needs to be said has been said before. The patterns of fishing life repeat themselves, and everyone knows their role. You contribute what you observed on your walk down to the shore, a detail about ice thickness, a note about where birds were gathering. The water itself is often still, a dark presence extending to the horizon. Sometimes it is grey-green, sometimes deeper blue, and sometimes nearly black. Small waves lap at the ice edge with a gentle, rhythmic sound. This sound is one of the constants of your life. Even when you're away from the water, you can recall it perfectly. You check your gear methodically. Your fishing line is coiled properly, free of tangles. Your hooks are sharp and secure. Your harpoon, if you're carrying one today, is balanced and ready. Everything has its place, and everything is in its place. This organisation is not obsessive, it is simply practical. When you're working on the ice or in a boat, you cannot afford to search for tools or untangle equipment. The ice near shore gets examined closely. You and others walk its edges, testing thickness with gentle pressure from boots or the butt of a harpoon. Ice that seems solid can have weak spots, especially where currents run underneath or where the water has been warmer. You look for colour changes, listen for sounds, and feel for texture differences. This knowledge keeps you safe, and it comes from years of observation and teaching. When the ice is judged suitable, you move out onto it. Your steps remain careful and deliberate. There is no bravado in Arctic fishing life. Confidence comes from knowledge and preparation, not from taking unnecessary risks. You place your feet where the ice shows its strength clearly. You drill a fishing hole using tools designed for this purpose. The ice gives way gradually, chips and fragments coming free as you work. The physical effort warms you slightly, though you pace yourself. Overheating inside your clothing creates moisture, and moisture makes you colder later. You have learned to work at a sustainable rhythm. When the hole breaks through to water below, you clear away the loose ice carefully. The water beneath is dark and cold, moving slightly with currents you cannot see, but know are there. You lower your line, feeling its weight descend. This is familiar. This is what you do. Fishing in the Arctic requires patience above all else. You do not expect immediate results. Sometimes fish come quickly. Sometimes they do not come at all. You cannot control this, so you do not worry about it. You simply wait, keeping your hands moving occasionally to maintain circulation, shifting your weight to prevent stiffness. While you wait, you observe. The quality of light tells you roughly what time it is. The direction of shadows, when there are shadows, provides additional information. You notice which other fishers are having success, watching their techniques without staring. If someone pulls up a catch, you note what depth their line was set at and how they work their bait or lure. When you feel a pull on your line, your response is measured and practiced. You do not yank or jerk. You assess the weight and determine whether it is truly a fish or simply current drag or bottom contact. If it is a fish, you begin to bring it up with steady, even pulls. The line runs through your hands and you can feel everything transmitted through it. The fish's movement, the water's resistance and the ice's friction at the hole's edge. The fish that emerges is cold and firm. You handle it efficiently, removing the hook and dispatching it quickly if needed. There is no drama in this. It is the purpose of fishing. The fish becomes food, and food is the reason you are here. You place the catch in a protected spot where it will not slide back into the water. On cold days, it begins to freeze almost immediately. This is good. Frozen fish keeps well. The day continues in this pattern. The routine consists of fishing, waiting, checking other holes, and occasionally moving to new locations based on success, or lack thereof. You might fish alone or near others. Conversation happens sporadically. Brief exchanges about technique or conditions. Long silences are normal and comfortable. Your body tells you when you need to move around for warmth. You stand, walk a short distance, and flex your fingers and toes. These small movements maintain circulation without burning too much energy. Energy conservation is built into every action. You do not have unlimited calories to spend on unnecessary movement. The light begins to shift as the day progresses. In some seasons, this means the approach of darkness. In others, it means only a subtle change in angle or intensity. You read these shifts automatically, using them to gauge time and plan your next actions. When you decide to head back, you gather your equipment carefully. Your catches are collected, and your holes are noted for future use or marked, so others know they are there. You walk back across the ice with the same care you use coming out. Familiarity does not make you careless. At shore, you secure your catch and clean your tools. Fish are sorted by size or type if needed. Anything that needs immediate attention gets it. Everything else is prepared for storage or further processing. The evening tasks are already beginning as you finish. Someone is lighting lamps. Someone is preparing a communal space for shared work. The day's fishing transitions into the day's other work without a clear line between them. You're tired in the ordinary way that comes from physical work in cold conditions. This tiredness is expected and not unpleasant. It means you have done what needed doing. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks, and you will approach them with the same steady attention you brought today. The routines of coastal life are not exciting, but they are reliable. They provide structure and purpose. They connect you to your community and to the environment that sustains you. This is enough. Your fishing gear is not purchased from a store or factory. Most of it exists because you made it, or because someone you know made it and taught you how to maintain it. This relationship with your tools is intimate and practical. You know every piece because you have handled it, repaired it, and sometimes created it from raw materials. The process of making fishing line begins with sinew or other strong fibres. You prepare these materials carefully, cleaning and drying them, then twisting them together with practiced hand motions. The twisting must be tight enough for strength, but not so tight that the line becomes brittle. Your fingers know the right tension without measuring. This work happens indoors, often during darker months when fishing is less productive or impossible. You sit in good light when available, working steadily for long periods. The repetitive motion is meditative rather than boring. Your hands stay busy while your mind settles into a calm, focused state. Hooks come from bone, carved and shaped with patience. You select pieces with the right density and grain, then work them slowly into the shapes you need. The carving tools are themselves carefully maintained, sharp enough to cut cleanly but controlled enough not to slip and waste material or injure you. Each hook takes time. You cannot rush bone. If you apply too much pressure, it splits. If you heat it incorrectly, it weakens. You have learned these lessons gradually, through observation and occasional failures. The hooks you make now are better than the ones you made years ago, and you expect the hooks you make in future years will be better still. Harpoon points require even more attention. The balance must be perfect. The attachment point must be strong. The tip must penetrate but not break. You test each point carefully before trusting it in actual use. A failed harpoon point might mean lost food or damaged equipment, so the testing is thorough. The shafts for harpoons and fishing spears are selected from available wood, which is sometimes scarce. You know which driftwood pieces will serve and which will not. Density, straightness, and absence of rot. All these factors matter. You might spend considerable time searching for the right piece, knowing that a good shaft will last for years if properly cared for. Lashing materials hold your tools together. These might be more sinewy, carefully prepared strips of hide or other binding materials. You learn to tie secure knots that will not slip when wet or frozen. Each type of knot has its purpose. You use the right knot for each application without thinking about it consciously. Kayak and boat maintenance is ongoing work. The frames are made from bone or wood, covered with prepared skins sewn together with waterproof seams. These seams require constant attention. Salt water and cold work against them. You check them regularly, resealing any areas where water might penetrate. The process of waterproofing uses materials you have prepared specifically for this purpose. You apply them carefully, working the waterproofing compound into seams and over the skin covering. Your hands get thoroughly coated in the process, but this is normal. You clean them afterward using methods that do not waste the waterproofing material. When a skin covering develops a tear or weak spot, you patch it properly rather than making temporary fixes. A proper patch, done well, can last as long as the original material. A rushed repair will fail, possibly at an inconvenient moment when you're away from shore. Paddles are personal tools, often made to fit the height and strength of the person using them. You know your paddle's balance point, its weight, and how it feels in your hands. If you must use someone else's paddle, it feels slightly wrong even if it is well made. The difference is subtle but noticeable. You maintain your paddle by keeping it clean and checking for cracks or weak points. Wood can develop hairline fractures that worsen over time if not addressed. You can sometimes see these cracks, but you also run your hands over the paddle surface regularly, feeling for any changes in texture or soundness. Nets, when you use them, require patient work. You weave them from prepared cordage, creating consistent mesh sizes appropriate for the fish you're targeting. The weaving is rhythmic work, easily done while sitting and talking with others, or while simply letting your mind rest. Damaged nets get repaired as soon as possible. A small hole becomes a large hole quickly once fish begin testing it. You carry repair materials with you, and fix problems in the field when you can. Larger repairs wait until you are back in better working conditions, but they do not wait long. Your clothing is as much a tool as your harpoon. It keeps you functional in conditions that would otherwise make work impossible. The layers you wear are each made with a specific purpose and careful construction. The innermost layer against your skin is often made from bird skin with feathers facing inward. This creates air pockets that trap warmth. The preparation of these bird skins is delicate work, scraping them clean without creating holes and drying them properly so they remain supple. Middle layers might be fur, with the hair facing outward. Different furs have different properties. You learn which animals provide the warmest fur, which provides the best wind resistance, and which is most durable for specific uses. This knowledge guides your choices when making or maintaining clothing. Outer layers must block wind and shed moisture. The preparation of these materials involves processes that make them as waterproof as possible. You might use marine mammal intestines, carefully cleaned and sewn together, or specially treated hides. These outer garments get the most wear and require frequent maintenance. Seams in clothing are potential weak points. You sew them carefully using techniques that create weather-resistant joins. The stitching is tight and even, and you sometimes run waterproofing compound along seams as additional protection. Your hands know the motion of the needle without watching. Boots deserve special attention because your feet are crucial to your mobility and safety. Wet feet in Arctic conditions are not merely uncomfortable, they are dangerous. Your boots are constructed with multiple layers, each serving a purpose. The soles are sturdy, the uppers are warm, the closures keep snow and water out. You stuff your boots with dried grass or other insulating material that you replace regularly. This material absorbs any moisture from your feet and provides an additional layer of warmth. When you remove your boots in the evening, you remove this stuffing and set it aside to dry completely before reusing it. Boot maintenance happens nearly every day. You check seams, replace worn laces, apply waterproofing materials, and inspect soles for damage. Small problems get addressed immediately. A loose seam spotted in the evening gets sewn before you sleep. This prevents it from becoming a crisis during the next day's work. Your gloves or mittens are another critical piece of equipment. You need your hands to work, but exposed hands lose heat rapidly. The balance between warmth and dexterity is always a consideration. Sometimes you need thin gloves for precise work. Sometimes you need thick mittens for warmth. You carry both and switch between them as needed. Storage of your gear matters as much as its construction. Tools left lying about can be damaged, lost, or degraded by weather. You keep everything organised in its designated spot. This organisation saves time and frustration. When you need something, you know exactly where it is. You treat your tools with respect but not sentimentality. They are functional objects that enable your survival and livelihood. When something wears out beyond repair, you use what materials you can salvage and create a replacement. This cycle of use, maintenance, repair, and eventual replacement is continuous. Learning to make and maintain equipment happens gradually. You began learning as a child, watching adults work and helping with simple tasks. As you gained skill, you took on more complex work. Now you might be teaching others, passing along the same knowledge that was shared with you. The pride you feel in well-made gear is quiet but real. A harpoon that flies true, a boat that handles smoothly, clothing that keeps you warm and dry. These things matter. They make difficult work more manageable. They represent accumulated knowledge and careful attention to detail. When you work on your equipment, you're not merely preparing for fishing. You're engaging in a form of problem solving that connects you to generations of knowledge. Each technique you use was developed and refined over time. Each material was chosen because it works. You are part of this ongoing tradition of practical innovation. The time you spend maintaining equipment is not separate from fishing. It is fishing. Without proper gear, you cannot fish effectively or safely. The hours spent sewing seams, carving hooks, waterproofing boots, and checking lines are as essential as the hours spent on the ice or in a boat. This understanding makes the work meaningful rather than tedious. You're not just fixing things, you're ensuring your ability to continue doing what you do. You're maintaining the tools that maintain you. Fishing in the Arctic is never truly solitary work, even when you are alone on the ice. Your success depends on knowledge shared freely, equipment borrowed when needed, and help offered without being asked. The community around you functions as an interconnected system where individual effort and collective support are inseparable. Information moves through your community like water finding its level. When someone discovers that fish are running well in a particular location, this knowledge spreads quickly. There is no hoarding of successful spots or techniques. If something works, others should know about it. Their success contributes to everyone's security. You might share the news yourself, mentioning casually where you had good results today. Someone else might ask directly and you answer honestly. This exchange is not considered giving away secrets. It is simply how things are done. Next week someone else might share similar information with you. Teaching happens constantly but rarely in formal lessons. A young person watches you prepare fishing line and asks a question. You show them the hand position that creates the right tension, let them try it, and correct their grip gently. This interaction might last only a few minutes, but it transmits knowledge that will serve them for decades. You learned this way yourself. Someone showed you how to read ice conditions by looking and listening. Someone else demonstrated the wrist motion that sets a hook properly. Another person taught you how to judge when a skin covering needs replacing rather than just patching. Each small lesson built on previous ones until you accumulated a comprehensive understanding. When large tasks arise, people gather without needing to be organised. A boat needs new skin covering, and suddenly several people are there, helping stretch and sew and waterproof. Hands that have done this before work alongside hands that are learning. The work proceeds with quiet efficiency. These group efforts are social occasions, but not parties. People talk while working, but the conversation is relaxed and practical. Someone might tell a story. Someone else might point out a better technique for a particular step. Children play nearby, absorbing the atmosphere of cooperative work even if they are not directly participating. Food from successful fishing is distributed according to need and custom. If you have caught more than your household can use immediately, you share it. The distribution is not dramatic or ceremonial. You simply give fish to others, and they accept with thanks. When your own fishing is less successful, you receive fish from others in the same casual way. This system creates security that would be impossible individually. Some days everyone catches fish. Some days only a few people do. Some days no one catches much. Over time, the sharing evens out these variations, ensuring that everyone eats regularly even though daily catches fluctuate. The elderly and those unable to fish for health reasons are provided for without question or fuss. They contributed in their time, and they still contribute knowledge and other forms of work. They are fed because they are part of the community. The calculation is not transactional. Equipment borrowing happens regularly. Your harpoon point breaks, and you need to borrow one until you can make a replacement. Someone's fishing line is lost and they use yours for a few days. These exchanges are tracked informally through memory and reciprocity rather than formal accounting. When you borrow something, you return it promptly in the same or better condition. If you damage borrowed equipment, you repair it or replace it. This is understood without needing to be stated. Your reputation within the community depends partly on how you handle such responsibilities. Boat crews work with established rhythms and unspoken communication. When you paddle with others, everyone knows their position and timing. The paddles enter and exit the water in coordination. Course corrections happen through subtle shifts that the person in the lead position initiates and others follow. This coordination comes from practice and familiarity. You have paddled with these same people many times. You know their pace, their strength, and their habits. They know yours. The boat moves efficiently because everyone works together without needing constant verbal instruction. Safety depends on this collective attention. When one person goes out onto questionable ice, others watch. If someone does not return when expected, a search begins without anyone needing to raise an alarm. People simply notice the absence and respond. The watching is not intrusive or anxious. It is simply background awareness, the same way you are aware of weather changes or tide movements. You keep track of who is where, roughly, as part of normal observation. Children learn by being included in appropriate ways. A young child might help carry light equipment or watch from a safe position while adults work. Older children take on more active roles, first helping with preparation and maintenance, then gradually participating in actual fishing under supervision. This inclusion teaches not just techniques but also attitudes. Children absorb the patient approach to work, the matter-of-fact acceptance of cold and difficulty, and the automatic sharing and cooperation. These lessons are more powerful than any verbal instruction could be. Women's work and men's work have traditional divisions, but these are practical rather than rigid. Certain tasks require physical strength that makes them more efficient for some people. Other tasks require fine motor skills or patience that anyone can develop. The divisions reflect practical efficiency more than ideology. You might primarily do certain types of work, but you understand and can perform other tasks if needed. This flexibility is useful when situations change or when someone is unable to do their usual work. The respect for expertise crosses these divisions. If someone is particularly skilled at a task, others defer to their judgment regardless of who typically does that work. Knowledge and skill earn respect that outweighs other considerations. Decision-making about fishing activities happens through discussion and consensus. If the weather is questionable, people talk about whether to go out. Experienced voices carry weight, but anyone can contribute observations. The decision that emerges feels collective rather than imposed. Sometimes disagreement exists, and people make different choices. Some might decide the weather is acceptable while others stay in. This is normal. The next day, everyone discusses how the decision turned out, and this information feeds into future decisions. Conflict within the community is handled through subtle social pressure rather than confrontation when possible. If someone is not pulling their weight or not reciprocating properly, this becomes known through quiet observation. Others might reduce their cooperation gradually, creating natural consequences. Serious conflicts are addressed more directly, but still with an emphasis on resolution and continued coexistence. You will be living and working alongside these same people for years, possibly for life. Maintaining workable relationships is essential. The community's collective memory preserves knowledge that no individual could hold alone. Different people remember different techniques, different locations, and different solutions to problems. When you face an unfamiliar situation, someone else has usually encountered it before and can share relevant experience. This distributed knowledge means that the loss of any individual is felt not just personally but practically. Each person carries unique pieces of the collective understanding. When they die, some knowledge dies with them unless they have shared it successfully with others. You make efforts to share your own knowledge for this reason. When you discover something useful or develop a better technique, you mention it to others. You demonstrate when asked. You answer questions patiently, even if they seem basic. The community's continuity depends on these transfers of information and skill. Each generation must learn from the previous one while also developing their own adaptations and innovations. The balance between tradition and adaptation is maintained through collective practice. Celebrations and gatherings, when they occur, often revolve around shared meals featuring fish and other foods from the environment. These occasions are not frequent, but they serve to reinforce community bonds and provide breaks from routine. Even during celebrations, the work continues in the background. Someone is always keeping an eye on weather conditions, tending to equipment that needs attention, or preparing for the next day's activities. The line between work and rest is not sharply drawn. Your identity is partly individual and partly collective. You are yourself, with your own skills and preferences and personality. But you're also part of this community, shaped by its practices and expectations, contributing to its function and receiving its support. These aspects of identity are not in conflict, they are complementary. The community will continue after you are gone, just as it existed before you were born. This continuity provides a form of stability and meaning. Your work today is part of a long chain of similar work, stretching backward and forward through time. Rest in the Arctic does not follow a fixed schedule. Your body and the environment determine when you work and when you pause. Light levels, weather conditions, and the demands of fishing all influence the rhythm of your days. You learn to read these signals and respond appropriately rather than fighting against them. During summer months when daylight persists, you might work for extended periods, then rest when fatigue dictates. The lack of darkness does not prevent sleep. You simply darken your dwelling or cover your eyes and let your body take the rest it needs. Your internal awareness of tiredness guides you more than any clock. In winter, the opposite occurs. Darkness stretches for long periods, and you sleep more than you would in summer. This is natural and expected. Your body conserves energy during the cold, dark months. You wake, do necessary tasks, and return to rest without fighting the inclination towards sleep. The transition periods between seasons bring their own patterns. As light increases in spring, you gradually sleep less and work more. As light fades in fall, the reverse happens. These shifts occur gradually enough that your body adjusts without shock. Resting during the day is not laziness or weakness. If you have been fishing since the early hours and exhaustion sets in, you stop and rest. You might return to your dwelling, or you might simply sit on the ice or shore for a period. Other fishers understand, they have done the same. These rest periods are not wasted time. While sitting still you observe. You notice patterns in water movement, bird behaviour or ice conditions. You think through equipment repairs or plan future activities. Your mind processes information even when your body is still. The cold itself demands periods of inactivity. After exposure to extreme cold, your body needs time in warmth to recover. You cannot simply push through without consequences. Frostbite and hypothermia are real risks that require respect and response. When you come in from cold conditions, you warm yourself gradually. Sudden heat after extreme cold can be harmful. You enter your dwelling, remove outer layers slowly, and let your body temperature rise naturally. You might drink something warm but not too hot. You might eat something replenishing calories burned in staying warm. And during these warming periods, you are resting but also preparing. You check your clothing for damage, lay wet items out to dry, and organise equipment for next use. The rest is active in a low-key way. Sleep itself happens in cycles influenced by environment and need. You might sleep for several hours, wake for a period of activity, then sleep again. In continuous darkness, this pattern can repeat multiple times in what would be called a single day elsewhere. You do not fight this. You work with it. Your sleeping area is arranged for maximum warmth with minimum fuel use. You sleep on insulated platforms raised off the frozen ground. You use sleeping furs and skins arranged in layers. Your body heat, trapped by these layers, creates a warm pocket even when the surrounding air is cold. You often sleep fully clothed, or nearly so. Undressing completely in a cold dwelling makes no sense. You remove only what is wet or uncomfortable. In the morning, you're already mostly dressed, ready to add outer layers and begin the day. Shared sleeping arrangements provide additional warmth. Bodies close together create more heat than bodies apart. This is practical rather than purely social. The warmth allows for better rest with less fuel consumption. Dreams during long sleep periods can be vivid, though you do not usually dwell on them. They are simply part of rest, the mind processing experiences while the body recovers. Sometimes dreams reflect the day's work, fishing, walking on ice, repairing equipment. Sometimes they wander to other subjects entirely. Waking is usually gradual rather than abrupt. You surface from sleep slowly, becoming aware of sounds, temperature and light levels. You lie still for a moment, assessing how you feel, whether anything demands immediate attention. Often nothing does, and you rise when ready rather than when required. Naps are common and unremarkable. If you feel sleepy during the day, you might lie down for a short period. This is especially true after eating or during weather that prevents outdoor work. The nap refreshes you without making you feel lazy or guilty. Children and elderly people sleep even more than active adults. Children need extra rest for growth. Elderly people have earned their rest through years of work. Both groups are allowed to sleep as much as they need without judgment. You learn to rest while remaining alert to danger. This seems contradictory but becomes natural with practice. You can doze lightly while still hearing changes in wind sound or ice movement. Your subconscious monitors while you rest, waking you if something requires attention. Patience is built into rest periods. When bad weather keeps you inside, you do not pace anxiously or complain about lost fishing time. You simply wait, using the time for indoor tasks or genuine rest. The weather will change when it changes. Your frustration will not speed this process. These enforced rest periods during storms can last days. You prepare for this possibility by keeping enough food and fuel stored. Then when the weather arrives, you settle in without stress. You have been through this before and will go through it again. The sound of wind and snow on your dwelling becomes familiar background noise during these periods. Initially it might prevent sleep, but you adapt. Eventually the sounds become almost soothing in their constancy. Boredom during long rest periods is managed through small activities. You might work on equipment repairs, tell stories, play simple games, or simply sit quietly. The ability to be still without entertainment is a developed skill. Your mind does not always need stimulation. You also rest your eyes deliberately. The glare from snow and ice can strain vision over time. You periodically close your eyes or stay in dim light, giving your eyes relief from constant brightness. This prevents headaches and preserves your sight. Physical rest includes stretching and gentle movement. After sleeping or sitting for long periods, Your body benefits from careful stretching. You move your joints through their range of motion, relieving stiffness without causing strain. Rest and work blend together more than they contrast. Your work pace is sustainable rather than intense. You do not sprint through tasks only to collapse afterward. You work steadily, rest periodically, and maintain a rhythm that can continue indefinitely. The concept of weekends or days off does not apply in the same way. Every day includes both work and rest in whatever proportion makes sense for that day's conditions and needs. Some days are more work than rest. Other days reverse that ratio. You honour your body's signals about needing rest. Pushing through fatigue when you have the option to rest is counterproductive. Exhausted people make mistakes, and mistakes can be costly. Rest is part of maintaining your ability to work effectively. The community expects people to rest appropriately. Someone who constantly pushes themselves without rest is seen as foolish rather than admirable. Sustainable effort over time matters more than short bursts of intense work. Your relationship with rest is practical and positive. Rest is not failure or weakness. It is necessary maintenance. You rest so you can continue working. You rest so you remain safe and functional. You rest because your body and environment require it. This acceptance makes rest more effective. You do not feel guilty or anxious while resting. You simply rest, allowing your body and mind to recover fully. When you return to work, you do so refreshed rather than carrying accumulated fatigue. The fish you catch are food, but they do not remain edible without proper handling. From the moment a fish leaves the water until it's consumed, you follow practices developed over generations to prevent waste and maintain nutrition. This process is skilled work, as important as the fishing itself. Fresh fish are handled immediately. You cannot leave them sitting in warm conditions. Even in cold weather, proper care matters. You clean fish efficiently, removing entrails and saving organs that will be used. Nothing is wasted casually. The cleaning process happens in designated areas near water, where waste can be disposed of appropriately. You use sharp knives designed for this work, making clean cuts that preserve as much flesh as possible. Your hands know the anatomy of different fish species, where to cut, what to save, and what to discard. Blood and fluids from cleaning are allowed to drain away or are buried in ice or snow. This keeps work areas from becoming slippery and prevents scavengers from being attracted to living spaces. Cleanliness in food handling is not about aesthetics. It is about safety and practicality. Fish for immediate consumption might be eaten raw, cooked, or prepared in various ways depending on species and preference. You know which fish are good raw, which benefit from cooking, and which parts are best for different preparations. Cooking, when it happens, uses carefully managed heat sources. Fuel is not unlimited, so cooking methods are efficient. You might use small oil lamps or carefully rationed wood or other fuel. The cooking itself is simple. The goal is nourishment rather than elaborate cuisine. Some fish are boiled, the simplest cooking method. Water in a container is overheated, fish is added, and the liquid is kept at a steady temperature until the flesh is done. The resulting broth is consumed as well, providing additional nutrition and warmth. Other fish are dried, a preservation method that works well in Arctic conditions. You split fish open, remove bones if desired, and hang the flesh in cold, dry air. The wind and low humidity slowly remove moisture, concentrating nutrients and creating a stable food product. Drying racks are positioned to maximise airflow, while protecting fish from direct precipitation. You check drying fish regularly, turning pieces to ensure even drying, removing any that show signs of spoilage before they can contaminate others. The dried fish become lightweight and easy to store. They can be eaten as is or reconstituted in water. They provide concentrated nutrition during periods when fresh fishing is impossible or impractical. A small amount of dried fish provides substantial calories and protein. Freezing is another preservation method that Arctic conditions make simple. Fresh fish left in cold air freeze solid quickly. Once frozen, they remain stable for extended periods. You store frozen fish in protected areas where they will not thaw and refreeze repeatedly. The challenge with frozen food is thawing it for consumption. You cannot simply apply high heat to frozen fish. The outside overcooks while the inside remains frozen. You thaw fish gradually, either in cool air or cold water, allowing the process to happen evenly. Fermentation preserves some foods through controlled aging. Fish buried in specific conditions develop strong flavours and altered textures that some people prefer. This process requires knowledge of safe fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. You learn the signs that indicate proper aging versus contamination. Fermented foods are not to everyone's taste, but they provide variety in diet and preserve fish that might otherwise spoil. The strong flavours and smells are normal and expected. What would seem spoiled to outsiders is recognised by you as properly prepared food. Fish oils and fats are saved carefully. These provide concentrated calories essential in cold conditions. You render fats slowly, separating pure oil from other tissues. The oil can be consumed directly, used in cooking, or employed in equipment maintenance. Storage containers for fish and oil are cleaned thoroughly between uses. Old residues can contaminate new food or create off flavours. You use materials that can be cleaned effectively: smooth wood, skin containers, or other traditional materials. Portions are managed carefully. You know roughly how much fish your household needs for various time periods. You plan to consume fish while they are at their best quality, rather than letting them deteriorate unnecessarily. When community members contribute fish to shared meals, each person brings what they can. The combined result provides variety and abundance that individual households might not achieve alone. Everyone eats well, and different preparation methods allow people to share techniques and preferences. Children learn food preparation gradually. They begin with simple tasks like carrying water or tending small fires. As they grow, they learn cleaning techniques, preservation methods, and cooking skills. By the time they are adults, they know the full range of food handling practices. Mistakes in food preparation are learning opportunities but are avoided when possible. Spoiled food is wasted calories and lost effort. You pay attention to signs of spoilage, off smells, unusual colours, and strange textures. When in doubt, you discard questionable food rather than risk illness. Meals are regular but not elaborate. You eat to maintain function and energy. The food is nourishing rather than gourmet. You might eat several small meals throughout the day rather than a few large ones, keeping your energy levels steady. Hot drinks provide warmth and comfort. You might prepare tea from local plants or simply drink warm water. The heat helps raise your core temperature after cold exposure. You hold the warm container in your hands, letting the heat penetrate your fingers. Eating together when possible reinforces social bonds. Shared meals are times for conversation and connection. The food might be simple, but the act of eating together matters. You discuss the day's work, share information, and make plans. During hard times, when fishing is poor, food gets shared more carefully but still fairly. Everyone's portions might be smaller, but everyone eats. The community does not allow some to feast while others starve. Resources are distributed to maintain everyone's survival. You develop a practical relationship with hunger. Sometimes you feel hungry but must wait to eat. This is uncomfortable, but not a crisis. You know you will eat when appropriate. Sometimes you eat even when not particularly hungry because you know you will need the energy later. The cycle of catching, preparing, preserving, and consuming fish creates a rhythm alongside the fishing itself. These activities fill time during weather that prevents fishing. They keep your hands busy and your mind occupied. They are integral parts of the fishing life rather than separate from it. Quality of food preparation affects quality of life. Well-prepared food tastes better and keeps you healthier. Carelessly prepared food can make you sick or provide insufficient nutrition. You take pride in doing the work properly, knowing it directly impacts your well-being. The knowledge of food preparation is passed down with the same care as fishing knowledge. Someone shows you the best way to split a particular fish for drying. Someone else teaches you which organs are most nutritious. Another person demonstrates proper fermentation techniques. This knowledge is practical wisdom, tested over generations. You trust it because you have seen it work. The methods might not make sense from a modern scientific perspective, but they achieve their goals effectively. Your relationship with fish as food is straightforward. Fish are not pets or companions. They are resources that keep you alive. You respect this role without sentimentalizing it. The fish serve their purpose, and you are grateful for what they provide. As daylight fades or the workday ends, you turn towards the shelter of your dwelling. The transition from outdoor activity to indoor rest happens gradually. You do not rush inside and collapse. You move through a sequence of tasks that prepare you for the evening ahead. Outside your entrance, you brush snow from your clothing methodically. This prevents bringing unnecessary moisture indoors. You stamp your feet, dislodging packed snow from boot treads. These small actions reduce the amount of water vapour that will accumulate inside. Inside, the temperature is noticeably warmer than outdoors, though still far from hot. The difference is enough to make you comfortable after proper clothing removal. You peel off outer layers carefully, checking each piece for damage as you remove it. Wet or damp items get hung to dry in positions that maximise air circulation without blocking pathways. You arrange them carefully, knowing that improperly dried clothing will be stiff or frozen by morning. The air inside holds limited moisture, so drying happens slowly but steadily. Your boots get special attention. You remove the insulating material from inside, spreading it to dry completely. The boots themselves are loosened to allow airflow, but not removed entirely until you are sure your feet have warmed adequately. Sudden temperature change can be painful. Once your outer gear is addressed, you can attend to comfort. You might sit near a small heat source, warming hands and face directly. The heat feels pleasant after hours in cold air. You do not take it for granted. Light inside comes from oil lamps burning fish oil or other rendered fats. The flames are small but sufficient. They provide enough illumination for close work without consuming excessive fuel. Your eyes adjust to the dimness easily after time outdoors. The smell of burning oil is a constant presence, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. It is simply the smell of being indoors. You associate it with warmth, safety and rest. The smell becomes comforting through familiarity. Evening meals might be prepared now, though cooking and eating schedules vary based on the day's activities. If you're hungry, you eat. If not, you might wait or have something small. There is no rigid meal schedule to follow. Food preparation during evenings is often simple. You might warm something already cooked, eat preserved fish without additional preparation, or make a simple stew from available ingredients. The goal is nourishment rather than culinary achievement. While food warms or between other tasks, you work on equipment maintenance. This is prime time for detailed work that requires good light and warm fingers. You sit near a lamp, tools and materials spread around you, and address whatever needs attention. Sewing torn seams is common evening work. You thread sinew through a needle, the material stiff, and difficult to work with until it warms in your hands. The stitches must be tight and even. You work slowly, ensuring quality over speed. Other repair work might involve sharpening blades, adjusting bindings, waterproofing seams, or crafting small replacement parts. Your hands stay busy while your mind settles into the calm focus that detailed work requires. Conversation happens naturally if others are present. You might discuss the day's fishing, share observations about weather or ice conditions, or tell stories from the past. The talk is relaxed and intermittent. Long silences are comfortable. Children, if present, are winding down from their own day. They might be working on small tasks appropriate to their age, playing quietly, or simply sitting near adults and absorbing the evening's calm atmosphere. Bedtime for children happens when they become sleepy rather than at a fixed hour. The sounds of evening inside are gentle. The crackle of lamp flames, the scrape of tools against materials being repaired, occasional voices, and the rustle of people shifting position. These sounds create a peaceful backdrop to the hours. You might check food stores during the evening, assessing what you have and what you will need soon. This mental inventory helps plan the next day's activities. If supplies are running low, you make a note to prioritise fishing or preparation of preserved foods. Personal hygiene receives attention when possible. You might wipe down with snow or water, cleaning face and hands at minimum. Full bathing is not frequent due to the difficulty of warming enough water and the cold air, but you maintain basic cleanliness. Your sleeping area gets prepared while you're still fully awake. You arrange furs and skins, check that everything is positioned for warmth, and lay out clothing for morning. This preparation means you can settle into sleep smoothly when tiredness arrives. Stories might be shared during evening hours, passed down knowledge mixed with entertainment. Someone recounts a hunting experience from years ago, detailing the decisions made and lessons learned. These stories serve multiple purposes. They preserve knowledge, entertain, and reinforce community bonds. You listen to these stories even if you have heard them before. Repetition is part of oral tradition. Each telling might include slightly different details or emphasis. The familiar stories are comforting in their predictability. If you are skilled in storytelling yourself, you might share when the moment feels right. You do not perform dramatically. You simply recount events or knowledge in your natural speaking voice. The value is in the information and connection, not the theatrical presentation. Songs exist in your culture, though they are not performed constantly. Someone might sing quietly while working on a task, the melody helping maintain rhythm. Or a song might be shared as part of a story, demonstrating something about the past. The evening is also a time for teaching moments. A young person asks about a technique, and you demonstrate using materials at hand. The lesson is informal but valuable. Knowledge transfers through these small exchanges as much as through formal instruction. You might inspect items that will be needed tomorrow, making sure everything is ready. This prevents morning confusion and allows you to start the day efficiently. Preparation is easier when you are alert and comfortable rather than rushed and cold. As evening deepens toward night, activity gradually decreases. Lamps might be extinguished except for one or two kept burning for safety. The light level dims, signalling to your body that sleep time is approaching. You begin to feel the day's fatigue more clearly as you relax. Muscles that were tense from cold or effort start to ease. Your breathing slows. Your mind shifts from active planning toward quieter, less directed thoughts. The final tasks of the evening are completed without rush. You check that everything is secure, that heat sources are safe, and that morning necessities are accessible. Then you settle into your sleeping area. Arrange for maximum comfort within the constraints of your environment. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. You lie still, feeling the weight of furs and skins over you, aware of warmth accumulating in your sleeping space. Outside, wind might be audible, or the dwelling might be silent. Either way, you are sheltered and safe. Your thoughts drift without particular direction. You might review the day briefly or think ahead to tomorrow, but mostly you simply allow your mind to settle. Sleep will come when it comes. You do not force it. The evening has served its purpose. You have eaten, completed necessary work, maintained equipment and dwelling, and prepared for rest. This routine provides structure and satisfaction. The day has been lived, and now it can end. Night in the Arctic is measured less by clock hours than by darkness and quiet. During winter months, night extends for long periods, blending with day into a continuum of cold and stillness. During summer, night might barely exist, the sun hovering near the horizon before rising again. Your body adapts to these extremes through seasonal rhythms built over years. In your sleeping space, darkness is deep when lamps are extinguished. The blackness is complete, unbroken by streetlights or ambient glow. This darkness is restful. Your eyes have nothing to track, allowing complete relaxation of visual focus. The cold presses against your dwelling's walls, but inside your sleeping arrangement warmth accumulates. Your body heat, trapped by layers of fur and skin, creates a microclimate that allows sleep despite temperatures that would be dangerous if you were exposed. You sleep in positions that maximize warmth retention. You might curl slightly, reducing surface area exposed to air, or you sleep close to others, sharing heat. The positions are not always comfortable by modern standards, but they are familiar and functional. Your breathing creates small clouds of moisture in the cold air beyond your sleeping covers. This moisture freezes sometimes, creating frost patterns on nearby surfaces. In the morning, this frost will need to be managed, but during the night, you ignore it. Dreams during Arctic nights can be vivid and strange. The long darkness and isolation sometimes create unusual dream content. You might dream of fishing, as expected, but also of impossible things. Warm places you have never seen, people who do not exist, and situations that make no sense upon waking. These dreams are not concerning. They are simply how your mind processes experiences and stimuli. You wake from them without distress, letting the strange images fade as you orient yourself to waking reality. Sometimes you wake during the night for practical reasons. Your body needs to urinate, or you hear a sound that requires checking, or you're too warm and need to adjust your covers. You address these needs without fully waking, moving in a half-sleep state. Getting up during the night means exposing yourself to cold. You do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. You emerge from your warm sleeping space, attend to what is needed, and return to warmth immediately. The cold shock helps you appreciate the comfort of your sleeping arrangement even more. If you must go outside during the night, you pull on essential outer layers first. You do not venture into the Arctic night unprotected. Even brief exposure can be dangerous if you're not properly dressed. The few minutes outside feel very long in deep cold and darkness. Returning inside after such a trip, you feel profound relief at being back in shelter. Your sleeping space, which seemed merely adequate before, now feels luxurious. This contrast is part of Arctic life. Comfort is relative and deeply appreciated when present. Children sometimes wake during the night with fears or discomfort. They are comforted quietly without fuss. A hand on their shoulder, a quiet word, and the reassurance of presence usually suffice. The night holds no unusual dangers beyond the ordinary cold and dark that everyone manages. The elderly sometimes sleep fitfully, waking multiple times during the night. This is accepted as normal. They might lie awake for periods, listening to the sounds of the dwelling, thinking their own thoughts. Eventually sleep returns or morning comes and the night has passed. Snoring from sleeping people is common and mostly ignored. If someone's snoring is particularly loud, they might be nudged to shift position, which usually quiets them temporarily. This is done without anger or complaint. It is simply a practical adjustment. The sounds of night are different from day sounds. The wind might change pitch or intensity. Ice makes occasional cracking or groaning sounds as it shifts with temperature changes. These sounds are familiar and usually not alarming, though you remain somewhat alert to anything unusual. If a storm intensifies during the night, you might wake to louder wind noise or the sound of snow being driven against your dwelling. You assess whether any action is needed. Usually it is not. You're inside, safe, and can simply wait out the storm. You return to sleep knowing you will deal with morning conditions when morning comes. Occasionally night brings sounds that do require response. Ice movement near the dwelling might need to be checked. A shift in wind direction might mean securing something that has come loose. You address these issues promptly, then return to rest. The total silence that can occur during calm Arctic nights is profound. No traffic, no machinery, no human activity beyond your small community. The quiet is so complete that your own heartbeat becomes audible. This silence is peaceful rather than eerie for you. It is the normal sound of night. Your sleep cycles during long Arctic nights might be different from sleep in other environments. You might sleep for several hours, wake for a period, then sleep again. This biphasic or polyphasic sleep is functional for your lifestyle. You do not fight it or see it as insomnia. The waking period during the night might be used for quiet tasks. You might tend to a lamp, check on someone else, or simply lie awake thinking. Eventually drowsiness returns, and you slip back into sleep without stress about having been awake. Physical comfort during sleep is managed through careful arrangement of bedding and clothing. You might adjust layers during the night if you become too warm or too cold. These adjustments happen semi-consciously without fully waking. Safety concerns during sleep are minimal once you're settled in a secure dwelling. You're not vulnerable to predators or weather. The main risks are fire from unattended lamps or extreme cold if heating fails, but these are managed through careful preparation before sleep. Trust in your dwelling's construction allows relaxation into deep sleep. The structure has been tested against Arctic conditions many times. You know its limits and capabilities. This knowledge enables rest without anxiety. Morning approaches gradually in some seasons, rapidly in others. During winter, you might wake to continued darkness, with only your internal sense of time telling you morning has arrived. During summer, increasing light eventually penetrates through whatever covering your eyes or dwelling's walls. The transition from sleep to waking is gentle when possible. You become aware of your body, the temperature, and the sounds around you. You assess how you feel, rested or still tired, warm or cold, ready to rise or needing more rest. If you feel genuinely rested, you begin the process of getting up. If you still feel tired and nothing urgent demands attention, you might doze longer. The flexibility to match waking to actual rest needs is a practical luxury. Rising from your sleeping space means leaving warmth for cold. You do this decisively once committed, pulling on layers while still lying down when possible, then emerging ready to face the day's temperature. The night has passed. Your body has rested, repaired, and prepared itself for another day. Sleep has served its essential function. You're ready to begin again. The life you lead as an Inuit fisher in the Arctic is not a story of dramatic struggles overcome or exciting adventures survived. It is a long, quiet practice of attention and adaptation, repeated daily across years and generations. This continuity is both the challenge and the reward. Each morning looks similar to the one before. You wake, dress, tend to equipment, and move toward the water. The specific details vary, weather differs, fish respond differently, small problems arise and are solved, but the overall pattern remains constant. This sameness is not monotonous, it is reliable. Your children observe this reliability and absorb it. They see that life continues through steady effort rather than dramatic gestures. They learn that survival in the Arctic depends on doing ordinary things well, repeatedly, without expectation of praise or excitement. The knowledge you hold was passed to you by people who learned it from others before them. Techniques for reading ice conditions, methods for preserving fish, designs for clothing and equipment, all of this arrived to you through chains of transmission stretching back further than anyone can remember. You will pass this knowledge forward in turn. A young person watching you today will remember how you handled a particular task. Years from now, they will perform that same task using what they learned by observation. The chain continues unbroken. This transmission happens without ceremony or formal recognition. Knowledge flows through daily life, absorbed gradually through participation and observation. The learning is practical rather than theoretical. You do not explain principles, you demonstrate practices. Adaptations occur slowly within this conservative system. If someone discovers a slightly better way to accomplish a task, it spreads gradually through the community. The improvement is evaluated through use rather than declared revolutionary. What works persists. What does not work fades away. Your relationship with the environment is neither romanticized nor antagonistic. The Arctic is not an enemy to conquer or a paradise to praise. It is the place you live, with its particular conditions and requirements. You adapt to it because you must and because you can. The hardships you face are real but not exceptional to you. Cold is expected. Limited resources are normal. The constant attention required for safety is simply part of living here. You do not compare your life to easier lives elsewhere because such comparisons serve no purpose. Comfort when it exists is deeply appreciated precisely because it is not constant. The warmth of your dwelling after cold exposure feels genuinely good. A successful fishing day brings real satisfaction. These moments of comfort and success are earned through the surrounding context of difficulty. You do not complain much about hardships because complaining changes nothing. The cold will remain cold regardless of your feelings about it. Fish will either be present or absent independent of your wishes. Energy spent on complaint is energy wasted. Instead, you focus on what can be controlled. You can maintain equipment well. You can make careful decisions about when and where to fish. You can share resources fairly. You can teach younger people accurately. These actions have effects. The seasons cycle through their patterns and you cycle through corresponding tasks. Winter work differs from summer work. Spring preparation differs from fall storage. This variation provides structure to the year while maintaining overall consistency. Your identity is shaped by this life in ways you rarely articulate. You are a person who knows how to function in extreme cold. You are someone who can read ice conditions. You are part of a community that depends on fishing. These aspects of identity are foundational rather than decorative. The connection between generations creates a form of continuity that transcends individual lives. You are living a life similar to your grandparents' lives, and your grandchildren will likely live similarly to yours. This long view can be comforting. You are part of something larger and more enduring than yourself. Change does occur over time. New materials might become available. Different fishing techniques might prove effective. Outside influences might introduce new ideas or tools. You evaluate these changes practically, adopting what helps and discarding what does not. The core practices remain stable, even as details evolve. You still need to catch fish, preserve food, maintain equipment, and survive cold. The methods for accomplishing these goals might adjust, but the goals themselves persist. Your days are full of small decisions made automatically based on accumulated experience. You decide which fishing spot to try based on factors you're not even consciously considering: ice appearance, wind direction, time of year, recent success, and intuition built from decades of observation. These automatic decisions are a form of expertise that cannot easily be explained to outsiders. You might not even be able to fully explain your reasoning. You simply know what usually works, and you follow that knowledge. Mistakes still happen, despite experience. You misjudge ice thickness occasionally. You fail to notice equipment damage in time. You make errors in preservation that cost you food. These mistakes teach you or remind you to pay attention. They are part of learning that never completely ends. The community tolerates individual mistakes while maintaining expectations of general competence. Everyone makes errors sometimes. What matters is learning from them and not repeating the same mistake carelessly. Patterns of incompetence are noted and addressed, but isolated errors are accepted. Your contribution to the community is measured over time rather than in single events. You might have an excellent fishing week followed by a poor one. Over months and years, your overall contribution balances out. This long-term view reduces pressure while maintaining accountability. As you age, your role shifts gradually. Physical tasks become harder, but your knowledge becomes deeper and more valuable. Younger people begin to consult you about decisions or techniques. You transition from primarily doing to primarily knowing and teaching. This transition is not retirement. You remain active and contributing as long as you're able. The nature of your contribution simply changes. You might spend more time on detailed work and less on heavy labour, but you are still part of the community's function. Eventually, you will not be able to continue. Age or injury or illness will end your fishing life. When this happens, you will be cared for by the community you have contributed to throughout your life. The cycle of giving and receiving balances across generations. After you're gone, the fishing life will continue. Other people will walk the ice you walked, fish the waters you fished, and maintain equipment in the ways you demonstrated. Your individual presence will be missed, but the continuity will not break. This is the nature of Inuit fishing life in the Arctic. A long, quiet practice of survival and skill, passed forward through time by people who value competence over comfort, and continuity over change. The hardships are real, met with patience and practical knowledge rather than drama or despair. You settle into sleep tonight having lived another day in this long tradition. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks and challenges. You will meet them as you did today, with attention and steady effort. The ice will be cold, the work will be demanding, and you will persist because this is what you do. This is what has always been done. This is what will continue. You wake before dawn in a small rented room above a café in Arles, southern France. It's 1888, and the pre-dawn darkness carries the smell of yesterday's coffee grounds and turpentine. Your name is Vincent van Gogh, though almost nobody knows it yet, and your feet hit the cold floorboards with the same purpose they've had for years. Today, you will paint. The ritual begins in silence. You don't light the lamp immediately because your eyes need to adjust naturally, the way a baker's hands need to learn dough before the oven warms. You've discovered that rushing this transition from sleep to wakefulness produces paintings that feel hurried, disconnected from the pulse of actual seeing. So you sit on the edge of your narrow bed, listening to the town slowly remember itself, a shutter creaking open somewhere, a dog's distant bark, the first cartwheels grinding against cobblestones. Your room measures roughly 12 feet by 10 feet. You know this because you've painted it, and painting something means measuring it with your eyes 1,000 times. The walls are the colour of old cream, stained here and there with accidental daubs of paint from when you've gestured too enthusiastically. Your bed has a simple wooden frame. 2 chairs sit against one wall, their cane seats worn smooth. Above them hangs a small mirror you rarely look into, not from vanity or its opposite, but because your face has never interested you the way other faces do. You're not the subject. The world is. The morning light, when it finally arrives, doesn't burst through your window like a trumpet announcement. It seeps in gradually, the way watercolour bleeds across wet paper. You've learned that this is how most real things happen, not with drama, but with patience. The light touches your wash basin first, then creeps across to your shoes, which you've left by the door, caked with yesterday's dried mud from the fields. You don't own many shoes. You wear them until they fall apart, then you patch them, then you wear them some more. Money spent on unnecessary shoes is money not spent on paint. You stand and stretch, feeling your spine crack in 3 distinct places. You're 35 years old, though your body sometimes feels older. Years of poor nutrition, walking miles every day, sleeping in cheap rooms with thin mattresses. These things accumulate in your joints like interest on a debt. But your hands are steady, that's what matters. Your hands are strong and certain even when your mind isn't. The morning ablutions are practical, almost military in their efficiency. Cold water from the basin splashed on your face, scrubbing away sleep and yesterday's paint that somehow always ends up on your temples and behind your ears. You've stopped questioning how paint migrates to these unlikely places. Artists are always slightly decorated with their work, like bakers with flour or blacksmiths with soot. You dry your face with a rough towel, then run your fingers through your red hair, which sticks up in several directions and will continue to do so regardless of your efforts. Vanity about grooming seems absurd when you're about to spend 10 hours staring at sunflowers. Breakfast is whatever's available, which usually isn't much. Today it's bread from 2 days ago, harder now but still edible when torn into pieces. You eat it standing by the window looking out at the street below. The baker across the way is opening his shutters. A woman in a dark dress sweeps her doorstep with brisk, irritated strokes, as if the dust has personally offended her. A cat slides along a wall like liquid. You memorize these things without trying. Your brain has become a collection box for visual information, constantly gathering material even during these supposedly idle moments. The coffee, when you make it, tastes like burnt earth and desperation. You've never been good at cooking, and coffee making is a subset of that larger failure. But it's hot, and it contains caffeine, which means it fulfills its function. You've learned not to demand that things be more than they are. Coffee should taste good, but it doesn't have to. Painting should sell, but it doesn't have to. Not everything needs to be perfect. Most things just need to be done. While you drink, you review your mental inventory of supplies. Titanium white is running low. Prussian blue has maybe 3 more paintings in the tube. The linseed oil needs replacing soon. Chrome yellow, your beloved yellow, your sunshine in paste form, is adequate for now. You calculate costs in your head, matching them against the monthly allowance your brother Theo sends from Paris. The mathematics are always depressing. So you don't linger on them, you'll make it work. You always make it work, even if it means eating less bread next week. The light is stronger now, turning the walls golden. This is the moment you've been waiting for without realising you were waiting. The moment when the day declares its colour intentions. Today will be warm-toned, you can already tell. The shadows will have purple in them by afternoon. The sky will be that particular shade of blue that only exists in Provence, as if God mixed ultramarine with hope and spread it overhead like a blessing. You finish your coffee and set the cup on the small table. Then you stand still for a moment, feeling your body settle into readiness. Your shoulders drop, your breathing slows. This is the transition point, the threshold between being a person who sleeps and eats and a person who sees and creates. It's a shift you've practiced so many times it's become automatic, like a priest entering a church or a soldier picking up a rifle. This is what you do. This is who you are. You reach for your coat, a brown jacket that's seen better years. As you shrug it on, you feel the weight of brushes in the inside pocket, a reassuring pressure against your ribs. Your fingers check automatically. Yes, the small sketchbook is still there, a stub of graphite wrapped in string. Your portable memory for when oil and canvas aren't practical. Everything you need is accounted for. Everything necessary is present. Before leaving, you glance once more around the room. It's not much, this temporary home, but it's yours. The bed where you collapse after 12-hour painting sessions. The chairs where you sit and write long letters to Theo trying to explain what you're seeing, what you're attempting and why it matters. The mirror that reflects a man who looks perpetually surprised by his own face. The window that frames the world like a painting you haven't started yet. Then you open the door and step into the morning, ready to do what you've always done. Look at ordinary things until they become extraordinary. Then try to capture that transformation on canvas before the magic evaporates. It's not a mystical process, it's work, it's practice. It's what happens when you show up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when the previous day's painting was terrible, even when nobody's buying and nobody's watching and nobody particularly cares. The street outside smells like horse manure and flowering jasmine, an oddly pleasant combination that you've come to associate with purpose. You turn left toward the fields, toward the light, toward whatever today will show you if you're patient enough to see it. The walk to your painting spot isn't exercise, it's education. You've covered this route dozens of times, but it's never the same twice because light is never the same twice. And light changes everything it touches. Today, the morning sun slants from the east, turning the Yellowstone buildings into blocks of butter. Shadows pool in doorways like spilled ink. You notice these things the way a musician notices pitch. Automatically, constantly, unable to turn it off even if you wanted to. Your pace is steady but not hurried. Hurrying makes you miss things. You learned this years ago when you were trying to be a minister, rushing between appointments and pastoral visits, and realised you were moving through the world without actually seeing it. Now you move deliberately, your eyes scanning left to right, up and down, taking in the whole visual field like a camera with an impossibly wide lens. An old woman sits on a low stool outside her house, peeling potatoes into a tin basin. Her hands move with the efficiency of someone who's performed this task 10,000 times. The potato skins fall in long spirals, brown and cream. You note the curve of her back, the angle of her wrists, and the way the light catches the blade of her knife. You don't stop to sketch her. Stopping would make her self-conscious and would change the naturalness of the scene, but you file away the image. Later, maybe next week, maybe next year, a painting will need an old woman's hands, and you'll remember these hands. The streets narrow as you leave the town centre. The buildings lean toward each other overhead, creating a tunnel of shade that's 10 degrees cooler than the sunny patches. Your boots, those perpetually muddy boots, click against the cobblestones with a rhythm that's almost musical. Click, 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 like a metronome keeping time for a very slow song. You pass the blacksmith shop, already hot despite the early hour. The smith himself, a man with forearms like hams, is working the bellows. The forge glows orange-red, and you pause despite yourself because that particular quality of light, incandescent, dangerous, alive, is one of the hardest things to capture on canvas. How do you paint light that's also heat? How do you make a viewer feel warmth from a cold layer of paint? These are the questions that wake you at 3 in the morning and refuse to let you return to sleep. The smith nods at you. You nod back. He thinks you're odd. You can tell. Everyone thinks you're odd. You've heard the whispers, seen the sidelong glances, the crazy Dutch painter who stares at things too long, who talks to himself while working, who once cut off part of his own ear during a crisis you still can't fully explain even to yourself. But the smith is polite, and politeness is enough. You don't need friendship from everyone you meet. You need light and form and colour, and those things don't care if you're popular. Beyond the smith's shop, the buildings start to thin out. Gardens appear, then small plots of vegetables, then open fields stretching toward the horizon. This is where you're heading, to the edge of civilization, where human arrangement gives way to natural chaos. You've always felt more comfortable here, in the transitional zones. Not quite town, not quite countryside. Places where anything might happen, where the rules are still being negotiated. The earth beneath your feet changes from stone to packed dirt to softer soil. You can feel the difference through your boot soles, the way a sailor feels the mood of the sea through the deck of a ship. The ground here is red-orange and iron-rich, the colour of rust and clay and dried blood. It stains everything it touches. Your boots, your trouser cuffs, your hands when you sit in the fields and steady yourself against the earth. You've tried to mix this exact colour in paint. Burnt sienna with a touch of cadmium orange and maybe some raw umber. But you've never quite matched it. Nature's palette is always more complex than anything you can mix on your own. Birds wheel overhead, dark shapes against the brightening sky. Swallows, you think, though you're not particularly good at identifying species. They move with such confidence, such certainty of purpose. You envy them this sometimes. They never seem to doubt which direction to fly or whether their flying matters. They simply fly because flying is what they do, and that's enough. The fields open before you like a green and gold sea. Wheat, mostly, with occasional interruptions of poppies. Those shocking red punctuation marks that make the whole landscape vibrate. You've painted poppies more times than you can count, but you still haven't captured what they actually do to a field. They don't just add colour. They add violence, urgency, and a kind of visual shouting that demands attention. A field without poppies is a sentence without passion. A field with poppies is a sentence ending in an exclamation point. You walk along the edge of a wheat field, running your hand through the tops of the grain stalks. They're dry and whisper soft, like the sound of secrets being shared. The wheat is nearly ready for harvest. You can tell by the weight of the seed heads and the way they bow toward earth as if praying. In a week, maybe 2, men will come with scythes and reduce all this gold to stubble. The thought makes you walk faster. You need to paint this before it disappears. Everything beautiful is temporary. Everything worth looking at will eventually be gone. Your painting spot today is a slight rise overlooking the fields, near a twisted olive tree that you've painted before but never quite captured. The tree has character, that's the only way to describe it. It's been shaped by wind and drought and time into something that looks half dead but refuses to give up. Grey-green leaves shimmer in the breeze. The trunk is gnarled like an arthritic hand. You love this tree. You love it the way you love your brother Theo, uncomplicated and deep and without needing reasons. You set down your canvas and painting supplies, arranging them with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments. The easel goes here, facing northeast to catch the changing light. The canvas, a rough weave you stretched yourself because professional stretching costs money you don't have, fits onto the easel with a satisfying click. Your paint box opens like a small treasure chest, revealing tubes squeezed flat at the bottom, colours arranged by temperature, cools on the left, warms on the right. Your palette, a rectangular board worn smooth and stained with 100 previous paintings, rests on your left forearm. Brushes go in your right hand, a cluster of bristles like a small bouquet. But before you start painting, you sit. This is important. You've learned that beginning too quickly produces work that's enthusiastic but superficial. You need to let the place settle into you. You need to let your eyes adjust, not just to the light, but to the specific personality of this particular morning. Every day has its own character, its own mood. Today feels contemplative. The light is soft, the shadows gentle. A day for careful observation rather than dramatic gesture. You watch the wheat move in waves, responding to breezes you can't feel from this distance. The motion is hypnotic and calming. You let your mind empty, becoming nothing but a pair of eyes, a recording device for the world's visual information. This is the closest you come to meditation, though you'd never call it that. It's simply looking until you see. A farmer appears in the middle distance, a dark figure against the gold. He's examining something in the field, bending down, straightening up, moving in that slow, considered way that farmers have. People who know that rushing accomplishes nothing, that crops grow on their own schedule regardless of human impatience. You watch him for 10 minutes, 15, memorizing the shapes he makes, the way his body relates to the landscape around him. You won't paint him today, he'll be gone before you're ready, but you'll remember him. He'll appear in some future painting, a tiny figure giving scale to an endless field, a human presence making nature comprehensible. The farmer straightens one final time, then walks away, disappearing behind a distant line of trees. You're alone again with the fields and the sky and the tree that refuses to die. The light has shifted slightly in the time you've been sitting. What was gentle is becoming assertive. The shadows are sharper, the colours are warmer. It's time to begin. You stand, feeling your knees crack again. Then you pick up a brush, load it with thinned paint, and make the first mark on the canvas. A single line defining the horizon. It's a small gesture, barely noticeable, but it's everything. It's the moment when possibility becomes actuality, when the blank canvas stops being frightening and becomes simply a problem to solve. You've begun. The rest will follow because the rest always follows. You just have to keep going, one brushstroke after another, until the day runs out or the painting is finished, whichever comes first. The first hour of painting is always a conversation with doubt. Your hand moves automatically, blocking in the major shapes. Sky here, field there, tree in the middle distance. But your mind questions everything. Is the horizon line too high, too low? Should the wheat be more yellow or more gold? Does that olive tree look like an olive tree or like a child's scribble? These questions don't paralyse you anymore, but they're always present, like a background hum you've learned to work through. You paint standing up, always standing. You tried painting seated once, years ago, and found it made you timid. Something about being at eye level with the canvas gave you permission to be too careful, too precious. Standing forces you to engage physically. Your whole body participates. Legs for balance, core for stability, shoulders for large gestures, and wrists for fine control. Painting isn't just a hand activity. It's a full-body commitment to transferring what you see onto a surface that will never fully cooperate. The paint goes on in layers, though not the neat, patient layers that academic painters use. Your layers are messy, urgent, and built up quickly while the light still holds its current quality. You've learned that light moves faster than paint dries, so you work wet on wet, colours bleeding into each other on the canvas the same way they blend in nature. This technique frustrates art teachers who want clean edges and proper procedures, but those teachers aren't here in the field watching how yellow wheat transitions to blue shadow. Nature doesn't have clean edges. Nature is all transition, all gradation, all one thing becoming another thing. Your brushwork is distinctive, though you don't think about it while working. Short, directional strokes that follow the form of whatever you're painting. The wheat grows upward, so your brushstrokes grow upward. The wind moves rightward, so your brushstrokes lean rightward. People who see your paintings sometimes comment on how visible the brushwork is, how they can see each individual mark you made. This bothers them more than it bothers you. You're not trying to hide your process. You're not trying to create a smooth, photographic illusion. You're trying to capture the energy of seeing itself, the way the eye moves across a scene, constantly collecting information, constantly in motion. The morning light strengthens, and with it comes heat. By 10 o'clock, sweat is running down your temples, mixing with the inevitable paint smudges on your face. You don't notice. When you're painting, your body becomes secondary, just the mechanism that moves the brushes. Hunger, thirst, physical discomfort. These things register dimly, like news from a distant country you're not particularly interested in. You'll deal with your body's needs later. Right now, there's only the canvas and the field and the gradually narrowing gap between what you see and what you're making. You step back periodically to assess your progress. This is crucial. Working too close for too long produces paintings that fall apart when viewed from a normal distance. But stepping back is also dangerous because it allows doubt to creep in. From 6 feet away, every mistake becomes obvious. That shadow's too purple. That highlight is too bright. The wheat looks flat and lifeless. The tree looks like it's floating rather than growing from earth. You catalogue these failures methodically, then step forward again and start correcting them. This is the work, not the inspired moments, but the patient revision. Making mistakes, recognising them, fixing them. Over and over until the painting is either finished or ruined, which sometimes amounts to the same thing. Around noon, you permit yourself a break. You set down your brushes and sit in the shade of the olive tree you've been painting. Your legs are stiff from standing. Your right shoulder aches from holding the palette. Your eyes are tired from the bright light. These are good pains, earned pains. They mean you've worked, really worked, not just dabbled. Lunch is whatever you brought from the room. Today, an apple and more of that terrible bread. You eat slowly, not because the food is good, but because slowing down is necessary. Your mind is still moving at painting speed, processing colours and shapes and relationships. You need to let it settle. You need to let your eyes rest. So you sit and chew and watch the field from the perspective of idleness rather than purpose. The field doesn't care whether you're painting it or not. It's beautiful regardless of your attention. This is a comforting thought. The world doesn't need you to paint it. The world is fine on its own. You paint because you need to, not because the world requires it. A lizard emerges from beneath a nearby rock, freezes for a moment in that peculiar lizard way, utterly still, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with death, then darts away in a blur of green. You smile. Quick movements are almost impossible to paint because they're over before you can analyse them. Photography is better at capturing speed, but photography misses everything else. The weight of the air, the quality of the light, and the emotional resonance of a moment. You'll take the limitations of painting over the limitations of photography any day. After eating, you don't immediately resume painting. Instead, you take out your small sketchbook and the graphite stub. Painting is for colour and light, but sketching is for understanding structure. You draw the olive tree quickly, loosely, not trying for accuracy, but trying to feel how the tree grows, how its branches relate to its trunk, and how the whole thing balances despite appearing ready to topple over. Drawing is thinking. Drawing is learning to see. You fill 2 pages with versions of the tree, each one slightly different, each one teaching you something new about how gnarled wood occupies space. The afternoon light is different from the morning light, harsher, less forgiving. Shadows shrink into themselves. Colours bleach out slightly, as if the sun is a kind of acid eating away at saturation. You return to the canvas with this awareness, adjusting your palette, adding more white to your mixtures, and cooling the yellow slightly. Every hour of the day requires different colours. This is why painting outdoors is both harder and more honest than painting in a studio. The studio light stays constant. Nature never stays still. Your back is hurting now. A dull ache between your shoulder blades from the prolonged standing and reaching. You ignore it. Pain is just information, and this particular information isn't urgent. You've worked through worse. Through cold rain that numbed your fingers, through headaches that made your vision blur, through days when depression sat on your shoulders like a physical weight. This is just a backache. This is nothing. By mid-afternoon, the painting has reached that critical stage where it could go either way. It's either about to come together or about to fall apart. You've been here hundreds of times before, and it never gets less nerve-wracking. The temptation is to overwork it, to keep fussing with details until you've killed whatever life the painting had. But you've also learned that stopping too soon leaves it unfinished, incomplete. The trick is knowing when to push and when to step away. This knowledge doesn't come from rules. It comes from failure, from ruining enough paintings that you start to recognise the warning signs. You work more carefully now, with smaller brushes and more precise touches. A highlight on a wheat stalk here, a deeper shadow under the tree there, a few strokes to suggest distant mountains purple against the blue sky. Each addition is a small risk. Each mark could be the one that pushes the painting from almost good to actually good, or from almost good to ruined. You try not to think about this while working. Thinking makes you tentative. You need to stay loose and confident, even when you're not feeling confident at all. The sun is starting its descent toward the horizon when you finally set down your brushes. The painting isn't finished. Your paintings are never really finished, but it's done for today. The light has changed too much to continue. What you were seeing 3 hours ago no longer exists. Tomorrow will bring different light, different colours, and different challenges. You'll return then if the weather holds and continue the conversation with the canvas. You clean your brushes methodically, wiping them on a rag until most of the paint is removed, then dipping them in turpentine and working the bristles against your palm. This is meditative work, calming after the intensity of painting. Your brushes are your tools, and tools need respect. A brush properly cared for will last years. A neglected brush dies in months. You can't afford to replace brushes often, so you treat them like the valuable instruments they are. The walk back to town is slower than the morning walk. Your body is tired now, genuinely tired rather than just stiff. Your eyes ache from squinting in the bright light. Your hands are covered in paint despite your best efforts. Emerald green under your nails, yellow ochre on your knuckles, and crimson lake on your wrists. You look like you've been in a fight with a rainbow. This pleases you more than it should. The town is busier in the late afternoon. People finishing work, shops closing, children playing in the streets. You move through this activity like a ghost, present but separate. You're still half in the field, half in the painting, not quite ready to be fully human again. This transition takes time. You learned years ago not to rush it, not to try to snap back into social normalcy immediately after hours of solitary focus. Your mind needs to decompress, to remember how to exist in a world of words rather than colours. By the time you reach your room, dusk is gathering. The sky has turned that particular shade of violet blue that only exists for about 20 minutes each evening. A colour so fleeting and perfect that you're always tempted to run back outside and try to capture it. But your body won't cooperate. You're done for the day. Tomorrow is for that colour. Tomorrow is for everything you didn't finish today. Your room feels smaller after a day outdoors, the walls closer and the ceiling lower. You light the oil lamp, carefully because oil costs money and must be rationed, and its warm glow pushes back the encroaching darkness. The light is different from daylight, softer and more golden, turning everything it touches slightly amber. You've painted by lamplight before, though you prefer natural light. Lamplight flattens things and removes the subtle gradations that make forms feel solid. You pour water from the pitcher into the basin and wash your hands, watching the paint dissolve and swirl, greens and yellows and blues creating temporary abstract patterns before vanishing down the drain. The water turns grey, then murky brown. You scrub your nails with a small brush, dig paint from beneath them, and rinse again. Your hands never come completely clean anymore. There's always paint somewhere, in the creases of your knuckles, around the beds of your nails, staining the calluses on your palms. You've accepted this. Artists' hands are meant to carry evidence of their work. Dinner is simple because dinner is always simple. Tonight it's soup from the cafe downstairs. Vegetable, probably, with chunks of bread for dipping. The cafe owner, Madame Gignoux, knows your financial situation without you having to explain it. She charges you less than she should, and occasionally the soup is thicker than it ought to be, with extra vegetables that weren't on the menu. You've painted her portrait twice as partial payment. She hung one in the cafe, the other she keeps in her private rooms, which feels like a greater compliment than money could be. You eat at the small table by the window, watching the street below as darkness completes its takeover of the town. Shops have closed. Shutters are being fastened. A few people hurry past, heading home to families and warm kitchens and conversations about normal things. The weather, the harvest, the neighbour's new baby. You don't envy them exactly. But sometimes you wonder what that life feels like. The life of someone who isn't compelled to transform seeing into painting, who can simply look at a sunset without needing to analyse its colours. After eating, you clear the table and prepare for your second work session of the day, writing to Theo, your brother in Paris, your financial supporter, your friend, your anchor to sanity. You owe him more than money can repay. The least you can do is write regularly, keeping him informed of your progress, your struggles, and your small victories. These letters have become a kind of journal, a way of processing your thoughts about art and life and the impossible task of trying to be both. You arrange paper, pen, and ink with the same care you gave your painting supplies this morning. The paper is cheap, slightly rough but adequate. The pen is functional. The ink is black and ordinary, but your handwriting gives it character, quick, angular, and urgent. You write the way you paint, with energy rather than elegance. Theo has learned to decipher your script, though it takes effort. You've apologised for this. He's told you not to worry. Content matters more than presentation. You begin, as always, with "Dear Theo," and then the words flow. Tonight you write about the wheat field, about the olive tree that defeats every attempt to capture its essential character, and about how the afternoon light changed the colour of everything and required you to completely remix your palette. You write about practical matters, paint supplies running low, a new canvas you need to stretch, the rent due at the end of the month. You write about doubt, about the fear that you're wasting his money, wasting his faith in you, and producing work that nobody wants and nobody will remember. But you also write about hope, about the moment this morning when the light hit the wheat just right and you saw, really saw, how yellow and gold and green could exist in the same space without conflict, about the joy of making a brushstroke that captures exactly the curve of a tree branch, about the conviction, stubborn and probably foolish, that what you're doing matters, that these paintings of fields and flowers and ordinary people will mean something to someone someday. The letters to Theo are the only place you allow yourself complete honesty. With other people, you perform normalcy, or at least try to. But Theo knows the full extent of your struggles, the mental crises, the financial desperation, the social isolation, and the relentless self-criticism. He knows, and he supports you anyway. This knowledge is what keeps you going on the days when nothing seems worth continuing. You write for an hour, maybe more. The lamp flickers occasionally, threatening to die, but hold steady. Your hand cramps slightly from gripping the pen, but you ignore it. There's still more to say. Thoughts about colour theory you've been developing, observations about how peasants move through landscapes, and questions about painters in Paris and what they're working on. You're curious about the art world, but also grateful to be removed from it. Competition makes you anxious. Other painters' success feels like commentary on your failure. Better to be here in Arles, working in isolation, measuring yourself only against your previous work. When you finally set down the pen, several pages are covered with your dense, urgent script. You'll post this letter tomorrow, and in a week or so, Theo's reply will arrive, full of encouragement and practical advice and small bits of money. The correspondence between you and your brother is the most important work you do, more important than any single painting. It's what keeps you connected to the world, what reminds you that someone believes in what you're attempting. You fold the letter carefully and set it aside. Then you lean back in your chair and rub your eyes, feeling the full weight of the day's exhaustion. Your body aches in a dozen places. Your mind feels pleasantly empty, wrung out like a sponge. This is good tiredness, earned tiredness. You've worked hard today, physically in the field, intellectually in the letter. Tomorrow you'll do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now. This rhythm of work and rest and work again. It's not the life you imagined as a young man, but it's the one you've built, and it's yours. Before sleeping, you allow yourself a small ritual, reviewing today's paintings. You've been doing this for months, a private exhibition for an audience of one. The painting from today leans against the wall, still wet, colours glowing slightly in the lamplight. You study it critically, cataloguing its failures and occasional successes. The wheat is better than yesterday's wheat, but still not quite right. The sky needs more complexity. The olive tree looks stiff and unconvincing. But there are moments, a few brush strokes where you captured something true, where paint transcended paint and became wheat, became light, became the actual feeling of standing in a field on a summer afternoon. You'll do better tomorrow. You always think this, and it's usually true. Progress is incremental, barely noticeable day to day, but visible when you compare paintings from months ago to paintings from today. You're learning slowly how to see and how to translate seeing into something others can experience. This learning never stops. You'll die not knowing everything you want to know about painting. This should depress you, but somehow it doesn't. The impossibility of mastery is what makes the work worth doing. You extinguish the lamp and darkness swallows the room. You undress in the dark, no point wasting matches, and climb into bed. The sheets are rough, washed so many times they've become as thin as paper. The mattress is lumpy. None of this matters. Within minutes, you're asleep, dreaming in colours, your subconscious mind continuing the work your conscious mind has paused. Tomorrow before dawn you'll wake and begin again. The ritual will repeat: coffee, walking, painting, letters, sleep. It's a simple life, a narrow life, but it's the life that allows you to do the work you were meant to do. Everything else, comfort, wealth, fame, connection, is secondary to that. You're painting the world as you see it, hoping that someday someone will look at your paintings and see it too. That hope is enough. It has to be enough. It's all you have. 6 months pass in this rhythm. Autumn arrives, bringing different light, cooler temperatures, and changed colours. The wheat fields are stubble now, harvested down to short stalks that crunch under your boots. You paint the aftermath of harvest, interested in how the land looks stripped and exposed, vulnerable in its bareness. The olive trees remain, still twisted, still grey-green, still refusing to be adequately captured on canvas. Your stack of finished paintings grows. 20 canvases lean against the walls of your room, then 30, then 40. They're everywhere. Under the bed, behind the door, arranged in rows 3 deep against every available wall. The room smells perpetually of linseed oil and turpentine, a sharp chemical smell that you've stopped noticing. Madame Gignoux complains occasionally that the fumes are seeping into the café below, making the coffee taste strange. You apologise, but don't change anything. Where else would you store the paintings? There's nowhere else. This room is your studio, your gallery and your archive. The painting itself has become less agonising, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the agony. Your hand knows certain gestures now without your brain needing to direct them. Sky goes on in broad horizontal strokes. Cypress trees require vertical slashes of dark green and near black. Faces need careful construction, eyes positioned just so, and mouths suggesting emotion without becoming cartoons. These aren't rules you learned from teachers. These are conclusions drawn from failure, from painting the same subjects over and over until your hand remembered what your mind kept forgetting. You've developed a routine for materials management. Every Sunday you stretch canvases, 6 or 7 at a time, enough for the coming week. The process is meditative. Cutting canvas from the bolt, wrapping it around wooden stretcher bars, pulling it tight, securing it with tacks, then applying a thin layer of primer. Your hands perform these tasks while your mind wanders, thinking about paintings you haven't started yet, colours you haven't tried, and techniques you want to experiment with. The physical work of preparation frees your brain for planning. Money remains the constant problem. Theo sends what he can, but it's never quite enough. You ration paint carefully, mixing colours to make tubes last longer, scraping palettes clean so no paint goes to waste. You've learned to be frugal with everything except canvas. Cheap canvas produces poor results, so you spend money there and economise elsewhere, eating less, walking instead of taking the train, and wearing the same clothes until they literally fall apart. Your appearance has become somewhat disreputable. You know this. People look at you oddly. The red-haired madman with paint under his nails and holes in his jacket. Let them look. Their opinions don't buy paint. Winter arrives, bringing complications. The fields are less interesting now, mostly mud and dying vegetation. The light is weaker, greyer. You paint indoors more often. Still lifes, portraits. Your own room rendered from different angles. You paint your empty chair by lamplight, trying to capture the melancholy of furniture waiting for someone who isn't coming. The painting depresses you while you're making it, but the depression feels necessary, honest. Not everything needs to be cheerful. Sadness is also worth documenting. The social isolation intensifies during winter. People stay indoors. The streets are empty. You go days without speaking to anyone except Madame Genoux and the occasional shopkeeper. This should bother you more than it does. Humans are supposed to need other humans and are supposed to require conversation and connection. But you've discovered that solitude, while lonely, provides clarity. When you're alone, you can hear your own thoughts. When you're alone, the world doesn't interrupt itself with opinions and expectations. Loneliness is the price of focus, and you've decided it's a price worth paying. You paint through a bout of illness in January, some kind of flu that leaves you weak and feverish, but not so incapacitated that you can't work. You paint with shaking hands, producing strange, distorted images that you'll later look at and wonder if they're terrible or brilliant. Probably terrible. But the act of painting while sick teaches you something about your commitment. You're not doing this because it's pleasant or easy. You're doing it because you can't not do it. The compulsion to paint is deeper than health, deeper than comfort, and possibly deeper than sanity. By February, you've been painting seriously for nearly 7 years. 7 years of daily work, thousands of hours at the easel, hundreds of completed paintings. And what do you have to show for it? A room full of unsold canvases. A brother who believes in you but might be deluded. A handful of people in Paris who think you have potential, but not enough to buy your work. By conventional measures, you're a failure. 35 years old, living in poverty, producing art that nobody wants. But you've also learned something that conventional measures don't capture. You've learned that work itself can be the reward. That the act of seeing clearly, of translating what you see into paint, of solving the endless problems that every canvas presents, this is valuable regardless of whether anyone else appreciates it. You're not painting to become famous. You're painting because painting is how you make sense of the world, how you pin down fleeting moments and preserve them, and how you participate in life rather than just observing it. Spring returns, and with it comes renewed energy. The fields green up. Flowers appear. Irises, poppies, and wildflowers you can't name. You paint them all with something approaching joy, which is a rare emotion for you. Usually you work through anxiety or determination or sheer stubbornness. But spring is forgiving. Spring suggests possibilities. Spring makes you think that maybe, possibly, things could work out. Not fame or fortune, you've given up on those, but something smaller and more important. Understanding, connection, the feeling that what you're seeing matters to someone besides yourself. You paint orchards in bloom, trying to capture the paradox of delicate blossoms on rough, twisted branches. You paint fields full of wheat again, this year's crop, taller and greener than last year's. You paint people working, farmers, labourers, women in gardens, because work is sacred and deserves documentation. These people who spend their days bending and lifting and cultivating aren't subjects for pity. They're living honestly, doing what needs doing. You try to show that in your paintings, try to give them dignity without sentimentality. Your technique continues evolving. You're using thicker paint now, applying it in rough, textured layers that catch the light. This approach is called impasto, though you didn't know that when you started doing it. You just found that thick paint better captured the physicality of what you were seeing. Fields aren't smooth, trees aren't smooth, faces aren't smooth. Why should your paintings be smooth? The texture of the paint becomes part of the meaning, a physical manifestation of the energy required to see and record. You write to Theo about these developments, trying to explain what you're attempting. Your written explanations always feel inadequate. Painting is visual language, and verbal language can only approximate what brush and colour can say directly. But you try anyway. Because Theo is in Paris surrounded by theories and movements and debates, and you want him to understand that what you're doing here in Provincial Isle is also part of those larger conversations. You're not isolated from the art world, you're just approaching it from a different direction, working through problems on your own terms rather than following fashionable solutions. Summer arrives with its familiar heat and brilliant light. You're painting better now than you were a year ago. You can see the improvement when you compare old paintings to new ones. The colours are more confident, the compositions are stronger, the brushwork is more assured. This is what practice does. Not overnight transformation, but gradual, almost imperceptible refinement. You're still not satisfied, and still see the gap between what you want to achieve and what you actually achieve. But the gap is narrowing, slowly, painfully. The gap is narrowing. You don't think much about legacy. Legacy implies future, and you're too focused on the present. Today's painting, this afternoon's light, the exact colour of shadows under olive trees at 4 in the evening, but occasionally, usually late at night when you can't sleep. You wonder what will happen to all these paintings. The stack keeps growing. 40 canvases become 60, which becomes 80. They can't all stay in your room forever. Eventually something will have to be done with them. Theo talks about exhibitions and about getting your work in front of critics and buyers. You want to believe him, but belief requires energy you don't have. The art world seems impossibly far away, impossibly sophisticated, and full of people who know things you don't know, and who speak a language you've never learned. You're just a painter who looks at fields. What do you have to offer people who spend their time in galleries arguing about symbolism and technique? But then you think about the act of looking itself, and something shifts. Everyone looks at fields, at trees, at the sky. But most people look without seeing, their eyes registering information without their brains processing meaning. You've trained yourself to do the opposite, to look until looking becomes seeing, to notice the 10,000 small details that make one field different from another field, one afternoon different from another afternoon. This skill, this learned attentiveness is your actual subject, not wheat, not trees. But the act of paying attention, of being present with what's in front of you. If someone looks at your painting of a wheat field and really sees the wheat, sees how it moves and catches light and exists in space, then you've given them something valuable. You've taught them to look, not at your painting specifically, but at everything, at the world they move through without noticing. This is the legacy you're building, though you didn't realise it until just now, tonight, writing by lamplight while the town sleeps around you. You're making instruction manuals for seeing. The thought is almost overwhelming, not because it's grandiose, you don't think you're creating great art, but because it's humble and enormous at the same time. Every person who looks closely at one of your paintings and then goes outside and looks closely at actual wheat has been changed. Changed slightly, almost imperceptibly, but changed. They can't unsee what they've learned to see. This is education in the deepest sense. This is why you paint. You get out of bed, unable to sleep now, and light the lamp. The paintings stacked around the room regard you with their fixed, unblinking stares. So many fields, so many trees, so many skies. From one angle they look repetitive and obsessive, the same subjects over and over, but from another angle they're variations on a theme, investigations into how light and weather and time of day alter everything they touch. You're not repeating yourself, you're refining yourself. Each painting is practice for seeing more clearly, for understanding more deeply. You think about painters of the past, Rembrandt, Vermeer and the masters whose work you've studied in museums and books. They're dead now, centuries dead, but their seeing persists. When you look at a Rembrandt portrait, you're not just seeing paint arranged on canvas. You're seeing through Rembrandt's eyes, experiencing his particular way of noticing light and shadow and human character. The man died, but his seeing continues, passed down through generations like inherited wealth. This is immortality, not of the body, but of vision. Will your paintings do this? Will someone 100 years from now look at your wheat fields and see wheat the way you see it? The possibility seems absurd and necessary at the same time. You paint as if the answer is yes, as if future seeing depends on present work. This is faith, you suppose. Not religious faith, you've lost that. Lost it years ago when you tried and failed to be a minister, but creative faith. The belief that making something with complete honesty and attention will matter, even if you can't see how or when or to whom. Morning comes gradually, the way it always does. You've been awake all night, thinking and occasionally sketching, working through these ideas about seeing and legacy and the strange mathematics of attention that turns looking into seeing and seeing into painting and painting into instruction. You're exhausted but also energized. The thoughts have clarified something you'd felt but couldn't articulate. You know why you paint now, not to become famous, not to make money, but to preserve ways of seeing, to document the infinite variety of light falling on ordinary things, to insist that wheat fields matter, and olive trees matter, and the exact colour of sky at dusk matters. You make coffee, terrible coffee as always, and stand at the window watching the street wake up. The baker opens his shutters. The woman sweeps her doorstep. A cat hunts shadows. These are the same small events you see every morning, but this morning they feel different, more precious. Every ordinary moment is worth preserving because every ordinary moment is unrepeatable. Today's light will never exist again. Today's shadows will never fall this exact way again. This morning is unique, singular, and gone as soon as it arrives. The only way to keep it is to paint it. You finish your coffee, gather your materials, and head out into the early light. Your painting spot is waiting. The field, the tree, the horizon that's both barrier and invitation. You set up your easel with practiced efficiency, preparing to spend another day doing what you do, looking until you see, seeing until you understand, and understanding until you can paint. The work is repetitive and endless, and exactly what you need to be doing. Not because anyone's asking for it, not because anyone's paying for it, but because this is your way of participating in the world, your method of saying yes to existence, and your small contribution to the vast project of human seeing. The first brushstroke goes on the canvas like a whisper becoming a shout. It's just paint, just pigment mixed with oil, but it's also everything. Attention made visible, looking made permanent, this specific morning in this specific place captured and held. You work steadily through the morning, watching the light change, adjusting your colours to match what's actually there rather than what you think should be there. This is the discipline. Trusting your eyes over your assumptions, letting reality instruct you rather than imposing your ideas on reality. Hours pass, the sun climbs, your back aches, your eyes water from squinting. Your palette becomes a muddy mess of mixed colours. These are good signs. They mean you're working, really working, not just playing at painting. By early afternoon, the canvas has transformed from blank potential to something actual, not finished, never finished, but present. A field exists where nothing existed before. Light falls where only white canvas waited. You've made something from nothing using nothing but attention and paint. It's a small miracle, repeated daily, never losing its power to surprise you. You clean your brushes, pack your materials, and start the walk back to town. Tonight you'll write to Theo, telling him about today's work, about the thoughts that kept you awake last night, and about why you continue even when continuation seems pointless. Tomorrow you'll return to the field and begin again. And the day after that. And the day after that. This is the pattern that defines you now. Work and rest and work again. Seeing and painting and seeing again. Building a legacy not of fame but of attention. One brush stroke at a time. One painting at a time. One moment of careful looking at a time. The wheat field you painted today will be harvested soon. The light will change. Winter will come again. You'll keep painting through all of it. Documenting the endless variations of ordinary life. Insisting that nothing is truly ordinary if you look closely enough. This is your life now. This is your work. This is what you'll leave behind when you're gone. Not monuments or mansions, but paintings that teach people how to see. If even one person looks at one of your paintings and then looks at the world with new eyes, then everything was worth it. Every morning of cold coffee, every afternoon of aching back, every night of doubt and fear and stubborn foolish hope. You are Vincent van Gogh, and you're painting the world as you see it. The world doesn't care. The world will continue with or without your paintings, but you'll make them anyway, because making them is how you live, how you participate, and how you say thank you to light and colour and the infinite variety of seeing. This is enough. This has to be enough. And on good days, on days like today when the light is perfect and your hand is steady and the painting almost matches what you saw, it is enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. You're sitting outside a cave entrance in what will one day be called France. But that name won't exist for another 30,000 years. The year is approximately 35,000 BCE, and you've just finished a meal of roasted ibex. The fire crackles beside you, sending occasional sparks upward into the darkness, and as your eyes follow those brief orange embers, they continue travelling until they meet something far more permanent. Stars. Not just a handful of stars, but thousands upon thousands of them, spread across the sky in a brilliance that would make any modern city dweller weep with disbelief. There's no light pollution here, no glow of distant towns or passing cars. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of cream poured across black stone, so bright you could almost read by it if reading were something you knew how to do. But you don't need reading. Your mind is already doing something far more fundamental. It's finding patterns. This isn't a conscious decision. Your brain, like every human brain that will follow yours through the millennia, is a pattern recognition machine. It's what keeps you alive. That rustle in the grass might be wind, or it might be a cave lion. That particular arrangement of broken branches might mean another human passed this way, or it might mean nothing at all. Your survival depends on sorting signal from noise, and you've gotten remarkably good at it. So when you look at the stars, your brain does what it does best. It connects dots. That cluster over there looks somewhat like the ibex you hunted earlier. See how those stars form the curve of horns? And that group to the east resembles the bear you saw last spring, though you'd never get close enough to one to confirm the details. You don't have names for these patterns yet, at least not names that will survive, but you recognize them. Night after night they're there, in the same positions relative to each other. This is remarkable, actually. Almost everything else in your world changes. The seasons shift. Animals migrate. Rivers flood and recede. Trees grow and fall. Even the moon transforms its face across each month, swelling from a sliver to a bright circle and back again. But these stars, these particular arrangements, they are constant. Or mostly constant anyway. You've noticed they do move across the sky each night, wheeling from east to west, but they maintain their relationships to each other. The ibex stars stay ibex-shaped. The bear stars remain bear-like. You don't know it yet, but you've just made one of the most important discoveries in human history. You've found something reliable in an unreliable world. Over the following nights and months, you notice more. Those same star patterns appear in the east each evening and travel westward, eventually disappearing below the western horizon. If you stay awake long enough, and sometimes you do, whether by choice or because something has spooked the group and everyone's remaining alert, you see new patterns rise in the east to replace them. It's like watching a very slow parade, except this parade repeats itself with extraordinary precision. You begin to anticipate. You know that when certain stars appear just above the eastern horizon at dusk, the weather will soon turn colder. You've seen this correlation enough times that it's no longer a coincidence. When other stars dominate the night sky, the herds will be moving through the valley, and hunting will be good. This knowledge gets shared. Around fires, under those same stars, you and others discuss these observations. The sharing isn't formal education as future civilizations will understand it. There are no schools, no books, and no formal teachers. But knowledge passes anyway, through conversation and demonstration. through the simple act of pointing upward and helping others see what you see. A young member of your group, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, sits beside you one night. You point out the patterns you know, tracing invisible lines between stars with your finger. The child's eyes follow your hand, and you can see the moment of recognition. That same spark of understanding that lit your own mind years ago. The patterns aren't random. They mean something. They can be learned. Neither of you realizes it, but you're creating something that will outlast both your lives, both your descendants, and both your entire lineages stretching forward 10,000 years. You're creating tradition. You're building the foundation of astronomy. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your newfound attention. They've been there for billions of years before you, and they'll remain for billions more after you're gone. But in this moment, in the simple act of watching and wondering, you've joined a project that your species will continue for as long as it exists. You've started asking the question that will echo through every civilization that follows. What are those lights, and what do they mean? It's approximately 15,000 BCE now, and you're standing in what will eventually be known as Germany, watching the moon rise over a landscape of ice and scattered pine. The glaciers have been retreating for generations, but winter still brings a cold that can kill the unwary. You've survived 23 of these winters, which makes you remarkably old by the standards of your time, and you've learned something that younger people often miss. The sky keeps time. Not just any time, the perfect time. You discovered this gradually, the way most important things are discovered. One year, you noticed that the moon went through exactly 12 complete cycles, from new to full and back to new again before the seasons completed their circuit. Well, almost 12. It was actually a bit more than 12, but close enough that you could use it as a rough calendar. When the moon had cycled through its phases 12 times, you could expect the warm season to arrive soon. When it cycled through another 12, the cold would return. This was useful, but the moon alone wasn't quite reliable enough. Some years, counting 12 moons brought you to the season change right on schedule. Other years, you'd be off by several weeks. It was frustrating, like trying to catch fish with a net that had inconsistent holes. But then you paid attention to the stars, specifically to which stars were visible just before dawn. You noticed that certain stars would appear on the eastern horizon just before the sun rose, and this appearance correlated even better with the seasons than the moon did. When you could see a particular bright star rising just before daybreak, you knew with certainty that the herds would arrive within days. When another star made its first pre-dawn appearance, you could prepare for the cold. You didn't know the physics behind this. You didn't know that Earth orbits the Sun, or that the stars' apparent positions shift gradually throughout the year because of this orbital motion. You didn't need to know the mechanism. You just needed to know it worked, and it did, with a reliability that bordered on the miraculous. Other patterns emerged as you watched. The moon's position against the background stars changed nightly, moving eastward through the same star patterns that the sun seemed to travel through during the year. The moon completed its journey through these patterns in about 29 days, one complete cycle from new moon to new moon. This realization helped you understand why the 12 lunar months didn't quite match up with the seasonal year. The moon and the sun were travelling along the same path through the stars, but at different speeds. You began marking these observations. On bones and antlers, you carved notches, not random decorations, but deliberate counts. 29 notches for a lunar month, 12 sets of these for a year, with additional marks to track the discrepancy. These weren't idle doodlings passed around a fire. They were data. They were records. They were humanity's first spreadsheets, carved into whatever material was hard enough to last. The precision of these records is startling. Modern archaeologists examining Ice Age artifacts have found counting systems that tracked lunar phases with remarkable accuracy. You weren't primitive in your thinking. You were sophisticated observers using the tools available to you. The fact that you lacked telescopes or mathematical notation didn't make you less intelligent. It made you more impressive, actually, because you figured out so much with so little. This timekeeping had immediate practical value. Knowing when seasons would change meant knowing when to move camp, when to hunt specific animals, and when to gather particular plants. A group that could predict these changes had significant advantages over a group that reacted to them as they occurred. You could prepare, you could plan, you could survive when others might not. But something else was happening too, something harder to quantify. By tracking time, you were developing a new relationship with the future. Instead of living entirely in the present moment, reacting to whatever each day brought, you were beginning to anticipate. You were building mental models of how the world worked, models that extended beyond immediate sensory experience. You were, in a real sense, beginning to think abstractly. The night sky became your most reliable reference. The ground beneath your feet changed with floods and fires and the slow grinding of glaciers. The plants and animals around you migrated and evolved. Even the climate shifted across generations. But those stars, those patterns in the sky, remained constant enough to build your life around. They were the one fixed reference in a fluid world. You didn't worship the stars exactly, though that would come later for other cultures. Your relationship with them was more practical than spiritual at this point. They were tools. They were the most accurate calendar you had, the most reliable clock and the best map for predicting the future. They were quite literally your guide to survival. As you stand there watching the moon rise, you feel a satisfaction that transcends mere utility. There's something deeply pleasing about understanding how the sky works, about being able to predict what will appear where and when. You've turned mystery into knowledge and chaos into pattern. You've looked at the universe and found it comprehensible. The stars continue their ancient dance, and you continue your watch, adding another night's observations to a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. You don't know that people will still be doing this same thing 15,000 years from now, using tools you can't imagine to ask questions you'd never think to pose. But you'd probably appreciate the continuity. You've started something after all. You've begun the long project of mapping the heavens, and that project has barely begun. You're standing on a ziggurat in ancient Babylon, and the year is approximately 1700 BCE. The structure beneath your feet rises in massive tiers above the Euphrates River Valley, each level smaller than the one below, creating a stepped pyramid that serves as both temple and observatory. The air's warm, it's almost always warm here, and the sounds of the city have faded with the sunset. Now there's just you, the night, and your duty. You are a priest astronomer, which in this civilization means you're one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Kings consult you before making important decisions. Farmers depend on your calculations to know when to plant. The entire empire runs according to calendars you and your colleagues maintain. This isn't symbolic power. This is real authority derived from real knowledge, and that knowledge comes from the sky. Your people have been watching the heavens systematically for centuries, keeping records that span generations. These aren't casual observations noted when someone happens to remember. This is rigorous, continuous monitoring, with each night sky carefully recorded on clay tablets that fill entire libraries. You've inherited these records, and you add to them nightly, continuing a scientific tradition that will outlast your civilization itself. Tonight, you're tracking Venus. The evening star, you call it, though you've noticed it also appears as the morning star at different times of year. What you don't yet realize is that these are the same object, a planet closer to the sun than Earth, though the concept of planets as worlds rather than wandering stars is still centuries away. What you do know is that Venus follows a complex pattern through the sky, appearing and disappearing with a regularity you've learned to predict. This predictability is everything. In a world where so much is uncertain, where crops might fail, where diseases strike without warning, where enemies could attack at any time, the sky offers constancy. The fact that you can predict celestial events gives you a kind of power over chaos itself. When you announce that Venus will disappear from the evening sky in 5 days and reappear as the morning star in 83 days, and then it happens exactly as you've said, you're demonstrating mastery over the cosmos itself. Or at least that's how it appears to those who don't understand your methods. But you understand your methods and they're not magic, they're mathematics. Your civilization has developed sophisticated arithmetic, including a base 60 counting system that will eventually give the world 60-second minutes and 60-minute hours. You use this mathematics to track celestial cycles, calculating the relationships between different astronomical periods with impressive precision. The moon has been especially well studied. Your predecessors discovered the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years and 11 days, after which eclipses repeat in almost identical patterns. This means that if you record every eclipse for 18 years, you can predict eclipses for the next 18 years and the 18 after that. It's not perfect, small variations accumulate over time, but it's remarkably accurate, and it makes you appear almost prophetic to those who don't know the mathematics behind your predictions. You've also been tracking the 5 visible planets, though you don't call them that yet. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn wander among the fixed stars, each following its own complex path. Mercury never strays far from the Sun, appearing briefly after sunset or before sunrise. Venus makes its more dramatic appearances, becoming the brightest object in the sky besides the Sun and Moon. Mars occasionally seems to move backward, a phenomenon called retrograde motion that will puzzle astronomers for centuries. Jupiter and Saturn move more slowly, taking years to complete their journeys through the stars. These observations have practical applications. Your calendar, based on lunar months but adjusted to keep pace with the solar year, requires constant monitoring to remain accurate. You add extra months when necessary, a practice called intercalation, to prevent the calendar from drifting away from the seasons. This ensures that religious festivals occur at the appropriate times of year, that farmers plant at the optimal moment, and that the entire civilization stays synchronized with natural cycles. But there's more than practicality at work here. You've begun to see patterns within patterns, relationships between celestial events that suggest the universe operates according to comprehensible rules. When you calculate that Mars will appear in a certain position relative to certain stars on a certain date, and then it happens, you're not just predicting the future. You're glimpsing the underlying order of creation itself. Your culture has woven the sky into every aspect of life. The zodiac, those 12 patterns of stars through which the sun appears to travel during the year, has become a framework for understanding time and fate. Each month belongs to a different zodiac sign, and the position of planets within these signs is believed to influence earthly events. This is the beginning of astrology, which will later diverge from astronomy, but which, in your time, is inseparable from it. Both are attempts to find meaning in the sky, to understand how celestial patterns relate to terrestrial existence. You don't see a conflict between the spiritual and the mathematical. For you, calculating the precise moment of a lunar eclipse and believing that eclipse carries divine significance are complementary activities. The mathematics proves the divine order. The predictability of the heavens demonstrates that the universe is not chaotic, but rather follows laws established by the gods. Your calculations are, in a sense, a way of reading the gods' intentions. As the night deepens, you record your observations on a fresh clay tablet, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the soft surface with your reed stylus. Centuries from now, archaeologists will unearth tablets like this and marvel at their accuracy. They'll recognize genuine astronomical data recorded with scientific precision. They'll see that your civilization understood far more about celestial mechanics than history often credits you with knowing. But for now, you're simply doing your job. You're watching, recording, calculating, and slowly building a body of knowledge that will influence every civilization that follows. When Greek astronomers later develop their models of the cosmos, they'll build on Babylonian observations. When Islamic scholars preserve and expand astronomical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages, they'll reference Babylonian mathematics. When modern astronomy finally emerges, it will carry forward traditions that began on ziggurats like the one beneath your feet. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched. But you're seeing them differently now. You're measuring them, calculating their movements, and finding mathematical relationships in their patterns. You've transformed them from mysterious lights into data points in an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. You've turned wonder into science, though you don't use that word yet. Above you the Milky Way glows, and somewhere within it, though you'll never know this, the light of your own sun is just one star among billions. But on this night, in this moment, you're doing the work that will eventually reveal even that humbling truth. You're watching, recording, and thinking, activities that will prove to be among humanity's most powerful tools for understanding the universe. You're standing on the deck of a Polynesian voyaging canoe, and the year is approximately 800 CE. The nearest land is 3 days behind you, and the nearest land ahead is perhaps 5 days away. Though you won't know for certain until you see it. Around you the Pacific Ocean extends to every horizon, an expanse of water so vast that all the world's land could fit within it with room to spare. And you have no instruments, no compass, no sextant, and no GPS. You have something better. You have the stars, and you know how to read them. Your canoe is magnificent, 60 feet of a hull carved from breadfruit trees, with 2 hulls joined by a platform that provides stability in rough seas. The sail is woven from pandanus leaves, and it catches the trade winds that will carry you across hundreds of miles of open ocean. You're travelling with 30 other people, carrying plants and animals to establish on a new island, assuming you find it. This isn't exploration for exploration's sake. This is colonization, migration, the deliberate expansion of your people across a vast ocean. And you're navigating by methods that would seem impossible to many other cultures. You have no written charts. You've never written down any directions or drawn any maps. Everything you know about navigation, every technique, every star path, every wave pattern, exists in your memory and in the memories of the navigators who taught you. This knowledge was passed down orally, demonstrated at sea, and practiced until it became intuitive. What looks like magic to outsiders is actually a sophisticated science, based on careful observation of natural phenomena. The stars are your primary tools. Before departing, you memorize star paths, specific stars that rise and set at consistent points on the horizon, creating paths across the sky that correspond to directions across the ocean. When you want to sail toward your destination island, you identify the appropriate star path and keep your canoe aligned with it. As each star rises in the east, travels across the sky, and sets in the west, you use it to maintain your course. When one star becomes too high to use effectively, you switch to the next star in the sequence. This continues all night, every night, for as many nights as the journey requires. During the day you have the sun, which rises and sets at predictable points depending on the season. You also have the swells, long-period waves generated by distant storms that travel across the ocean in consistent directions. You can feel these swells through the hull and sense their direction even when surface waves obscure them. By combining sun position with swell direction, you maintain your course during daylight hours, but the stars provide the most reliable guidance. You know dozens of stars by name, understand their rising and setting points, and can estimate your latitude by observing which stars pass directly overhead. The North Star, Polaris, is too far north to be useful in most of the Pacific, but other stars serve similar functions. The Southern Cross points south. Arcturus, which you call Hokulea, passes nearly overhead at Hawaii's latitude. When Hokulea is directly above you, you know you're at the correct latitude to find those islands. You've also memorized reference islands, small atolls and islands that lie between your starting point and destination. Even if you don't plan to stop at these references, knowing their positions helps you navigate. If you spot one of them, you can adjust your course accordingly. If you don't spot one you expected to see, you know you've drifted and can calculate the correction needed. The sophistication of this system is staggering. You're essentially maintaining dead reckoning across hundreds or thousands of miles of featureless ocean, updating your position constantly based on every available cue. You watch for clouds that form over distant islands, invisible below the horizon but revealed by the clouds they generate. You observe seabirds and know which species fly far from land and which stay close to shore. You note the colour of the water, the type of floating debris, and the temperature changes that indicate different currents. On clear nights, the navigation is almost relaxing. The stars are bright and obvious. The moon provides additional light and you can see the horizon clearly. But tonight clouds obscure much of the sky. This would panic a less experienced navigator, but you've sailed through worse conditions. You find gaps in the clouds, catch glimpses of familiar stars, and use those brief views to maintain your course. When stars aren't visible at all, you rely on the swells, on the wind's direction, and on subtle signs that others might miss entirely. Your people have been making journeys like this for over 1,000 years, spreading across the Pacific in waves of migration that populated islands from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. This represents one of humanity's greatest navigational achievements, settling thousands of islands scattered across the world's largest ocean, using nothing but observation, memory, and skill. Cultures with metal tools and written languages couldn't match what your people accomplished with wooden canoes and oral knowledge. The key was the stars' reliability. On an ocean without landmarks, where currents can push you off course and winds can shift unpredictably, the stars remained constant. They appeared in the same positions, followed the same paths, and maintained their same relationships to each other. This celestial constancy provided the reference frame you needed to navigate terrestrial uncertainty. Your navigation is astronomy in its most practical form. You don't care about the physical nature of stars. Whether they're distant suns or lights on a celestial sphere makes no difference to your work. What matters is their positions, their movements, and their usefulness as guides. You've developed an applied science of astronomy focused entirely on what works rather than why it works. Your theories about the cosmos might strike later astronomers as primitive, but your practical knowledge of celestial navigation is extraordinarily sophisticated. As dawn approaches, you spot something on the horizon, a cloud with a greenish tint at its base, reflecting vegetation on an island below. It's the reference atoll you expected to see, right where it should be. Your navigation has been accurate. You adjust your course slightly, compensating for the current that pushed you marginally east during the night, and continue toward your destination. Around you, people are waking, preparing food and tending to the plants and animals you're transporting. Children play on the platform between the hulls, too young to understand the precision required to find a tiny island in an enormous ocean. They'll learn, though. Some of them will become navigators themselves, memorizing the same star paths you know, learning to read the same subtle signs, and continuing traditions that stretch back through more generations than anyone can count. The sun rises, and the stars fade. Your nighttime navigation tools disappear, but you've already noted your position and set your daytime course. In a few days, if your calculations remain accurate, you'll sight your destination. A new island to settle, a new home for your people, found by following lights in the sky across an ocean that covers nearly a third of the planet. The stars didn't care about your journey. They would have shone just as brightly whether you were there to see them or not. But by learning to read them, by understanding their movements with enough precision to stake your life on that understanding, you've transformed them from merely beautiful lights into the most reliable tools humanity has ever found for exploring the world. You've proven that careful observation and rigorous mental training can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. You've shown that the sky is more than something to wonder at. It's something to use, to rely on, and to trust with your survival. And in doing so, you've continued the project begun by those Ice Age observers. The long, patient work of understanding what those lights are and what they can tell us about the world we inhabit. You're standing in the Library of Alexandria, and the year is approximately 200 BCE. The room around you contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world gathered from every culture the Hellenistic Empire has touched. But right now, you're not interested in poetry or philosophy. You're focused on a particular scroll that contains astronomical observations from Babylon, and you're trying to reconcile those observations with a new geometric model of the cosmos. You are, in the terminology of your time, a mathematician and natural philosopher, though later ages will call you an astronomer. Your name might be remembered. Perhaps you're Aristarchus or Eratosthenes or Hipparchus. Or it might be forgotten, lost among the thousands of scholars who worked in Alexandria during its golden age. But whether or not your individual name survives, the work you're doing will change humanity's relationship with the sky forever. You're not just observing the heavens anymore, you're measuring them. This represents a fundamental shift in approach. Earlier civilizations watched the sky and recorded what they saw, identifying patterns and using those patterns for practical purposes. You're doing something different. You're asking quantitative questions and demanding numerical answers. Not just where does the sun appear to move, but how large is the sun? Not just do the stars move, but how far away are they? Your culture has advantages that earlier observers lacked. Greek mathematics has developed geometric tools powerful enough to model celestial mechanics. Your understanding of circles, angles, and ratios allows you to make calculations that would have been impossible for the Babylonians despite their sophisticated arithmetic. You also have access to centuries of Babylonian observations, giving you data spanning longer periods than any single lifetime could provide. Consider Eratosthenes' famous calculation of Earth's circumference, performed right here in Alexandria roughly 50 years ago. He noticed that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in Syene, casting no shadow, while in Alexandria it cast a shadow corresponding to an angle of approximately 7 degrees. By measuring the distance between these cities and using basic geometry, he calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. He'd measured the size of the entire planet using nothing but shadows, angles, and reasoning. You're attempting something similarly audacious, calculating the distance to the moon. You know that during a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow falls on the moon, and by carefully measuring the shadow's size relative to the moon's diameter, you can determine the ratio of distances. The mathematics is tricky. You need precise observations of eclipses, careful measurements of angles, and sophisticated geometric reasoning. But it's doable, and when you finish, you'll have a number. The moon is approximately 60 Earth radii away. This is astonishing accuracy for observations made with naked eyes and simple measuring tools. You have no telescopes, no precision instruments, just calibrated sticks and circles divided into degrees. Yet you're determining cosmic distances, measuring the unmeasurable, pulling numbers from what had been pure mystery. Other scholars in Alexandria are tackling different questions. Aristarchus has proposed something radical. Perhaps Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. His geometric arguments are compelling. If Earth circles the Sun, it explains certain observations about planetary motions more elegantly than the traditional model. But his idea faces resistance. If Earth moves, shouldn't we feel it? Shouldn't the stars shift position as Earth travels around its orbit? The lack of observable stellar parallax, the apparent shift in star positions caused by Earth's motion, seems to argue against a moving Earth. What Aristarchus doesn't know is that he's right, but the stars are far more distant than anyone imagines. The parallax exists, but it's too small to detect without telescopes. His correct theory will be largely forgotten, buried under the weight of common sense that insists the solid ground beneath our feet must be stationary. Truth sometimes loses to intuition, at least temporarily. You're also working on cataloguing stars with unprecedented precision. Your predecessor Hipparchus created a star catalogue that listed roughly 1,000 stars, noting their positions and relative brightnesses. You're expanding this work, adding more stars, refining the measurements, and developing a magnitude system to classify brightness. This might seem like mere bookkeeping, but it's crucial. To understand how the heavens change, you first need to know their normal state. Only with precise catalogues can you detect phenomena like novae, new stars that appear where none existed before, or track subtle changes in planetary positions. The geometric models you're developing represent humanity's first serious attempts at explaining celestial mechanics. You describe the cosmos as a series of nested spheres, each carrying different celestial objects all rotating around Earth at the centre. It's wrong in most details, but the approach is sound. Create a mathematical model, test it against observations, and refine it when discrepancies appear. This is science, even if the specific conclusions will later be overturned. You're particularly interested in planetary motion. The 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, wander among the stars in ways that simple circular motion can't explain. Mars occasionally appears to stop, move backward, then resume its normal direction. How can this be if planets move on simple circles? Your solution involves epicycles, small circles whose centres travel along larger circles. A planet moves along its epicycle while the epicycle's centre moves along a larger circle around Earth. With the right combination of circles moving at the right speeds, you can match observed planetary motions quite well. The model is complicated, requiring multiple epicycles for some planets, but it works. It predicts where planets will appear in the sky months or years in advance. This model will dominate astronomy for over 1,000 years, not because people are stubborn or ignorant, but because it's genuinely useful. It predicts celestial phenomena accurately enough for navigation, calendar making, and other practical purposes. The fact that it's based on incorrect assumptions about Earth centrality doesn't matter for prediction. A wrong model that works is more useful than no model at all. But something else is happening in your work that transcends any specific model or measurement. You're establishing the principle that the universe operates according to mathematical laws discoverable through reason and observation. The heavens aren't merely mysterious or divine, they're comprehensible. They follow rules. Those rules can be written down, calculated, and predicted. This idea, more than any particular discovery, is your culture's greatest contribution to astronomy. As evening falls and you finally leave the library, you walk out into the Mediterranean night. The stars are emerging, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, that Babylonian priests tracked, and that Polynesian navigators followed. But you see them differently now. You don't just observe them, you measure them. You don't merely note their patterns, you create mathematical models to explain those patterns. You've transformed them from objects of wonder into objects of study. The transformation isn't complete, of course. Many of your measurements are rough, many of your models are wrong, and many questions remain unanswerable with your current tools. But you've established something crucial. The project of understanding the cosmos through mathematics and systematic observation. You've shown that human reason can grapple with celestial phenomena, that the apparently unreachable can be measured, and that mysteries can become mathematics. Somewhere in your calculations and models, buried in geometric diagrams and numerical tables, lie the seeds of revelations that won't flower for centuries. Your work on stellar positions will eventually prove Earth moves. Your geometric techniques will help demonstrate the vast scale of the cosmos. Your insistence that observation must match theory will become the foundation of the scientific method. But tonight, you're simply satisfied to have added a few more measurements to humanity's growing understanding of the heavens. The stars shine on, indifferent to your calculations, but you've measured their positions with unprecedented precision. You've turned skyward mystery into earthly mathematics. You've continued the long journey from wonder to understanding, and that journey is far from over. You're on a rooftop in Padua, Italy, and the year is 1609. In your hands you hold an instrument that will change human understanding of the cosmos more profoundly than anything since the invention of mathematics itself. It's a tube roughly 3 feet long, fitted with carefully ground lenses at each end, capable of magnifying distant objects approximately 20 times. You call it a telescope, from Greek roots meaning far-seeing, and tonight you're about to turn it toward the sky for perhaps the 100th time, each session revealing something new that contradicts centuries of accepted truth. The device itself is barely a year old, at least in its current form. Dutch spectacle makers discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects, and when you heard about this, you immediately recognized its potential. You've spent months grinding lenses, testing configurations, and improving the design until you achieved magnifications far beyond what the Dutch achieved. Where they saw a novelty, you saw a revolution. Your colleagues at the University of Padua were initially skeptical. Some refused to even look through the device, insisting that anything seen through glass lenses must be an artifact or illusion rather than reality. Others looked but dismissed what they saw, unable to reconcile observations with their understanding of how the cosmos should work. But you've persisted, and your observations have become increasingly difficult to dismiss. Tonight, you're focusing on Jupiter. You've been watching this planet for weeks now, and what you've discovered is staggering. Jupiter has moons, at least 4 of them, visible as tiny points of light arranged in a line extending from the planet's bright disk. Night by night, you've watched these moons change position, orbiting Jupiter exactly as the moon orbits Earth. This is revolutionary because it proves that not everything in the heavens orbits Earth. Here is a celestial body with its own satellites, a miniature planetary system that demolishes the Earth-centered cosmos, accepted since ancient times. You've been keeping detailed records, sketching Jupiter's moons in different positions each night, and calculating their orbital periods. The innermost moon completes its orbit in roughly 42 hours. The outermost takes about 16 days. The precision of their movements is beautiful. They're following the same mathematical laws that govern the moon's orbit around Earth, suggesting universal principles rather than special cases. But Jupiter's moons aren't your only discovery. The moon, Earth's moon, has been equally revelatory. Through your telescope, the smooth, perfect sphere described by ancient philosophers transforms into a rough, mountainous world. You see craters, valleys, and towering peaks that cast long shadows across lunar plains. You've even measured the height of some mountains by calculating shadow lengths, finding peaks that rival Earth's highest summits. The moon isn't a perfect celestial object made of quintessence, as Aristotle claimed. It's a world as physical and irregular as Earth itself. Venus has provided more evidence against Earth-centered models. Through your telescope, you've observed that Venus goes through phases like the Moon, sometimes appearing as a crescent, sometimes as a gibbous shape, and sometimes nearly full. This only makes sense if Venus orbits the Sun, passing between us and the Sun when it appears as a crescent and moving beyond the Sun when it appears full. In an Earth-centered system where Venus orbits between Earth and the Sun, it should only ever appear as a crescent. The phases of Venus are direct evidence for a Sun-centered solar system. You've also been observing the Sun itself using projection methods to avoid damaging your eyes. The Sun, supposedly the most perfect celestial object, is marked with spots, dark blemishes that appear, change shape, and disappear over days or weeks. By tracking these spots, you've determined that the Sun rotates, completing one revolution approximately every 27 days. This rotation, combined with the imperfect nature of sunspots, further demolishes the idea of celestial perfection. The Milky Way has revealed its secret. To the naked eye, it appears as a hazy band of light across the sky. Through your telescope, it resolves into thousands upon thousands of individual stars, too distant and numerous to see separately without magnification. This suggests the universe contains far more stars than anyone imagined. Not the few thousand visible to the naked eye, but potentially millions or billions, extending far beyond what earlier astronomers thought possible. Each of these observations contradicts established doctrine. The Church's cosmology, based on Aristotle and Ptolemy, places Earth at the center of a small, ordered universe with perfect celestial bodies moving on perfect circles. Your observations suggest a vastly larger universe with imperfect celestial bodies where Earth is not central. You're not trying to challenge religious authority, you're simply reporting what you see, but the implications are impossible to ignore. The resistance you face isn't entirely unreasonable. Your telescope is new technology, and its reliability isn't yet proven. How can anyone be certain that what appears in the telescope truly represents reality, rather than optical illusions created by lenses? Your response is pragmatic. The telescope accurately shows distant terrestrial objects, ships that are below the horizon, and buildings in distant cities. If it works reliably for earthly observations, why should celestial observations be different? You're also making your findings public, publishing your observations in language accessible to educated readers, not just in Latin for scholars. Your book, Sideris Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, spreads your discoveries across Europe within months. Other observers with telescopes confirm your findings. Jupiter's moons can be seen by anyone with adequate magnification. The phases of Venus are independently verified, and the moon's mountains are photographed with increasing detail as telescope. Technology improves. The cumulative weight of these observations forces a revolution in thought. The cosmos is not small, ordered, and geocentric. It's vast, perhaps infinite, with Earth as just one planet among several orbiting an ordinary star. This insight is simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humanity has been demoted from the center of creation, but in exchange we've discovered a far grander universe than anyone imagined. As you pack up your telescope for the night, you reflect on how one simple device, a tube with lenses, has demolished millennia of accepted truth. The ancient Greeks would have given anything for this technology. They had the mathematical sophistication to understand what you're seeing, but they lacked the tools to see it. The observations that would have resolved their debates about Earth's motion were always there in the sky, invisible only because human eyes couldn't detect them without help. This raises a humbling question. What else is in the sky that you can't see even with your telescope? Your instrument magnifies 20 times, which is impressive, but surely this isn't the limit of what's possible. Future observers with better telescopes will undoubtedly see things you're missing. How much larger is the universe than what you can see? How many more discoveries await merely better technology? You don't know it yet. But your telescope represents the first of many technological leaps that will progressively reveal the cosmos's true nature. Better lenses, then reflecting telescopes, then photography, then spectroscopy, then radio astronomy, then space-based telescopes free from atmospheric distortion. Each advancement will reveal new phenomena, answer old questions, and raise new mysteries. Your 17-inch telescope is primitive compared to what's coming, but it's sophisticated enough to begin the revolution. The stars shine overhead, now known to be distant suns rather than lights on a celestial sphere. The planets, visible as bright points to the naked eye, are revealed through your telescope as worlds. Jupiter with its cloud bands and moons, Saturn with its mysterious elongated shape. You can't quite resolve the rings with your current telescope, but you know something odd extends from the planet's sides, and Mars with hints of surface features. You've lived through one of history's great turning points, the moment when humanity first saw the cosmos as it truly is, rather than as we imagined it must be. The implications will take generations to fully understand, but the basic fact is clear. We are far smaller, and the universe far larger, than anyone dreamed. And that's wonderful, because it means there's so much more to discover, so many more mysteries waiting in the dark between the stars. You're working in a Cambridge office, and the year is approximately 1726. Papers cover your desk, calculations, diagrams, and observations from astronomers across Europe. You're attempting something that many colleagues consider impossible. You're trying to calculate the distance to a comet using nothing but geometric principles and observations from multiple locations. If you succeed, you'll prove that comets are distant celestial objects rather than atmospheric phenomena, and you'll demonstrate that mathematics can measure even the seemingly unmeasurable. Your name is Edmund Halley, and you've dedicated much of your career to understanding celestial mechanics. You've been fascinated by comets, those mysterious objects that appear unpredictably, blaze across the sky for weeks or months, then vanish. Aristotle believed they were atmospheric disturbances, weather phenomena rather than celestial objects. This view persisted for centuries, but you're convinced Aristotle was wrong. The evidence is in the geometry. You have observations of comets from different locations on Earth, measured carefully by skilled astronomers. If comets were atmospheric phenomena relatively close to Earth, observers at different locations should see them at noticeably different positions against the background stars. This is parallax, the same principle that makes nearby objects appear to shift when you close one eye and open the other. But cometary parallax, when measurable at all, is tiny, suggesting these objects are extremely distant. Moreover, you've been studying historical records of comet sightings, comparing their paths across the sky, their appearance, and their behaviour, and you've noticed something remarkable. Comets that appeared in 1531, 1607, and 1682 followed nearly identical paths. They appeared in similar regions of the sky, moved in similar directions, and brightened and faded in similar patterns. What if these weren't three different comets, but the same comet, returning periodically? The mathematics support this hypothesis. Using Newton's laws of motion and gravitation, which your friend Isaac published 40 years ago, you can calculate orbital paths for objects moving through the solar system. When you apply these calculations to the 1682 comet, assuming it's in a highly elliptical orbit around the Sun, you get an orbital period of roughly 75 to 76 years. Count back 76 years from 1682 and you reach 1607. Count back another 76 years and you reach 1531. The timing matches the historical sightings almost perfectly. This means you can make a prediction. If your hypothesis is correct, this comet should return around 1758 or 1759. You'll be long dead by then. You're already in your 70s. But the comet will either appear as predicted, confirming your calculations, or it won't, proving you wrong. Either way, the prediction is testable, which makes it scientific rather than mere speculation. What you're doing represents a new kind of astronomy. Earlier observers watched the sky and recorded what they saw. They identified patterns and made predictions based on those patterns, but their predictions were essentially extrapolations, assuming the future will resemble the past. You're doing something different. You're using physical laws, mathematical models, and theoretical understanding to predict phenomena that haven't been observed yet. You're not just recording the universe, you're calculating it. Newton's work made this possible. His laws of motion and universal gravitation provided for the first time a unified framework for understanding both celestial and terrestrial mechanics. The same force that pulls an apple downward pulls the moon toward Earth, and Earth toward the sun. The same mathematical laws that describe projectile motion on Earth describe planetary orbits in the heavens. This unification is profound. It means the universe operates according to comprehensible universal principles rather than separate rules for different domains. You've applied these principles to various problems. You calculated the path of the 1682 comet, determining its orbital elements with unprecedented precision. You've worked on improving tables of planetary positions, incorporating perturbations, the subtle gravitational influences that planets exert on each other, causing small deviations from perfect elliptical orbits. You've studied the moon's motion, wrestling with the three-body problem, the mathematical challenge of precisely calculating how three gravitationally interacting objects move. The moon problem is particularly vexing. The moon's orbit is influenced not just by Earth, but also by the sun, and the combined gravitational effects create orbital irregularities that are devilishly difficult to calculate. Newton himself struggled with lunar motion, and the problem won't be fully solved for another century. But you've made progress, improving predictions enough that navigators can use your lunar tables to determine longitude at sea, a practical application of celestial mechanics that saves lives and enables exploration. You've also been thinking about stellar distances. The stars are clearly far more distant than planets. They show no measurable parallax even from observations made 6 months apart, when Earth is on opposite sides of its orbit around the Sun. This means stellar distances must be enormous compared to solar system scales. But how enormous? Can these distances be measured at all? You suspect they can, eventually, though not with current instruments. If telescopes become powerful enough and measurements precise enough, stellar parallax should become detectable. The math is straightforward. Measure a star's position in summer, measure it again in winter when Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit, and calculate the distance based on the apparent shift. The challenge is that even the nearest stars are so distant that their parallax is measured in fractions of an arc-second. Angles so small they require instruments far more precise than what's currently available. But you're confident that future astronomers will make these measurements. Technology improves, telescopes become more powerful, measurement techniques become more refined. What's impossible today becomes routine tomorrow. The stars' distances will eventually be known, and when that happens, humanity will finally understand the true scale of the cosmos. As you review your calculations one more time, checking for errors, you consider how far astronomy has come in just a few generations. When you were born, telescopes were relatively new, the heliocentric model was still controversial, and the physical laws governing celestial motion were unknown. Now, less than a century later, you're calculating comet orbits, predicting future appearances, and treating the heavens as a domain subject to the same mathematical laws that govern earthly phenomena. The transformation isn't complete. Many mysteries remain. The nature of stars is unknown. Are they distant suns, and if so, how far away and how large? The structure of the Milky Way is unclear. Is it a flat disk, a sphere, or something else entirely? The possibility of other galaxies hasn't even been seriously considered. Most astronomers assume all visible stars belong to one unified system, but the methodology is now established. You observe, you measure, you calculate, you predict, and you test. When predictions fail, you refine your models. When new phenomena are discovered, you incorporate them into your framework. This is science, and it's proving extraordinarily powerful for understanding nature. Your comet prediction, in particular, feels like a gamble against mortality itself. You're wagering that mathematics and physics can project forward decades into the future, that the universe is lawful enough, and that your understanding is complete enough to make predictions across timescales longer than human lifetimes. If you're right, and the comet returns when predicted, it will be one of science's great triumphs, a demonstration that human reason can grasp cosmic patterns and use them to predict the unpredictable. You won't live to see it, but you're content with that. You've done the work, you've made the calculations. The comet will either confirm your hypothesis or it won't, but either outcome advances knowledge. And that ultimately is what drives you. Not personal glory or the satisfaction of being proven right, but the simple desire to understand how the universe works. The stars shine outside your window, distant and mysterious, but less mysterious than they were. Each generation peels back another layer of cosmic mystery, armed with better tools, better mathematics, and better understanding. Your generation has accomplished remarkable things, but you're certain future generations will accomplish more. The universe is vast, complex, and wonderful, and humanity has barely begun to explore it. You're standing outside the dome of the Mount Wilson Observatory in California, and the year is 1924. The sun set hours ago, and now the Milky Way stretches overhead in magnificent detail, visible despite the growing light pollution from Los Angeles in the valley below. Inside the dome behind you sits the Hooker telescope, 100 inches of reflecting mirror, the largest telescope in the world, capable of gathering more light and seeing fainter objects than any instrument in human history. And tonight, you've used it to make a discovery that will fundamentally change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Your name is Edwin Hubble, and you've been photographing spiral nebula. Those fuzzy, spiral-shaped objects scattered across the sky. Astronomers have debated their nature for years. Are they gas clouds within our own galaxy, or are they distant galaxies themselves, separate island universes beyond the Milky Way? The debate has been fierce, with respected scientists on both sides, but you think you've finally settled it. You've been focusing on Andromeda, the largest and brightest of the spiral nebulae. Using the Hooker telescope's light-gathering power, you've been taking long-exposure photographs, images that accumulate light over hours, revealing details invisible to direct observation. And in these photographs, you've identified individual stars within Andromeda, not just the bright blue-white stars that mark spiral arms, but specific types of variable stars called Cepheids. Cepheids are crucial because their brightness varies predictably, pulsing brighter and dimmer over periods ranging from days to months. More importantly, there's a direct relationship between a Cepheid's period and its intrinsic brightness. Longer period Cepheids are inherently brighter than short period ones. This relationship was discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, working with Cepheids in the Magellanic Clouds, and it provides a method for measuring cosmic distances. Here's the beautiful logic. If you know a Cepheid's intrinsic brightness and can measure its apparent brightness, you can calculate its distance. It's like seeing a light bulb and determining how far away it is by how dim it appears. If you know it's a 100-watt bulb, you can tell whether it's 10 feet away or 100 feet away by its apparent brightness. The Cepheids you found in Andromeda have periods indicating they're extremely luminous stars. yet they appear very faint in your photographs. The only way to reconcile these facts is if Andromeda is extraordinarily distant, not thousands or tens of thousands of light years away, but nearly 1,000,000 light years. This places it far beyond any reasonable estimate of the Milky Way's size. Andromeda isn't a gas cloud within our galaxy. It's a galaxy itself comparable in size to the Milky Way, containing hundreds of billions of stars. If Andromeda is a galaxy, then likely all spiral nebulae are galaxies. This means the universe contains not one galaxy, but countless millions of them, scattered through space at distances that dwarf the distances between stars within any single galaxy. The universe is vastly, almost incomprehensibly larger than anyone imagined. But you've made another discovery, even more startling. You've been measuring the spectra of galaxies, analysing the light they emit to determine which wavelengths are present. What you've found is that nearly every galaxy shows a redshift, meaning their light is shifted toward longer, redder wavelengths compared to what it should be. And the more distant the galaxy, the greater the redshift. This redshift has a clear interpretation. These galaxies are moving away from us. The shift in wavelength is a Doppler effect, the same phenomenon that makes a train whistle's pitch drop as it passes you. When a light source moves away, its light is stretched to longer wavelengths, redshifted. When it approaches, the light is compressed to shorter wavelengths, blue-shifted. Moreover, you've noticed a relationship. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's receding. Double the distance, and the recession velocity doubles as well. This relationship, what will become known as Hubble's law, has profound implications. If all distant galaxies are moving away from us, and their recession velocity increases with distance, the universe itself must be expanding. This is difficult to grasp. You're not saying galaxies are moving through space away from us as if we're at the centre of an explosion. You're saying space itself is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. It's like dots on an inflating balloon. As the balloon expands, all dots move away from each other, but no dot is at the centre of the expansion. Every observer in any galaxy would see all other galaxies receding, with more distant ones receding faster. This expansion suggests the universe has a history. If galaxies are currently moving apart, they must have been closer together in the past. Run the expansion backward, and you eventually reach a point where all matter was concentrated in an incredibly small, dense state. This is the beginning of what will later be called the Big Bang theory. The idea that the universe began in an extremely hot, dense state and has been expanding and cooling ever since. The implications cascade outward. If the universe is expanding and had a beginning, it has an age. You can estimate this age by calculating how long it would take galaxies to reach their current separations given their observed velocities. Your initial estimates suggest an age of a few billion years, which is troublingly young. Geologists already have evidence that Earth is older than that. But the principle is established. The universe isn't eternal and unchanging. It's dynamic and evolving with a definite history. As you stand beneath the stars, you realize you're witnessing something unprecedented in human history. Every previous generation believed the universe was static, unchanging in its large-scale structure. Oh, planets moved and comets appeared and stars occasionally exploded, but the overall universe, its size, its structure, its fundamental nature, was thought to be eternal. You've discovered this assumption is wrong. The universe is not static. It's expanding, cooling, and evolving. It had a beginning and will have a future different from its present state. This discovery comes from technology. The 100-inch telescope, photographic plates sensitive enough to capture faint light, and spectroscopes capable of analysing that light. None of this was available even 50 years ago. Your discovery was always waiting in the sky, visible in principle, but invisible in practice until instruments became sophisticated enough to detect it. How many more discoveries are out there, waiting for better technology? You think about the long chain of observations and insights that led to this moment. Ancient astronomers identifying celestial patterns, Babylonians calculating planetary positions, Greeks creating geometric models, telescopes revealing Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Newton's laws enable orbital calculations. Photography allows long exposures that see deeper into space than eyes alone could. Spectroscopy reveals the physical properties of distant objects, each advance built on previous work, each generation seeing farther and understanding more deeply. And now you've pushed the frontier again. You've measured the universe and found it vaster than anyone thought. You've discovered that it's expanding, that it has a history, that it's not eternal. Future generations will push farther still, answering questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. Will they find the edge of the universe, or is it infinite? What happened in those first moments after the expansion began? Are there other universes beyond ours? You don't know, but you're confident they'll keep looking. The Hooker telescope dome closes for the night. Your photographic plates are secure, ready for detailed analysis tomorrow. The data is recorded, the measurements are made, and the conclusions are becoming inescapable. The universe is larger, stranger, and more wonderful than humanity ever imagined. And that, ultimately, is the most exciting thing you could possibly discover. Not that we understand everything, but there's so much more to explore. You're monitoring a radio telescope in northern England, and the year is 1965. The instrument you're using doesn't look like a traditional telescope. No dome, no eyepiece, just an array of horn-shaped antennas pointed at the sky, connected to sensitive radio receivers. You're not looking at the sky in visible light, but in radio waves, which pass through clouds and work during daytime, opening the heavens to observation 24 hours a day. Your name is irrelevant to this particular night, but the discovery you're about to confirm is not. You've been detecting a persistent background noise in your data, a faint radio signal that appears to come equally from all directions in the sky. At first, you thought it was instrumental error or perhaps radio interference from nearby cities, but extensive checks have ruled out these explanations. The signal is real, it's cosmic in origin, and it's uniform across the entire sky to within 1 part in 10,000. This uniform signal is extraordinary because it shouldn't exist. If it came from stars or galaxies, it would be stronger in some directions than others, concentrated in the Milky Way's plane, for instance, or showing bright spots where galaxies cluster. But this signal is almost perfectly isotropic, the same from every direction. It's like the universe has a temperature, and what you're detecting is thermal radiation from the cosmos itself. The signal's wavelength corresponds to extremely cold thermal radiation, about 3 degrees above absolute zero. This is puzzling until you remember recent theoretical work suggesting that if the universe began in a hot, dense state, the Big Bang, it would have cooled as it expanded. In its earliest moments, the universe would have been hot enough to glow brightly in visible light, even in ultraviolet and X-rays. But as it expanded, this radiation would have stretched to longer wavelengths, shifted by the expansion itself, until today it appears as faint radio waves. You're detecting the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, radiation that has travelled through space for nearly 14 billion years, cooling from temperatures of thousands of degrees to just a few degrees above absolute zero. This cosmic microwave background radiation is direct evidence that the universe had a hot beginning, that it's been expanding and cooling ever since, and that the Big Bang theory is correct. This discovery transforms cosmology from speculation to observational science. Before this, the Big Bang was one theory among several for the universe's origin. Now it's strongly supported by direct evidence, radiation that could only exist if the universe began in a hot, dense state. Alternative theories that proposed an eternal steady-state universe cannot explain this uniform background radiation. The evidence is overwhelming. But the cosmic microwave background isn't just confirmation of the Big Bang. It's a snapshot of the early universe, a window into conditions when the cosmos was just 380,000 years old. Before that time, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Electrons and protons existed as a plasma, and photons scattered off these charged particles constantly, making the universe opaque. When the universe cooled enough for atoms to form, photons suddenly could travel freely. The radiation you're detecting comes from that moment of recombination when the universe became transparent. By studying this radiation in detail, measuring its temperature in different directions, looking for tiny variations in intensity, astronomers will learn about the universe's structure at that early time. Slightly denser regions in the primordial plasma will appear as slightly warmer spots in the microwave background. These density variations were the seeds that eventually grew into galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the large-scale structure visible in the universe today. Over the following decades, increasingly sophisticated instruments will map the cosmic microwave background with extraordinary precision. Satellites like COBE, WMAP, and Planck will measure temperature variations as small as 1 part in 100,000, revealing detailed information about the universe's composition, age, and geometry. These measurements will determine that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, that it's geometrically flat, and that it contains not just ordinary matter but also dark matter and dark energy, mysterious substances whose nature remains unknown but whose gravitational effects are undeniable. The cosmic microwave background will also provide evidence for cosmic inflation, a brief period of exponential expansion that occurred in the universe's first fraction of a second. Inflation explains why the universe is so uniform on large scales, why it's geometrically flat, and why certain types of irregularity appear in the density distribution of matter. Without inflation, the universe's observed properties would require extraordinarily fine-tuned initial conditions. With inflation, these properties emerge naturally from well-understood physics. As you examine the data streaming from the radio telescope, you're struck by how much can be learned from such a faint signal. This radiation is incredibly weak. The total energy from the cosmic microwave background hitting a person's body is far less than the energy from distant starlight, which itself is minimal. Yet this faint signal contains information about the universe's age, composition, geometry, and early history. It's as if the cosmos has left its signature written in radiation, waiting billions of years for technology to become sophisticated enough to read it. You think about the long chain of discoveries that led here. Hubble discovered galactic recession, implying the universe expands, extrapolating this expansion backward to a hot, dense beginning. Theoretical physicists are calculating what conditions would be like in the early universe, predicting that thermal radiation from that era should still be detectable. Engineers are developing radio astronomy, creating instruments sensitive enough to detect faint cosmic signals, and now the detection itself, confirming predictions and opening new avenues of research. The cosmic microwave background is also humbling. It shows that the matter we're familiar with, atoms, molecules, everything made of protons, neutrons, and electrons, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total energy content. The rest is dark matter and dark energy, substances whose nature is completely unknown. We've mapped the universe, measured its age, determined its composition, and discovered that we don't understand 95% of what it contains. Yet this ignorance is exciting rather than discouraging. It means astronomy is far from finished. There are fundamental mysteries remaining, questions whose answers will require new physics, new observations, and perhaps revolutionary insights comparable to those that launched quantum mechanics or relativity. The universe is still surprising us, still revealing that reality is stranger and more wonderful than our theories predict. As dawn approaches and your observing shift ends, you prepare your preliminary report. The signal is real, it's cosmic, and it matches predictions for the cooled radiation from the Big Bang. Other observers will confirm it independently. That's already happening, actually, with similar detections reported by other teams. Soon this discovery will be announced publicly, and it will transform humanity's understanding of cosmic history. The stars fade as the sky brightens, but you know they're still there, still shining, their light mixing with the faint microwave glow from the universe's hot beginning. That glow has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach your antennas, carrying information about a time when no stars existed, when no galaxies had formed, and when the universe was just a hot, dense plasma beginning its long expansion toward the cool, structured cosmos we inhabit today. Somewhere in that ancient radiation, in its tiny temperature variations and subtle polarization patterns, lie answers to questions humanity hasn't yet learned to ask. Future astronomers will extract those answers, learning things about the universe's origin, structure, and fate that you can't even imagine. But tonight, you've contributed your part to that ongoing project, detecting the whisper from the beginning, confirming that the universe has a history, and opening a new window on cosmic time. You're lying on your back in a dark field, and the year is now. No specific year, really. This could be tonight, tomorrow night, or any clear night when you decide to look up rather than down, out rather than in. The grass beneath you is slightly damp with evening dew, the air is cool, and above you the sky blazes with stars. If you're far from cities, you can see the Milky Way, that same river of light that our ancestors saw, though you know now it's actually the combined light of billions of stars in our galaxy's disk, viewed edge-on from Earth's position within it. You can see planets too, though you need to know where to look and when. Venus might be brilliant in the west just after sunset. Jupiter could be high overhead, its moons invisible to your naked eyes, but there nonetheless, exactly as Galileo saw them. Mars might show its distinctive red-orange colour, dust storms in its thin atmosphere reflecting sunlight from 90 million miles away. And you can see stars, thousands of them with naked eyes, millions through modest telescopes and billions through instruments like Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescope. Each one is a sun, many hosting planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. The light reaching your eyes left those stars years or decades or centuries ago, making you a time traveller of sorts, seeing the universe not as it is but as it was. You know things those ancient observers couldn't have imagined. You know the stars are powered by nuclear fusion, converting hydrogen to helium in their cores, generating energy through Einstein's famous equation relating mass and energy. You know the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, formed in a hot Big Bang and expanding ever since. You know that galaxies cluster into groups and superclusters, forming a cosmic web of structure spanning billions of light years. You know the universe contains dark matter, invisible substance detected only through its gravitational effects, making up roughly 27% of the universe's total energy. You know that dark energy, even more mysterious, comprises about 68%, and it's causing the universe's expansion to accelerate. Distant galaxies are not just moving away, they're moving away faster over time, driven by this mysterious dark energy whose nature is one of physics' greatest unsolved problems. You know that many stars have planets, that exoplanets number in the thousands already discovered, and that more are found constantly. You know some of these worlds are roughly Earth-sized, orbiting their stars at distances where liquid water could exist. You know the chemistry of life, carbon-based molecules, water and energy, is common throughout the universe. You know that if life exists here, it probably exists elsewhere too. though whether it's common or rare, simple or complex, contemporary or extinct, remains unknown. Yet despite all this knowledge, you're lying in a field looking at stars exactly as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The technology has changed dramatically. You might have a telescope beside you, or a smartphone app identifying constellations, or coordinates for satellites passing overhead, but the fundamental activity is unchanged. You're watching the sky, wondering about those lights, continuing a tradition older than civilization itself. The stars you're seeing are the same stars ancient observers saw, give or take a few supernovae and proper motion over millennia. The patterns are almost identical. If an Ice Age hunter or a Babylonian priest or a Polynesian navigator joined you in this field, you'd recognize the same constellations, point to the same bright stars, and share the same sense of wonder at the vastness above. What's different is understanding. You know what those lights are, how far away they are, what they're made of, how they formed, and how they'll die. You know the physics governing their behavior, the chemistry of their atmospheres, and the mechanics of their orbits. You've turned mystery into knowledge, but somehow the wonder remains undiminished. Perhaps it's even greater now, because you understand not just what you're seeing, but what it means. Billions of worlds scattered across incomprehensible distances, all governed by universal laws, all part of one vast interconnected cosmos. This knowledge was hard-won. It required countless observers spending countless nights recording positions, measuring angles, timing events, and noting correlations. It required mathematical genius to create models explaining observations. It required technological innovation to build instruments extending human senses into realms we can't perceive unaided. It required patience, the patience to make observations over lifetimes, to pursue answers across generations, and to accept that some questions wouldn't be answered in any individual lifetime. But mostly it required curiosity, that simple desire to understand, to know what those lights are and what they mean, has driven humanity's astronomical efforts from the beginning. We didn't need to understand the stars to survive. Early humans managed without knowing stellar distances or galactic structures. But we wanted to know anyway, and that wanting was enough to motivate millennia of effort. As you lie there, you might wonder what future observers will know that you don't. What discoveries await better instruments, deeper observations, and more sophisticated theories? Will we find life on other worlds, or evidence that we're alone? Will we understand dark matter and dark energy, or will they remain mysterious? Will we discover the universe's ultimate fate, endless expansion, eventual collapse, or something stranger? Will we develop technologies allowing travel to other stars, or will the distances prove insurmountable? You don't know, and that's wonderful. It means astronomy's story isn't finished. There are still mysteries to solve, discoveries to make, and revolutions in understanding waiting to happen. The universe is vast and strange, and humanity has barely begun exploring it. What we've learned in our brief time as a species is impressive, but what remains to learn is surely greater still. The stars shine on, indifferent to human observation, following physical laws established billions of years ago in the universe's hot beginning. They'll continue shining long after humanity is gone, whether that's thousands, millions, or billions of years from now. But while we're here, while we have the capacity to wonder and observe and understand, we're part of something magnificent, the universe coming to know itself. Because that's what astronomy is ultimately. It's the cosmos developing awareness, asking questions about its own nature, and seeking answers to how and why it exists. We are the universe observing itself, matter and energy arranged in patterns complex enough to contemplate their own origins. When you look at stars and wonder about them, you're participating in something profound, the long patient work of understanding, of transforming mystery into knowledge. of finding humanity's place in the vast cosmic story. So when clear nights come, step outside, look up. You're carrying forward a tradition hundreds of thousands of years old, joining countless observers across time who've shared your curiosity. You're seeing light that travelled across space and time to reach your eyes, photons that began their journeys years or centuries ago from distant suns. You're witnessing a universe of almost incomprehensible scale and beauty, governed by elegant laws we've only partially understood. And in doing so, you're continuing the work those first curious humans began on African grasslands so long ago. The work of looking upward, wondering what those lights might be, and slowly, patiently, figuring it out. The journey isn't finished. The sky holds mystery still, waiting for observers with new tools and new insights to reveal them. But tonight, you're part of that journey, connected across time to everyone who's ever wondered about the stars. Welcome to that ancient fellowship of star watchers. The universe is vast, beautiful, and comprehensible, and it's been waiting billions of years for minds capable of understanding it. You're one of those minds. Look up, wonder, and know that you're participating in one of humanity's greatest projects. The long, patient effort to understand how the universe works and our place within it. Sweet dreams beneath the stars. You wake before the sun, though you've never called it that. There's no word for sun separate from sky or light or warmth. The thing that brightens the world is simply part of how the world works, like your breath or the sound of wind through grass. Your eyes open because the darkness has shifted to that particular grey that comes before dawn. A change you've recognised since childhood without ever needing to name it. The shelter around you is woven from branches and hide, and it smells like smoke and people and the particular mustiness of dried grass that's been rained on and dried again countless times. Your sister sleeps nearby, her breathing steady. 3 other members of your band, you don't think of them as a family because that word with its neat boundaries doesn't exist yet, are also stirring. One of them coughs, that wet sound that means the cold season is settling into lungs. You recognise it without alarm. It happens every year when the leaves turn colours and fall away. You don't know what year it is, of course. You don't even know what a year is, not really. You understand that the warm times come and go, that certain plants appear and disappear, and that animals move in patterns you've learned to anticipate. But the idea of counting these cycles, of saying this is the 19th time the snow has come since I was born, that particular kind of thinking hasn't occurred to anyone yet. You are, by the reckoning of a future you'll never see, approximately 24 years old. But you have no idea how old you are, and the concept would baffle you if someone could travel back and explain it. What you do know is that your body tells you things. You're not a child anymore. That much is obvious from the way you move, from the strength in your arms, and from the fact that you remember the old woman who died 3 cold seasons ago, and she remembered things from before you were born. This creates a loose sense of time. There's when I was small and now, and the understanding that you will eventually become slow and wrinkled like the old woman was. Beyond that, time is just the way things flow, like water moving downstream. You stand up, and your knees make that small clicking sound they've been making lately. Outside the shelter, the world is emerging from darkness. The landscape is familiar. You've known these hills and that distant line of trees for your entire existence. Your band doesn't wander randomly. You move through a territory that your people have moved through for longer than anyone can remember, following patterns set by ancestors whose names were never recorded, because names themselves are simpler than they'll one day become. There's a particular irony to your morning that you'll never appreciate. You're living in what future humans will call prehistory, a label that frames your entire existence as merely the opening act before the real story begins. But standing here, feeling the cold air on your skin and smelling the approach of rain, you are not before history. You're simply alive, and your life feels as immediate and important as any life that will ever be lived. Your stomach makes its familiar morning complaint, and you respond the way you always do, by thinking about food. But thinking about food in your era means something different than it will for your descendants. You don't wonder what you're in the mood for or debate between options. You think about where food is, which direction to walk, and what might be ready to eat. The tall grass by the water should have seeds now. Yesterday you noticed the birds were thick there, which means the seeds are ripe. There are also roots near the rocky area, the kind that are bitter unless you pound them and rinse them, but they fill your belly when you can't find anything else. And if you're lucky, though you don't think of it as luck, more as how things sometimes work out, someone might spot an animal that can be brought down. You gather a carrying bag woven from plant fibres, one of the few possessions you own. The bag took 4 days to make, and you'll use it until it falls apart, then make another one. The concept of having multiple bags or of keeping the old one as a backup doesn't occur to you. Things exist until they don't, and then you make new things. 3 others come with you toward the grassland. You don't announce a plan or assign roles. Everyone simply knows, through years of doing this same activity, what needs to happen. You move quietly, not because you're hunting right now, but because moving quietly is how you've always moved. Making unnecessary noise is like wasting food. It serves no purpose and might cost you something. The walk takes you past a tree you've always liked, though you've never articulated why. It's just a tree that feels right, that marks the point where the path curves. In this moment, you're navigating through a landscape of feelings and associations rather than names and measurements. That boulder isn't 300 yards from camp. It's the boulder where someone once saw a snake. The boulder that marks where the good clay is. The boulder that just is. You reach the grassland and yes, the seeds are ready. Everyone spreads out and begins gathering, pulling the seed heads into their bags with practiced efficiency. This is tedious work, the kind that will occupy you for most of the morning. Your hands move automatically while your mind drifts, but not far. You stay aware of everything, the wind direction, the sounds of birds, and the movement of grass that might indicate an animal passing through. Here's something you do that your distant descendants will forget how to do. You monitor about a dozen different sensory inputs simultaneously without getting overwhelmed. The modern human brain will evolve to filter out most environmental information as background noise, but yours treats it all as potentially crucial. That faint smell on the wind might mean weather changing. That particular bird call might mean a predator. The fact that the insects suddenly went quiet might mean something is approaching. You gather seeds, and gather seeds, and gather more seeds. There's a meditative quality to it, though meditation as a concept doesn't exist. You're just doing the thing that keeps you alive, the same way your heartbeat keeps you alive. The sun climbs higher, your bag grows heavier. At some point, measured not by clock but by the fullness of your bag and the position of the sun and the increasing warmth of the day, you stop. A young boy has been watching you work and now he tries to copy what you're doing. He's perhaps 8 years old, though neither of you would know that. He's simply a child who's getting big enough to help but still needs to learn. You don't give him instructions, not exactly. You just do what you're doing and he watches, and occasionally you adjust his hands when he's doing it wrong. This is the only education that exists: observation and correction. There are no schools, no teachers, and no curricula. Everything you know, you learned by watching someone who learned by watching someone else, in a chain that stretches back further than anyone could imagine. You know which plants are poisonous because someone once watched someone else die from eating them, and the knowledge was passed along through demonstration and reaction. Don't eat this isn't a sentence. It's a sound of disgust combined with a pushing away motion combined with maybe invoking the memory of the person who died. The boy is learning to gather seeds, but he's also learning 1,000 other things. How to move through the landscape, how to read the signs, how to work without complaint, when to rest, and how to carry a heavy bag without straining your back. None of these lessons are formal. They're just absorbed, the way language is absorbed, the way walking is absorbed. You remember learning the same way, watching an older woman who is now dead. You remember her hands, weathered and quick, moving through the grass. You remember the sound she made, a kind of rhythmic humming, and you realise you're making the same sound now without having meant to. The knowledge lives in your body more than your mind. Your hands know what to do before you think about it. Midday brings heat, and everyone moves to the shade of a scattered group of trees. You sit and eat some of the seeds you've gathered, cracking them with your teeth. They taste like they always taste. nutty and dry and filling. No one speaks much. There's an easy silence that comes from spending every day together, from working in parallel on tasks everyone understands. An older man points at the sky, and you follow his gesture to see birds circling high up. He makes a sound that means something like there or look or an animal died, and you understand. Something large has died somewhere in that direction, and scavenger birds are marking the location. This is information you'll file away. If you get desperate for food, you might go investigate, though you'll have to compete with other scavengers, and the meat might be too far gone. As afternoon lengthens, you head back toward the shelter area. The camp isn't permanent, not the way future humans will build permanent structures, but it's not completely temporary either. Your band has used this location for several warm seasons now. The shelters are rebuilt and reinforced rather than constructed fresh each time. There's a fire pit with stones arranged around it, stones that have been heated and cooled so many times they've cracked and been replaced and cracked again. The shelters themselves are engineering marvels, though you'd never think of them that way. They're made from branches you've carefully selected for their flexibility and strength, bent and lashed together with plant fibre cordage that you twisted during long evenings. Hides are stretched across the frame, not randomly, but positioned to shed rain and block wind from the direction it usually comes. You know exactly how to build these structures because you've built them many times, and you know exactly where to place them because your people have been placing them in locations like this for generations. Inside the main shelter, there's a particular smell that means home. It's composed of smoke and human scent and the hides and the grass you've piled for bedding and something else. Something indefinable that just means here as opposed to everywhere else. You drop your seed bag near the others and stretch your back. A woman is working on scraping a hide, preparing it for use. The process is long and requires attention, and she's been at it for days. She'll continue being at it for days more. The stone tool she's using was made by someone who died before you were born, and it's been used by many hands since then. Tools are valuable. They take time to make and represent accumulated knowledge. This particular scraper has the right shape and the right edge, and everyone treats it with casual care. You sit near the fire pit and begin cracking seeds to remove the hulls. This is more tedious work and your mind drifts again. You think about a dream you had last night, something about running through water. Dreams are important to you in ways that future humans will both understand and not understand. You don't think dreams are messages from gods. The concept of gods in that sense doesn't quite exist yet. But you do feel that dreams mean something, that they're connected to the real world in ways you can't articulate. As darkness comes, the fire is built up. Fire is so central to your existence that you can barely imagine life without it. Though your distant ancestors did live without it, the knowledge of fire-making is precious. You know several methods. The bow drill, striking certain rocks together, and using friction with sticks. You've practiced all of them because fire knowledge is survival knowledge. The fire creates a bubble of light and warmth in the darkness. Everyone gathers near it, not by command, but by natural inclination. The night is when stories happen. An older man begins talking, his voice settling into that particular rhythm that means a story is being told. You've heard this story before, you've heard it many times, but that doesn't matter. The repetition is the point. He tells about a time when the big animals were more numerous, about hunting a creature so large it fed the entire band for a full cycle of the moon. His hands move as he talks, showing the size, the movement, and the danger. The story contains practical information about hunting, about animal behaviour, and about courage and caution. But it's not told as a lesson. It's told as a story, and the lesson sinks in sideways, through enjoyment. You add your own story about finding a beehive last warm season. You don't mention that you got stung multiple times. That's implied in the way you gesture. You talk about the sweetness, the way the honey tasted like nothing else tastes, and everyone listening makes satisfied sounds because they remember that honey. They tasted it too. The story is partly about the honey, but mostly about the shared experience. The confirmation that yes, this happened, we were there, and we tasted it together. There's a story about a woman who went crazy from eating the wrong mushroom, a cautionary tale told with dark humour. There's a story about fighting off a predator, told with gestures so vivid you can almost see the animal. There's a story about getting lost and finding the way back, about reading the land and about staying calm. These stories are your books, your history, your school and your entertainment. Everything important is encoded in narrative and passed along through repetition. The stories change slightly with each telling. Details shift, new elements appear, some parts are emphasized while others fade. It's an oral tradition, before anyone knows to call it that, a living library stored in human memory. As the fire dies down to embers, people drift towards sleep. There's no announcement of bedtime, no clock to check. You sleep when darkness and tiredness align, and you wake when your body decides it's time. This usually means you sleep much longer than your future descendants will, perhaps 9 or 10 hours, sometimes more. But you also wake frequently during the night, a habit that kept your ancestors alive when predators prowled in darkness. You lie on your grass bedding, wrapped in a hide, listening to the sounds of others breathing. Someone is snoring, a wet rattling sound that's been part of the night soundscape for as long as you can remember. Outside you can hear the wind moving through trees, a small animal scurrying somewhere, and the distant call of a night bird. Your mind processes the day without formal reflection. You don't think, what did I accomplish today? Or what do I need to do tomorrow? Your thoughts are more immediate. The seeds gathered, the weight of them, the feeling of satisfaction. Tomorrow exists only as a vague continuation of the pattern. You'll wake up, you'll be hungry, you'll find food, and the cycle will repeat. But tonight, you find yourself thinking about time in a way you rarely do. You remember when you were small, remembering specific moments with a clarity that surprises you. You remember falling into a stream and the shock of cold water. You remember the first time you successfully started a fire by yourself. You remember when the old woman died, how her body became still, and how everyone was quiet. These memories have no dates attached to them, no 3 years ago or when I was 7. They exist in a loose sequence, before, after, long before, and recently. Some memories are vivid, almost like experiencing them again. Others are faded, like looking at something through smoke. You don't know that memory works this way for everyone, that the brain naturally prioritizes emotional moments over routine ones. You just know that some things stick and others don't. You drift in that space between waking and sleeping, and your mind touches on the rhythm of seasons. You've lived through enough warm times and cold times to recognize the pattern, though you couldn't say how many. The warm season brings certain plants, certain animals, and certain activities. The cold season brings scarcity, huddling together, relying on stored food and winter hunting. Right now, you're in the transition time, when warm is sliding toward cold. You know this from the angle of the sun, the temperature of mornings, and the way certain birds have disappeared while others have appeared. Your body knows it from the feeling in the air, a crispness that means change. In a few more cycles of the moon, though you don't count them, you'll need to move camp to the winter location. It's a place more sheltered from wind, closer to a different set of resources. You've been to this winter place every cold season you can remember. You know exactly where the shelters will be built, in the same spots they're always built, using the same techniques that have always worked. The knowledge of when to move isn't written in a calendar. It's written in the world itself. When the specific plant near camp turns red, when the specific animal begins its migration, when the specific quality of light appears, these are the markers. You read the world the way future humans will read clocks, but your reading is deeper, more multisensory, and more connected to the actual turning of the planet. You think about the winter shelter, about the extra hides you'll need, and about the stores of seeds and dried meat. This thinking isn't worry exactly. It's more like acknowledging what needs to happen and trusting that it will happen because it always has. Your band has survived every winter for as long as anyone knows. You'll survive this one too by doing what you've always done. You sleep and wake and sleep again. At some point deep in the night, you get up to urinate outside the shelter. The stars are overwhelming. More stars than future humans will ever see through their light-polluted skies. You don't know what stars are, not really. They're lights in the sky, constant and mysterious. Some people think they're fires, others think they're holes in the darkness. You've never thought about it much. They're just there, as much a part of the night as breathing. When you wake properly, it's to birdsong and the grey light of dawn. Another day. You feel it in your body, the slight stiffness, the hunger already beginning, the readiness to move. Someone is already up, rekindling the fire. Smoke rises and spreads, carrying its familiar scent. You emerge from the shelter into air that's cold enough to see your breath. The world is the same as it was yesterday. The same hills, the same trees, the same sky. This sameness is comforting in ways you don't think about. You exist in a world that changes with seasons but doesn't fundamentally transform. There's no progress, no innovation that will revolutionize daily life, and no sense that the future will be different from the present. And yet, there is change. You're older than you were. Children are growing. The old man who tells stories is moving more slowly than he did. New babies appear. People die. The band shrinks and grows. Knowledge accumulates in tiny increments. Someone figures out a better way to attach a stone to a handle. Someone discovers a new edible plant. And someone notices a pattern in animal behaviour. These changes are so gradual, so subtle, that they feel like no change at all. But over generations, over hundreds and thousands of generations, they add up to something. Your descendants will be so different from you that they'll barely recognise what you are. But you'll never know that. You exist in this moment, in this morning, in this life. The day unfolds like days always unfold. There's food to gather, water to fetch, and maintenance to perform on shelters and tools. A child comes to you with a cut on their hand, and you chew certain leaves into a pulp and press it against the wound. This is medicine, though you don't call it that. You know these leaves help. You don't know about infection or antiseptic properties. You just know this leaf, this kind of wound. It helps. 2 people go off to check fishing traps in the stream. Others work on processing the seeds from yesterday. You take up a partially finished basket and continue weaving, your hands remembering the pattern without conscious thought. The basket grows slowly, strand by strand. It will take days to finish, and then you'll use it for years, until it wears out. There's a particular satisfaction to this work that your descendants will often miss in their efficiently manufactured world. Each object you make carries your time, your attention, and your hands. You know exactly how this basket came into being because you were there for every moment of its creation. It's yours in a way that transcends ownership. It's an extension of your skill and patience. Midday brings a brief excitement. Someone spots a group of deer in the distance. There's quick consultation through glances and gestures. The decision is made to attempt to hunt. You're not part of the hunting group today. Others are better positioned and more rested. You watch them prepare, checking their spears, spreading dirt on their skin to reduce scent, and moving with that particular focused intensity that hunting requires. They disappear into the landscape, and you return to your basket. The outcome of the hunt is unknowable. It might succeed, bringing meat and celebration. It might fail, bringing nothing but tired hunters. Both outcomes are familiar. You don't hope for success or fear failure. You simply wait to see what happens, the way you wait to see if rain will come or if the sun will shine. The afternoon is warm enough that you shed your outer hide covering. Your skin is weathered from constant exposure to sun and wind, darker than it was when you were young, and marked with small scars from a lifetime of close contact with thorns and stones and tools. Each scar has a story, though you don't think about them much. They're just the map of your life written on your body. A young woman approaches you with a stone she wants to fashion into a tool. You examine it, turning it in your hands, feeling its weight and texture. You can see the possibility inside it, the sharp edge that will emerge if you strike it correctly. This knowledge is hard to explain. It's partly visual, partly tactile, and partly something else entirely. You've shaped so many stones that your hands know what to do. You demonstrate, striking with another stone at just the right angle. A flake splits off, leaving a fresh edge. The young woman tries. Her strike is too timid and nothing happens. You adjust her grip and show her the motion again. She tries again. This time a flake comes off, though it is not quite the right size. You nod. She's learning. This teaching happens constantly, woven into every day. Knowledge flows from experience to inexperience through demonstration and practice. There are no tests, no grades, and no measurements of competence. You're competent when you can do the thing successfully enough to survive. Everything else is just variation in skill. The hunters return as the sun is lowering. They have meat. Not a full deer, but a younger animal they manage to separate from the group. Everyone gathers to help with the processing. This is skilled work. Knowing where to cut, how to remove the hide without damaging it, which parts to eat first and what to save. Every bit is used because waste is unthinkable. The hide will become clothing or shelter covering. The sinews will become cord. The bones will become tools. Even the stomach will be used as water container. The successful hunt means a feast tonight, though you don't call it that. You just have meat to cook and eat, and everyone is pleased. The fire is built higher, and chunks of meat are placed on stones near the flames to cook. The smell is intoxicating, rich and savoury and satisfying in a primal way. You sit near the fire, waiting for the meat to cook. The heat feels good on your face. Around you, others are also waiting, and there's an anticipation in the air that's different from normal evenings. Meat doesn't come every day. When it does, it's special, though you'd never articulate it that way. When the meat is ready, everyone eats. There's no ritual of gratitude, no blessing of the food, and no formal acknowledgement of the animal that died. Those concepts will come later. Right now, there's just eating, and the satisfaction of full bellies, and the grease on your fingers that you lick clean. The children eat until they're drowsy, then curl up near the fire. Adults continue eating more slowly, savouring the abundance. Someone makes a joke, a gesture and a sound that refers to the time one of the hunters tripped and fell during a pursuit. Everyone laughs, having seen or heard about the incident. The hunter who fell laughs too, unbothered. Mistakes happen. Life continues. As the meal winds down, the storytelling begins again. Tonight, the successful hunt becomes part of the narrative. The person telling it emphasizes different details than what actually happened, making it more dramatic and more coherent. This is how all stories evolve, shaped by repetition, by what makes a good narrative, and by what lessons need to be reinforced. You listen, full and warm, feeling the satisfaction of a good day. The meat in your stomach, the fire's heat, the voices of your band, these are the simple elements of contentment. You don't think about happiness as a concept. You just feel it in your body, in the moment. Later, when the fire has burned lower and several people have already gone to sleep, you find yourself in conversation with an older woman. Conversation is perhaps too strong a word. You're exchanging sounds and gestures, communicating in the limited way available to you. But there's meaning passing between you, understood if not fully articulated. She's remembering someone who died long ago before you were born. She creates an image with her hands and face, someone who was very tall, who laughed in a particular way, who was skilled at finding water. You understand she's sharing a memory, keeping someone alive in the only way possible, through remembering and telling. This is how your people deal with death. There are no graves marked with names and dates, no written records, and no photographs. The dead live on only in memory, and when the last person who remembers them dies, they disappear completely. This seems natural to you. You don't mourn the absolute loss of memory because you don't know that memory could be preserved any other way. The woman's eyes are distant, seeing something you can't see. She makes a sound that conveys sadness but also acceptance. Death is part of life the way seasons are part of time. It comes to everyone, and there's no fighting it, only acknowledging it. You think about the old woman who died several cold seasons ago, the one who taught you to gather seeds. You can still see her hands and still hear the humming sound she made. As long as you're alive, she's not entirely gone. But someday you'll die, and then her memory will die too unless you've passed it to someone younger. This thought doesn't frighten you. It's just how things work. You sleep again, deeply this time, your belly full and your body tired in the satisfying way that comes from good work. When you wake, it's to another morning, another day. The sun rises, the birds sing, and the world continues its ancient pattern. You'll gather food today, or work on tools, or help with shelter maintenance. The specifics will vary slightly from yesterday, but the essential rhythm will be the same. And tomorrow will be like today, and the day after will be like tomorrow, stretching forward in an endless procession of similar days. Except that nothing is truly endless. Someday, though you'll never know this, your descendants will invent writing. They'll start recording their memories in marks that can outlast human life. They'll begin to count years, to mark time, and to build calendars and clocks. They'll name the days and measure the hours, imposing human structure on the natural flow of time. They'll look back at you and call this prehistory, as if your life was somehow less real than theirs. But sitting here, feeling the morning sun on your skin, and knowing that today you need to check the fishing traps, and later you'll work on repairing a tear in the shelter covering, your life feels completely real. It's the only life you know, the only life there is. You stand and stretch, feeling your body wake up. Another person is already up, rekindling the fire from last night's embers. You join them, sitting close to the growing warmth. No words are exchanged. None are needed. You both know what the day requires, what work awaits, and what tasks need attention. As the days continue to flow one into another, you begin to notice the signs of changing seasons growing stronger. The mornings are colder. The leaves are turning colours. The birds that sang all through the warm season are leaving, replaced by different birds with different calls. Soon it will be time to move to the winter camp. You've done this movement so many times it's automatic, but there's still preparation required. Shelters need to be dismantled or left to decay. Tools and stored food need to be transported. The journey itself needs to happen on the right day, not too early, while the warm season's resources are still available, but not too late before the cold becomes dangerous. No one announces the decision to move. It emerges from collective understanding, from reading the same signs, and from knowing that when certain conditions align, it's time. One morning people simply begin packing, and that's how you know today is the day. You fold up the hides from your shelter, roll up your sleeping materials, and gather your few possessions into bundles that can be carried. The work is practiced and efficient. Everything you own is portable because everything must be carried. There's no accumulation of objects, no storage of unnecessary items. Life is light by necessity. The band begins walking in the early afternoon, moving through a landscape you know by heart. The children are excited by the change, running ahead and then circling back. The adults move steadily, conserving energy, carrying loads. You walk in the middle of the group, your bundle balanced on your back, held by a strap across your forehead. The journey takes you through different terrain, across a stream, through a stretch of forest, over hills. You know every landmark, every turn. This path has been walked by your people for generations beyond counting. Your feet press into the same earth your ancestors pressed into, following the same route, for the same reasons. By evening you reach the winter camp location. It's exactly as you remembered, sheltered by hills, near reliable water, and positioned to catch whatever winter sun manages to penetrate the clouds. The remnants of last year's shelters are still here, weathered and partially collapsed, but providing a foundation to build upon. Everyone sets to work immediately, using the remaining daylight. You cut fresh branches, reinforce old structures, and clear space for new shelters. The work is hard but familiar. Your body knows what to do, your hands moving through tasks they've performed many times before. As darkness falls, the new fire is lit in the winter camp's fire pit. It feels like coming home, even though you've been home wherever your band has been. This is the winter home, and it has its own feeling, its own associations. You've survived many cold seasons here. You'll survive another one. The fire crackles, sending sparks up into the dark sky. Around you, people are settling in, arranging their sleeping spaces and checking that everything is secure. The first night in the winter camp is always a little unsettled, with everyone adjusting to the new location, but by tomorrow it will feel normal. You sit by the fire and eat some dried meat left over from the recent hunt. The stars are visible through gaps in the clouds, those mysterious lights that watch over the world. You wonder briefly what they are, then let the wondering go. Some things are unknowable, and that's acceptable. Tomorrow, you'll begin the winter routine, checking the different food sources available in this area, maintaining the shelters against cold and snow, and staying alive through the scarce season. You've done it before, you'll do it again. And if you survive this winter, the warm season will come back, as it always does, and the cycle will continue. This is your life, gathering and eating, working and sleeping, moving through seasons, surviving. It's not a life that will be remembered. Your name, such as it is, a sound people make to get your attention, will be forgotten within a generation or two of your death. Nothing you do will be recorded. No one in the distant future will know you existed. But right now, sitting by this fire, feeling the heat on your face and the cold at your back, you exist completely. You're alive in ways that your descendants, with all their technology and complexity, will struggle to understand. You are present in your body, connected to your environment, embedded in your community, and living each moment as it comes. This is life before history began. This is human existence in its oldest, simplest, and most enduring form. And in the great sweep of time, in the millions of years of human evolution, this is how most humans have lived most of their lives. Not making history, but simply living, day by day, season by season, in the endless present that defines existence itself. The fire burns down to embers, the stars wheel overhead. You sleep and wake and sleep again. And in the morning you'll rise to face another day, another gathering of food, and another continuation of the pattern. Because this is what it means to be human, before anyone knew to call it anything at all.